The story kicks off with a wild premise where a guy gets his massive family debt paid off, but the crazy catch is that he has to live with the cutest high school girl in Japan. A massive, intimidating man wearing sunglasses suddenly calls out to Yuuya. The scary guy demands to know exactly where Yuuya's father is hiding. It turns out that right in the middle of winter during his first year of high school, Yoshizumi Yuuya finds himself thrown into a seriously messed up situation. He is currently sitting in his own living room, completely surrounded by a group of terrifying guys in sharp black suits and dark shades. Yuuya notes their intimidating facial scars, before nervously admitting that he has absolutely no clue where his dad went since he just got back home himself. One of the suited men brings up a letter he found on the table cursing Yuuya's dad for being a complete weasel. The guy completely loses his cool over the fact that Yuuya's father actually fled and abandoned his own son to deal with the massive fallout alone. Yuuya cynically recalls his dad's favorite motto about how completely unpredictable life can be. His father was the type to chase get-rich-quick schemes and jump on trends way too late, ultimately leaving behind nothing but unsold merchandise, a massive pile of debt, and an even worse situation for his son to handle. Yuuya explains that his completely useless dad was somehow deeply loved by his late mother. He remembers her fondly noting that she was so incredibly beautiful and youthful they were often mistaken for siblings, and he was always super proud of her amazing looks and top-tier cooking skills. Because she was such a total catch, he had actually asked her once why she ever settled for such a bum. His mom cheerfully replied that she just found it endearing how his goofy dad always tried his absolute hardest in his own clumsy way, and that was exactly what she loved about him. Yuuya dryly notes that love really is blind, admitting that while he usually deeply respects people who give it their all, his dad's sheer incompetence completely shattered that threshold. Blaming himself a bit for not talking it out with the suited men, sooner Yuuya addresses the scary leader as Taka-san and bluntly asks exactly how much cash his dad borrowed this time around. The intimidating boss quickly cools down, admitting there is no real point in taking his anger out on Yuuya, and starts checking the actual loan numbers. The grand total drops like a bomb at a staggering 30 million yen, the brutal result of his dad constantly borrowing more cash just to pay off older loans, until the debt completely spiraled out of control. As an aside, Yuuya clarifies that he isn't actually terrified of these imposing loan sharks because he has known their leader Takashi Umichi since his primary school days. He explains that Taka-san has always been incredibly kind to him like an older brother despite his tough line of work, but even that comforting thought can't soften the blow of a 30 million yen debt that makes his own meager holiday savings look like an absolute joke. Taka-san frustratedly curses Yuuya's dad for being such a massive coward that he actually fled the country and left everything for the lawyers to clean up while completely abandoning his son. As Yuuya silently questions just how far his deadbeat dad actually thought he could run from this massive mess, someone suddenly calls out from the front door to announce they are home. Recalling coming home to an empty house, Yuuya mentally reviews the ridiculous letter his dad left behind, which cheerfully announced that he and his new wife were fleeing to hit the Vegas casinos, because Japan was simply too small for them, ultimately leaving the entire legal mess to a supposedly helpful lawyer friend. Taka-san exasperatedly remarks that it is basically a massive miracle that Yuuya actually grew up to be a decent, well-adjusted kid, despite being raised by such an unbelievably terrible set of parents. Taka-san smugly jokes that he is probably the real reason Yuuya turned out so well, and Yuuya jokingly agrees that having completely useless role models at home definitely made him learn a lot from the underworld boss instead, before smoothly pivoting to ask what Taka-san actually plans to do about the massive debt. Taka-san gets dead serious, explaining that the big boss is absolutely furious this time around and definitely will not let things slide, meaning Taka-san can no longer pull any strings to cover up the family's financial mess. Dropping the heavy news, Taka-san bluntly reveals that he might literally be forced to take Yuuya away so the teenager can work off the massive debt himself. Yuuya quickly accepts his grim fate, realizing he is going to have to personally shoulder his deadbeat dad's massive financial ruin, most likely by being forced into some incredibly sketchy and grueling underground physical labor. Putting on a hollow, dead-eyed smile, Yuuya completely accepts his doom and calmly mutters that his normal life is officially over. Seeing the kid just surrender to his fate, Taka-san frantically reassures him that he will personally talk to the big boss and make sure Yuuya gets to work directly under his own wing for protection. The older man fiercely promises to do everything in his absolute power to ensure Yuuya can still live a completely normal and proper life, begging him not to give up hope. Even the intimidating suited henchmen passionately chime in to support him, begging Yuuya not to end up in the criminal underworld like them, and insisting that the absolute best path for him is to just stay a perfectly normal high school student. Taka-san apologizes for rushing things and tells Yuuya it is time to get moving, a grim reality the teen calmly accepts without a fight. Trying to keep the mood light despite the looming threat, Taka-san and his tough crew flash enthusiastic thumbs up, promising to perform the absolute best groveling apology they can manage to appease their boss and keep Yuuya safe. The dramatic moment is instantly ruined when the doorbell suddenly starts ringing frantically. As the suited men cover their ears from the deafening spam of chimes, Yuuya notes the visitor and rushes over, yelling out that he is opening the door. Flinging the door open and demanding to know who is making all that racket, Yuuya is completely caught off guard when a stunningly beautiful girl simply looks up and politely greets him by name. Sporting a charming smile and a slight blush, the unexpected visitor calmly announces that she has come specifically to help him out. Yuuya is left completely stunned, staring in absolute disbelief at the sudden arrival and trying to make sense of what is happening. He instantly recognizes her striking features, deeply admiring her night sky-black hair and captivating chestnut eyes. He internally decides that comparing her to mere magazine models would be a massive insult, feeling as though a literal goddess from a masterpiece painting had just materialized right on his doorstep. Still struggling to process the bizarre situation, Yuuya hesitantly calls out her full name, formally addressing her as Hitotsuba Kid. Kid just flashes another dazzling, cheerful smile in response, firmly confirming her identity. Yuuya reflects that literally every single student at their private high school knows exactly who she is, noting that anyone who does not is either living under a rock or completely insane. She is the reigning champion of the National High School Beauty Pageant, universally recognized as the absolute prettiest high school girl in all of Japan, possessing a mature goddess-like charm that effortlessly captivates both men and women alike. Yuuya admits to himself that he is definitely one of her many admirers, but he is completely baffled as to how she even found his house, since they are not in the same class and have literally never spoken a single word to each other before. Kid innocently leans in and asks what is wrong, gently pointing out that Yuuya's face has suddenly turned completely bright red. She gets worried that he might have caught a terrible cold, prompting a completely flustered Yuuya to frantically insist that he is perfectly healthy and absolutely does not have a fever. Unconvinced by his panic, Kid decides she needs to verify it herself just to be safe. Closing the distance between them, Kid boldly presses her hand directly against his forehead to physically check his temperature. Feeling the sheer heat radiating from him, Kid playfully confirms that he actually is a bit feverish after all, sending Yuuya into an absolute state of internal panic over the overwhelming and unexpected proximity of the school idol. Kid gently suggests he should probably visit a hospital, but a frantic Yuuya writes it off as her imagination and desperately changes the subject, demanding to know why she actually showed up at his house and what she meant by offering help. The direct question finally snaps Kid back to her original mission. Getting back to business, Kid politely requests permission to step inside his house. With the terrifying loan shark still lurking right behind his door, a profusely sweating Yuuya forces a painfully strained smile and desperately tries to decline her request. Yuuya internally reasons that while Taka-san and his tough crew are genuinely nice guys, deep down a refined girl like Kid would probably literally faint from shock if she suddenly came face to face with the intimidating mobsters. His desperate attempt to keep her away is instantly ruined when Taka-san loudly calls his name from the hallway. The imposing underworld boss steps right into view, flanked by his suited henchmen, immediately noticing the unexpected guest and bluntly ordering Yuuya to send her packing, since they have some very serious business to attend to. Yuuya internally loses his mind over the incredibly catastrophic timing, furious that Taka-san and his entire squad of scary men decided to reveal themselves at the exact moment he was actively trying to shoo Kid away to protect her from seeing them. One of the suited men stammers in absolute shock, barely able to form a word as he completely freezes up at the sight of the unexpected visitor. The henchmen completely lose their tough composure, instantly recognizing her as Hitotsuba Kid, and quietly marveling at how she looks even cuter in person than she does on the internet. Completely out of the loop, Taka-san confusedly asks his subordinates if they actually know the young lady, prompting them to look at their boss in absolute disbelief that he does not recognize the famous school idol. Yuuya quickly steps in to clear up the confusion, gesturing toward the unexpected guest and formally introducing her to the underworld boss as the reigning prettiest high school girl in all of Japan. Ignoring the casual introductions, Kid shifts her focus entirely to the intimidating loan shark, addressing him strictly by his full name and calmly stating that she has been wanting to speak directly with him. Without missing a beat, she drops a massive bombshell by casually wondering if addressing him by his official title as the lieutenant of the Haratsu Syndicate would be more appropriate for their meeting. Taka-san and his henchmen immediately freeze up in tension, while Yuuya stares in absolute horror, completely mind-blown over how a pure school idol could possibly know about the mobster's exact criminal affiliation and high-ranking underworld status. Knowing Kid should have absolutely zero connection to the bloody criminal underworld, Yuuya desperately tries to de-escalate the situation as Taka-san drops his friendly act and glares dangerously. The frantic teenager begs the mobster to calm down and stop making scary faces, hilariously reminding him of his past promise to be a gentle guy after accidentally making kids cry at a festival shooting gallery. Taka-san genuinely apologizes to Yuuya for losing his temper, but sternly clarifies that his past promise to act friendly has absolutely nothing to do with this highly suspicious current situation. Turning his full intimidating presence back onto Kid, the syndicate lieutenant demands to know exactly how she discovered his true identity and who she really is behind the innocent school uniform she s with Yuuya. Kid cheerfully reintroduces herself to the intimidating mobster, completely unbothered by the fact that he does not remember her name at all. She then brutally roasts him, claiming he probably lacks the brain power to remember it anyway, and calling his intimidation tactics the behavior of a simple-minded baboon, instantly pissing the mob boss off. Taking the insult even further, Kid mockingly apologizes for disrespecting primates with the comparison, before casually roasting his absolutely terrible taste in neckties. Yuuya internally panics, completely terrified and bewildered as to why the school idol is actively fanning the flames and provoking a dangerous criminal with a bright smile on her face. He desperately hopes she realizes that Taka-san is actually an incredibly capable and dangerous man who clawed his way up to the number 2 spot in the syndicate at a young age through some highly questionable methods. Trying to maintain his tough guy persona, Taka-san warns Kid that her sharp tongue would normally earn her a severe punishment if she were not Yuuya's friend, though Yuuya immediately notices the mobster is actually staggering back with literal tears in his eyes from the brutal necktie insult. Yuuya silently sympathizes with the surprisingly sensitive gangster, completely understanding that getting utterly destroyed by a gorgeous girl the second you meet her would make any man want to cry, which prompts Taka-san to defensively snap at Yuuya for seemingly mocking him too. Startled, Yuuya quickly assures himself that he deeply respects Taka-san and definitely was not making fun of him, while the mob boss just sighs and decides to drop the embarrassing issue entirely. Getting serious again, Taka-san stares Kid down and points out that despite all her deliberate provocations, she still has not actually answered his question about who she really is. Instead of explaining herself, Kid simply drops the name Hitotsuba Yuakairu, confidently asking if it sounds familiar and instantly sending a massive wave of shock right across Taka-san's face. Kid calmly drops another massive bombshell on the sweating mobster, cheerfully revealing that the big shot chief of the National Police Agency's Investigations Bureau is actually her beloved uncle, and he absolutely dotes on her just as much as her own father does. With a mischievous little wink, she casually threatens that her uncle might just abuse his massive police authority if she asked him for a tiny favor, before laying down her real terms. She demands the loan sharks leave Yuuya completely alone, promising to wire the exact staggering sum of over 36 million yen to them at a later date to cover the entire debt plus interest. Yuuya mentally scrambles to hit the brakes on the rapidly escalating situation, completely bewildered after standing by in absolute silence as a high school girl casually weaponized the police force and offered to drop millions of yen on his behalf. His brain practically short-circuits trying to process the sheer absurdity of the school idol having a top-tier police executive for an uncle, and somehow being completely willing to personally shoulder his deadbeat dad's massive financial ruin. The overwhelming sheer magnitude of the cash involved instantly sends Yuuya spiraling into a dizzying state of delirium, where he starts hearing imaginary birds just as an older woman's voice suddenly snaps from the hallway to scold Kid for running off on her own. Two nearly identical stunning women step into the doorway, with the older one politely excusing the intrusion and introducing herself as Kid's mother Hitotsuba Sakurako, while smoothly adding that she also happens to be a practicing lawyer. Sakurako turns her absolute focus right onto the imposing mobster, addressing him directly by his syndicate rank and name, as she notes that he seems to have gotten himself involved in a rather messy situation. Fixing the underworld boss with a dangerously sharp glare, the lawyer coolly points out that cornering a high school student over a massive debt is an incredibly risky line of business for his syndicate to be dabbling in right now. Yuuya silently marvels at how Sakurako manages to maintain a perfectly gentle smile, while her words slice through the room like a razor-sharp blade, admitting that the sheer crushing pressure radiating off the lawyer is so intense that even a seasoned underworld lieutenant like Taka-san is visibly losing his nerve just standing in front of her. Sweating bullets under the intense legal and authoritative threats being effortlessly thrown at him by the powerful mother-daughter duo, a heavily stressed Taka-san can only manage to stammer out a demand to know exactly what the terrifying lawyer means. Yuuya notices that Taka-san has somehow managed to regain his cool as the loan shark points out that they only want their money back. Taka-san argues that even if Yuuya is not directly to blame for his dad escaping abroad with the cash, there is really no other option but to make the teenager pay for the debt, which Yuuya immediately rejects. Taka-san tries to assert that his logic is completely reasonable, but Yuuya can see right through the act and notes that the heavily sweating mobster is clearly just putting up a very shaky front. Kid quickly shuts down the argument, calmly stating that there is absolutely no logic to his demands, and pointing out that his entire money-lending operation is illegal to begin with. The lieutenant scoffs at her words, declaring that he would not even be in the business if he got easily scared by empty legal threats, and asks what a lawyer actually expects to achieve against them. The massive loan shark stands his ground and looms over Kid, aggressively demanding to know exactly what she thinks she can do to stop them. Yuuya watches the tense standoff in disbelief, marveling at how the older man is putting himself through the ringer by acting tough and maintaining a dignified criminal persona, despite breaking out in a massive cold sweat. Rather than backing down from the intimidation, Kid simply prepares to speak and deliver her next counter-argument. Taking a completely unexpected turn, Kid blushes happily and proudly announces that her father is the coolest man in all of Japan. The sudden and childish response leaves the sweat-drenched mobster completely dumbfounded, while a highly amused Yuuya has to cover his mouth to hold back his laughter. Kid continues to gush about her father's hard work and their highly affectionate daily family routines at home, leaving the completely flustered boss stammering in shock and frantically demanding to know how she could possibly know such private details about his personal life. Kid playfully teases the lawyer about how daring it is to be kissing in front of a first grader, acting overly concerned about what a child might grow up thinking if they constantly witness that kind of behavior. Taka-san bows deeply in absolute submission, as Kid smugly points out just how terrifying this particular mother-daughter duo truly is. Kid casually continues her verbal assault by bringing up how Taka-san definitely lied to his wife about being a normal salaryman, noting that he could not possibly keep up that charade in front of his extremely doting daughter. Taka-san frantically tries to defend himself by insisting that his family has absolutely nothing to do with their current business, which Kid smoothly uses as leverage to declare that Yuuya's parents' debt should similarly only be paid by the parents themselves. She firmly lays down the law, officially stating that Yuuya holds absolutely no legal or moral responsibility to clear the massive debt his deadbeat parents dumped on him. Yuuya remains completely frozen in tense silence as he watches the beautiful high schooler completely corner the imposing underworld boss. Stepping in, Yuuya admits he does not know much about the law but feels obligated to clean up his parents' mess, because Taka-san has always treated him like a real younger brother, prompting the lawyer to point out that sentiment alone will definitely not satisfy the furious syndicate boss. To finally settle the massive ordeal, the lawyer smoothly slides an envelope forward and proposes they make a formal deal. Taka-san checks the contents and completely loses his tough guy composure, stammering in absolute disbelief, as he demands to know if they have completely lost their minds to offer something like this. When a baffled Taka-san questions if she is really just a simple legal professional, the woman playfully winks and insists she is totally ordinary, casually adding that the only real difference is her employer just happens to be incredibly wealthy. Taka-san completely surrenders, raising his hands in defeat and deciding to end their intense talk right there. He firmly promises that he will never lay a single finger on Yuuya, leaving the teenager utterly confused by the sudden change in tune. A thoroughly creeped out Yuuya demands to know what the mobster means by that, finding it impossible to believe that the tiny envelope Keed brought could actually contain enough cash to entirely wipe out his massive 36 million yen debt. Bringing the chaotic situation back under control, Keed cheerfully claps her hands together to wrap up the business transaction. With a bright smile, Keed happily confirms that the massive debt owed by Yuuya's dad, whom she casually refers to as a fucking asshole, is completely repaid in full. Yuuya is completely taken aback by her blunt insult, wondering if her notoriously foul-mouthed mother actually knows his deadbeat dad, though he internally agrees that his father is indeed a total jerk. Taka-san formally agrees with her assessment, securing the envelope in his suit pocket and stating that the massive payment absolutely covers the entire ridiculous amount they lent to that moron. With the heavy burden officially lifted, the imposing mobster warmly congratulates Yuuya, genuinely relieved that the kid can finally go back to living a completely straight and honest life. Yuuya awkwardly agrees but quickly admits that he is completely lost, having serious trouble keeping up with the ridiculously fast pace of the conversation and the sudden miraculous resolution of his doom. Seeing him so overwhelmed, Keed steps in to comfort him, gently taking his hand in hers with a warm and reassuring smile to help ground him. She softly tells a heavily blushing Yuuya to just relax and promises to explain absolutely everything that just happened, swearing that the whole crazy ordeal is going to be perfectly fine and that he has absolutely nothing to worry about. Catching the sweet moment between the two teenagers, Taka-san tactfully decides it is time for his tough crew to bounce, suggesting they leave the youngsters entirely alone to talk things out in private. Keed cheerfully offers Taka-san a cup of tea, suggesting they sit down and chat as fellow victims of Yuuya's completely deadbeat dad. The intimidating mob boss flatly refuses the sweet invitation, bluntly stating that getting any more involved with her would only bring him a massive headache, before quickly ordering his suited crew to move out. As Keed smoothly grabs Yuuya's hand, Taka-san solemnly declares that their relationship is officially over. The tough underworld lieutenant notes that with the massive financial mess finally settled, he highly doubts their paths will ever cross again. Taka-san offers one final surprisingly gentle farewell, telling the young teenager to take good care of himself as he walks away for good. Yuuya watches him leave, completely unimpressed by the dramatic mobster exit, since he actually knows exactly where Taka-san lives. He mentally notes that the tough guy's wife practically invited him over anytime, because their young daughter deeply misses him, completely ruining the cool and serious farewell vibe. The sharp-suited woman who arrived with Keed wraps up the business deal, officially declaring the matter settled and leaving the rest of the fallout to her daughter. Keed cheerfully thanks her mother as the older woman heads out the door. With the terrifying mobsters and her mother finally gone, Keed turns her full attention back to a completely bewildered Yuuya, politely apologizing for startling him with the sudden and chaotic home invasion. Dropping her pure school idol act for a split second to curse out Yuuya's deadbeat dad, Keed quickly recovers and explains that his father actually asked her to clear the massive debt so Yuuya could rest easy. She reassures the stunned teenager that while things definitely will not be the same as before, he will at least get to keep his normal high school life. A heavy silence falls over the apartment as the two teenagers are left standing completely alone in the hallway, still holding hands after the absolute whirlwind of a 30 million yen debt settlement. Yuuya suddenly panics when he realizes Keed is trembling violently. He frantically asks if she is okay, but a heavily blushing and sweating Kid stubbornly denies it, unconvincingly insisting that she is not shaking at all despite barely holding herself together. Her tough facade completely crumbles as she rapidly rambles a massive wall of panicked excuses, desperately denying that acting fearless in front of the scary loan sharks completely drained her. She frantically insists that the delayed terror definitely is not making her legs give out now that they are finally safe, even as she nervously talks his ear off to cope with the massive adrenaline crash. Yuuya realizes that despite her incredibly brave front, Kid was actually completely terrified of the imposing Yakuza boss the entire time. Trying to comfort her after the intense standoff, he gently takes her hand to steady her nerves. Yuuya suggests she take a breather in the living room while he makes some tea so they can finally talk things out properly. Kid agrees, promising to explain everything from the beginning, and notes that while his parents' massive debt was successfully paid off, it came with one specific condition. The mere mention of a condition instantly fills Yuuya with a deep sense of dread. With a bright, cheerful smile, she drops an absolute bombshell, declaring that the one non-negotiable condition is that he has to start living with her. Yuuya's brain practically short-circuits as he blankly processes her completely absurd demand, utterly stunned by the sudden turn of events. He frantically tries to make sense of the situation, wondering if he somehow misheard her, or if she is just pulling a massive prank, completely baffled by the crazy idea of cohabiting with the most popular girl in school. A wave of pure terror washes over him as he realizes that if they actually move in together, he is basically guaranteeing his own assassination by every single jealous guy at school and her massive nationwide fan base. Completely oblivious to his internal panic attack, Kid calmly reassures him that she will explain all the details once they sit down. She flashes him an incredibly charming smile over her shoulder, calling out his first name with a level of casual familiarity that totally catches him off guard. Yuuya admits to himself that her goddess-like smile completely captivated him for a second, but he quickly notices the one glaring flaw in her confident act: her legs are still visibly shaking uncontrollably from the lingering fear of the mobsters. With the initial tension finally broken, the two of them settle down in the living room to have a proper serious discussion about their completely insane new living arrangement. Kid decides to cut straight to the chase, telling Yuuya that she is going to summarize his entire chaotic situation in just a few simple words. She drops an absolute bombshell of an explanation, cheerfully informing Yuuya that he has officially become her personal property. With a bright, sweet smile, she wraps up her incredibly brief statement by declaring that there is absolutely nothing more to it. As the new chapter begins, her absurd declaration hangs heavily in the air as they sit together in the living room, leaving the reality of his new situation completely unavoidable. She confidently stands by her incredibly brief summary, acting as if her wild claim is perfectly normal and requires absolutely no further explanation. Yuuya takes a deep breath, closes his eyes, and calmly tells her that he understands exactly what she just said. He immediately snaps and accuses her of having absolutely no intention of actually explaining the situation, while she innocently wonders if her attempt to keep things short and simple was somehow a bad idea. Yuuya frantically yells that it is obviously terrible, demanding to know when he became her property and begging her not to treat him like some bought pet, which only seems to give Kid a highly suspicious new idea. Grinning with absolute delight at his outburst, Kid happily announces that from this day forward, Yuuya is officially going to be her personal pet. Yuuya is left completely exasperated, realizing she is fully ignoring his complaints and just enjoying how nice her weird fantasy sounds. As Kid completely loses herself in her bizarre pet fantasy, Yuuya quietly sips his tea while mentally admitting that it is honestly criminal for her to look so picture-perfect, even while acting totally ridiculous. Snapping back to reality, Kid finally apologizes for having a bit too much fun and asks where they left off, prompting Yuuya to dryly remind her that they were discussing exactly why he was suddenly considered her property. Kid cheerfully confirms his reminder, finally getting back on track to explain the actual reason behind the bizarre ownership arrangement. She gets straight to the point, dropping the massive bombshell that the entire situation happened because Yuuya's deadbeat father literally came crying to her mother to beg for help. Yuuya silently wonders why his dad would approach her mother, prompting Kid to explain that their parents were actually childhood friends who went to the same schools all the way through graduation, though they had completely lost contact after that, despite her mother hearing plenty of bad rumors about his uselessness. She reveals that the long radio silence officially broke just a month ago when his dad suddenly called her mother out of nowhere with a desperate plea for help. Kid explains that her mother initially wanted to refuse, since his dad's massive financial ruin was entirely his own foolish fault, bluntly adding that she even considered Yuuya's enabling mother to be just as guilty for constantly cheering the idiot on. As Yuuya seethes with anger and mentally vows to beat his completely useless dad to a pulp, the second he returns from overseas, Kid notes that her mother's harsh stance only faltered when the desperate man started sobbing with one final plea. She reveals his father's ultimate request was to at least save his son from the fallout, leaving Yuuya completely stunned by the unexpected sliver of parental care hidden within the massive mess. Kid continues recounting the phone call, noting that Yuuya's father was crying his eyes out as he begged the lawyer to spare his son, insisting that the teenager had done absolutely nothing wrong and possessed a bright future that he refused to completely ruin. Yuuya silently reasons that Sakurako had absolutely no logical reason to agree to such a pathetic plea, as it would normally just add fuel to the fire. He mentally scolds his idiot dad for thinking a flimsy, desperate beg would work on a top-tier lawyer who just saw his son as some random kid. Catching on to his confusion, Kid steps in and playfully notes that a smart guy like Yuuya must be wondering why her mother actually decided to help him after all. Kid cheerfully declares that the absolute only reason her family agreed to help was simply because she selfishly asked for it. A completely baffled Yuuya asks how her acting selfishly has absolutely anything to do with helping his father, pointing out the insane leap in logic required to suddenly shoulder a stranger's massive debt just because of a whim. Kid shamelessly brags that because she has always been an honest and obedient good girl, who never once acted out, her parents and grandparents were completely overjoyed the moment she finally made a selfish request, getting so ridiculously hyped they almost made traditional red rice for the occasion. Yuuya actively chooses to ignore the fact that she just straight up called herself a perfectly good girl, instead silently sweating over the massive lack of common sense her wealthy family must possess to get so overjoyed over their daughter making completely insane financial demands. Kid explains that she actually had two selfish requests, the first being her desire to specifically help Yuuya since he was entirely innocent. She bluntly clarifies that she does not care at all about what happens to his parents, but she simply could not overlook the fact that he was going to suffer for their massive mistakes. Yuuya silently wonders why someone like the famous school idol would be so concerned about a guy like him, though he admits to himself that it feels extremely nice to have someone actually worry about his well-being. Meanwhile, Kid brings up her second selfish request, casually dropping the absolute bombshell that it is the exact reason Yuuya has now officially become her personal property. Taking a brief pause to emphasize her point, Kid firmly declares that no matter what the circumstances are, her final request must be fulfilled. She boldly announces that she wants to live with him, instantly causing Yuuya to completely lose his mind and scream out in absolute panic that the entire situation is making even less sense now than it did before. Yuuya completely loses his mind, screaming that skipping crucial steps like a confession and a proposal to instantly demand they live together is way beyond just being a little selfish. Unfazed by his absolute panic, Kid gently starts to explain her reasoning. Blushing deeply, the stunning school idol drops all pretenses and softly confesses that she simply just wants to be with him. Taking massive critical damage from her sheer adorableness, Yuuya internally screams that her direct attack is completely unfair. He frantically reasons to himself that hearing a flawless goddess-like girl sincerely declare she wants to be with him is a lethal combo that would instantly bring absolutely any man straight to his knees. Kid cheerfully continues her crazy explanation, revealing that her entire family actually got super hyped over her first love and her rare moment of selfishness, which prompted her dad to quickly prep the massive check, while her mom tracked down Yuuya's deadbeat father. She slides a formal document across the table, boldly stating that this is the final arrangement they all agreed upon, while a completely stunned Yuuya gets entirely hung up on her casually dropping the term first love. Examining the written pledge, Yuuya reads out the insane terms which state that his parents fully approve of the cohabitation and officially agree to let him be adopted into the Hitotsuba family right after he graduates high school at 18. To top off the absolute madness, the contract also explicitly states that once they start living together, his deadbeat parents are permanently banned from ever contacting him again. Staring at the document in absolute horror, Yuuya lets out a massive scream, completely losing his mind over the fact that he is not just moving in with the school idol, but is actively scheduled to marry her and get permanently adopted into her ultra-rich family immediately after graduation. His brain completely short-circuits trying to process how his deadbeat parents could actually approve of this insane arrangement, realizing with absolute dread that the document is already fully signed and legally binds him to his ridiculous new fate. Accepting the ridiculous reality, Yuuya can vividly picture his late mother cheerfully signing him away while casually insisting it will definitely make him happy. Catching his exhausted look, Keed quickly steps in and tells him to please not worry about a thing. The cheerful school idol drops her absolute ultimate master plan, explaining that since Yuuya is way too kind-hearted to just comfortably leech off her massive wealth, he will simply work directly under her father after the adoption. She proudly declares that the final agreement guarantees he will eventually take over as the president of the entire Hitotsuba mega corporation, leaving absolutely no room for him to escape. Yuuya is completely mind-blown by the sheer absurdity of the situation, noting that while his own parents are totally irresponsible, Keed's wealthy family is on a completely different level of crazy for allowing a random high schooler they have never met to marry their precious only daughter and instantly inherit the role of future company president. Keed quickly shuts down his spiraling thoughts by confirming that both of their families have officially given their full blessing to the crazy arrangement, bluntly adding that he unfortunately possesses absolutely zero right to refuse the deal anyway. Leaving no room for negotiation, she chillingly asks him if he actually understands the horrible consequences that would follow if he foolishly tried to reject the marriage and the massive debt buyout. A thoroughly defeated Yuuya immediately agrees that he has a pretty solid idea of his impending doom, fully expecting to either be worked to death as a literal corporate slave for the massive Hitotsuba conglomerate or unceremoniously banished to a manga-style underground labor camp to rot away in eternal misery. Keed praises Yuuya for having good judgment, pointing out that if he actually refused her deal, she would force him to serve as her exclusive butler for the rest of his life. She casually explains that being her butler would be a complete nightmare because kissing or any intimate contact would be totally out of the question, leaving him to endure the absolute torture of never being allowed to touch her, even if she shows off her completely defenseless side. Yuuya realizes he has stumbled into a completely different kind of hell, his mind reeling over the fact that he is actually hearing the pure and proper school idol casually throw around words like naughty and kissing. He can easily tell she is pushing past her own limits since her face is completely flushed from embarrassment. When she imagines a forbidden butler and lady romance, she instantly shoots down the idea as strictly forbidden, even though Yuuya secretly thinks that kind of setup does not sound too bad at all. She firmly lays down the law that there will be absolutely no forbidden love affairs, prompting Yuuya to counter that a secret relationship actually has its own special appeal. She eagerly asks if a wholesome pure love is not much better, since they would be able to proudly declare their feelings to everyone, leaving a completely overwhelmed Yuuya wondering how she can possibly be this incredibly cute. Yuuya reflects that the girl sitting in front of him is completely different from her unapproachable, flawless idol persona at school, realizing that this cute, innocent girl who acts like a typical shoujo manga fan might actually be her true self. He silently wonders if this makes him one of the incredibly rare guys who actually gets to see the true face of Hitotsuba Keed. Snapping back to the discussion, Yuuya formally accepts her negotiation and admits that he never actually intended to refuse, since the prospect of getting to live with and marry someone as amazing as her is basically a godsend. He acknowledges that the entire crazy arrangement feels like an absolute dream come true. Yuuya internally accepts his new reality, hyping himself up over the fact that he gets to marry a transcendent beauty and eventually become a company president. But his thoughts are abruptly derailed when Keed suddenly grabs onto his shoulder, prompting a panicked Yuuya to ask if she is in pain. Keed quietly clarifies that she is not actually hurting anywhere, leaving a completely bewildered Yuuya to ask why she suddenly grabbed him. He is completely caught off guard when Keed points out that he is actually the one crying, prompting him to wipe his face in absolute confusion as the tears stream down his cheeks. Yuuya frantically questions why his chest feels like it is about to completely burst open, and why he cannot stop crying, utterly baffled by his own intense emotional reaction, right after finally being freed from his terrible parents. Sensing his immense emotional exhaustion after the insane whiplash of the day, Keed gently wraps her arms around him and pulls him into a warm, comforting embrace. Flashing him a tender, reassuring smile, Keed softly promises that everything is going to be completely fine now because she is going to be right by his side. Keed warmly promises that she will absolutely always be right by his side no matter what happens. Overwhelmed by the intense emotional release, Yuuya finally gives in and completely surrenders to the moment, fully accepting her comforting support after trying to carry such a massive burden all by himself. She gently reassures him that since his entire family just vanished and left him behind, it makes total sense for him to be feeling incredibly lonely right now. Calling him affectionately by his first name, Keed insists that from this point forward he needs to let himself be just as happy as he was sad. The sweet atmosphere instantly shatters when Keed casually instructs him to start packing his things, immediately casually dropping the bombshell that they are going to completely demolish his house. Yuuya practically blue screens at the sudden escalation, desperately asking if she is just pulling a cruel prank about completely wiping his childhood home off the map. Keed smoothly lays out her ruthless real estate plan, explaining that once the lot is fully cleared, they will just build a brand new property to rent out and generate some solid passive income. While Yuuya silently sheds a tear over his rapidly vanishing normal life, Keed happily assures him that she already has their brand new love nest, perfectly prepared, cheerfully suggesting they use their Saturday off from school to go furniture shopping together. Completely lost in the chaotic whirlwind of her absolute control over his future, Yuuya desperately questions how his life suddenly spiraled into this exact situation. Fully accepting his bizarre new reality, a defeated Yuuya realizes that he definitely inherited his deadbeat dad's chaotic genetics, admitting to himself that he really just agreed to a massive life-altering decision entirely in the spur of the moment. As the new chapter kicks off, the sheer, unbelievable scale of his predicament fully sinks in when he learns about Hitotsuba Electrical Appliances, an absolute titan of an electronics manufacturer, celebrating its monumental centennial anniversary as one of Japan's most globally recognized enterprises. Keed proudly details how her family's mega corporation dominates everything from household tech to electric vehicles and global infrastructure, revealing that her father is the fourth-generation leader who firmly believes in proving their worth through pure effort, rather than coasting on hereditary stereotypes. Yuuya listens in absolute awe, quickly putting the pieces together and realizing that she is fully expected to eventually inherit this incredibly massive empire. Flashing a completely innocent and cheerful smile, Keed leans in and casually tells him to make sure he is thoroughly prepared for his new role. Yuuya instantly breaks out in a cold sweat, completely understanding the need for hard work, but mentally screaming that dumping the responsibility of eventually leading a world-renowned enterprise with tens of thousands of employees onto a mere high school freshman is a literal death sentence. Already meticulously planning out his entire future for him, Keed cheerfully decides that it would be best if he attended a solid public or prestigious private university first to get a proper education. A completely baffled Yuuya interrupts her college scheming, pointing out the obvious flaw in her logic by questioning if attending university means he actually will not be immediately thrown into the meat grinder of working at her father's massive company. Keed immediately scoffs at the idea, demanding to know if he seriously intends to waste his precious college years goofing off at a part-time job or a college club instead of studying directly under her father. Yuuya completely loses his mind as he realizes she is actively projecting her own wild fantasies onto him, aggressively accusing him of wanting to join a drinking circle or find a cute older girl at work to baby and pamper him. Cringing hard at her massive leap in logic, Yuuya internally notes that those bizarre scenarios are entirely her own crazy delusions, since he literally never said a single word about wanting any of that. Ignoring his internal panic, Kid bluntly tells him to just focus all his attention entirely on her. She praises him as a hard worker, and confidently declares that no matter how bizarre or unique his personal fetishes might be, she is fully prepared to wonderfully exceed every single one of his expectations. Closing the distance with a cheeky wink, Kid playfully, but firmly demands that he absolutely must not go doing those kinds of things with any other girls, leaving Yuuya utterly flustered and speechless by her bold request. Completely worn down by her overwhelming pace, Yuuya numbly surrenders and blindly agrees to her ridiculous demands. Desperate to change the incredibly dangerous subject, he awkwardly calls out her last name to get her attention back on track. Yuuya finally asks the burning question of why she actually went so far to help him, especially since he genuinely thought they completely did not know each other at all. He firmly points out that they have barely ever spoken a single word to each other at school, which a smiling Kid cheerfully agrees with, before dropping a massive turning point into her explanation. She catches him completely off guard by casually revealing that she has actually been watching him the entire time, specifically keeping a very close eye on his after-school soccer club practices. Kid brings up a certain day back in the summer, prompting Yuuya to internally reflect that playing soccer is actually one of the very few commitments he has passionately stuck with ever since he was a little kid. She fondly recalls standing by the fence and spotting a lone soccer club member still out on the field, fiercely kicking the ball all by himself long after the sun had already set, and absolutely everyone else had packed up and gone home. She explains how she watched him earnestly kicking the ball toward the goal day after day, regardless of the pouring rain, completely captivated by the rare, intense look of pure desperation on his face that he usually kept entirely hidden from the rest of the school. Kid warmly admits that the fiercely driven boy completely stole her attention before she even realized it, leaving her deeply intrigued, because he proved to be someone who could actually pour his entire heart into a goal and give it his absolute all, a passionate trait she felt made him entirely different from herself. Flashing a genuinely sweet smile, Kid confesses that from that exact day onwards, she was always secretly rooting for him from the sidelines, and constantly praying that all his intense dedication and hard work would finally be rewarded. Her bright expression softly falls as she sadly admits that her heartfelt prayers ultimately did not reach him, a grim reality. Yuuya immediately confirms by bluntly stating that his hard work definitely did not pay off. Recalling his total exhaustion on the field, Yuuya explains that his grueling daily practice ultimately failed to bear any real fruit, completely crushing his grand dream of making it to the nationals when his team was brutally eliminated in just the third round of the district tournament. Kid explains that despite suffering a crushing defeat, the boy she was watching never once lost his hope. She reveals that she saw him right back out there kicking his soccer ball completely alone the very next day, deeply impressing her with his incredibly strong heart and sheer refusal to give in to despair. Kid warmly confesses that from that exact moment, her heart became completely glued to him. A completely humbled Yuuya nervously deflects the heavy praise, insisting that he really is not the splendid and amazing person she thinks he is. Unbothered by his modesty, Kid fiercely declares that she has fallen deeply in love with his passion, vowing to do absolutely whatever it takes to make him hers before anyone else realizes how charming he truly is. Yuuya internally admits that being adored by the prettiest girl in Japan is an incredible feeling, but he realizes that while she watched him from afar, he actually knows absolutely nothing about her, ultimately leaving him totally unsure of his own true feelings. Gathering his thoughts, Yuuya honestly tells Kid that while he is genuinely thrilled to receive a confession from such a beautiful girl, he simply does not know enough about her yet. Because of that massive gap in their relationship, he gently but firmly admits that he cannot give her a proper response to her romantic feelings right now. Instead of being disappointed, Kid cheerfully accepts his realistic answer, claiming that his honest response actually makes her favorability of him skyrocket, since it proves he is exactly the stand-up guy she fell for. She completely understands that he cannot just blindly accept her feelings based on her cute outward appearance alone, without actually knowing her true self, a totally rational point that Yuuya internally agrees with, since he firmly believes genuine love takes way more than just surface-level attraction. Yuuya contemplates his criteria for dating, explaining that relationships based purely on physical appearances collapse incredibly fast. For him, a partner must be someone he can actually have fun with, who is willing to stay by his plain old self, and who will genuinely look at his inner qualities without any shallow judgments. Just then, a suspicious giggle echoes through the room as Keed internally celebrates how her slightly forceful plan to eliminate all dating obstacles has turned out to be an absolute success. She begins to loudly fantasize about eventually making Yuuya confess his love and kiss her, even imagining herself pinning him down on the spot, which leaves the teenager sweating in sheer disbelief at her wildly unhinged thoughts. Yuuya dryly notes that her cherished public image as a refined school beauty has completely crumbled to pieces, though he admits he is starting to understand her better now that he sees the massive, hilarious gap between her home and school personalities. Keed playfully points out that everyone wears a mask, including Yuuya himself, arguing that his quiet persona at home is entirely different from the cool, athletic guy who plays soccer at school. She then slyly asks him which version of her is the act, and which is the real deal, prompting Yuuya to smoothly respond that both her cute, hyperactive side and her elegant school persona are great in their own ways. He explains that he cannot really draw a final conclusion without more information, but clever-mindedly flips her own logic back on her by suggesting they can just take their time to gradually understand each other. He further explains that while her composed, dignified school side is cool and reliable, her red-faced, delusional gap Mo at home is incredibly cute, sending a heavily blushing Keed into an absolute state of bashful panic. Enthusiastically agreeing, Keed declares that her only goal now is to learn absolutely everything about him, from his favorite foods to his deepest personal fetishes, before cheerfully proposing that they both give this relationship their absolute best effort. As she starts rambling about her highly specific personal ear-pampering preferences, a completely panicked Yuuya loudly screams for her to stop, desperately pleading that they leave the heavy details for later and focus on getting to know each other normally first. Yuuya completely mentally collapses, lamenting how Keed effortlessly drops massive bombshells on him the second he lets his guard down. He admits that dealing with her constant unpredictability and adorable flustered expressions is just absolutely exhausting, making it totally impossible to figure out what she is actually plotting. Deciding that they have wasted enough time messing around, Keed smoothly shifts gears and casually suggests they should finally start packing up his belongings. She instructs him to just grab his absolute bare essentials so they can get moving immediately, prompting a totally bewildered Yuuya to ask where exactly they are supposed to be going. Without missing a single beat, Keed cheerfully winks and boldly announces that they are heading straight to their brand new love nest, instantly short-circuiting Yuuya's brain all over again. The horrifying reality finally crushes Yuuya as he processes that she fully expects them to literally start cohabiting under the exact same roof, starting from this very day. Fast forward to 9 at night, Yuuya suddenly finds himself being chauffeured around the city in the back of an insanely expensive imported luxury car. Sitting right next to him is Keed, the very mastermind who actually summoned the ridiculous ride and its driver in the first place. Yuuya notes that her entire vibe has completely shifted from her earlier playful antics, leaving him genuinely captivated by her sudden mature and dignified elegance as they drive through the night. Yuuya finally speaks up, admitting he feels a bit embarrassed to ask, but pointing out that Keed still has not actually told him where the car is taking them. Keed cheerfully reminds him that she already mentioned they are moving straight into their new love nest, happily adding that her dad made absolutely sure to secure the best room available for them. Yuuya nervously asks if she is going to suddenly reveal that this entire arrangement is just a massive lie. When Keed simply responds with a confused head tilt, Yuuya frantically begs her to stop doing that, complaining that her overwhelming combination of pure sincerity and cuteness is totally messing with his head. Trying to get back on track, Yuuya points out that they are currently driving through the popular Bay Area, noting that the entire district is packed with brand new condos that are basically the equivalent of luxury first-class hotels. He seriously questions if it is completely out of place for a couple of high school students to be living in such an insanely high-end area, but Keed just praises him for being so well-informed, declaring it an essential skill for a member of society. Yuuya modestly brushes off the praise, explaining that he only casually reads up on things during his soccer practice breaks. He bitterly notes that his deadbeat dad was way too stupid to absorb any real information, and completely relied on whatever trendy garbage was shown on TV. Keed reassures him that having that level of awareness at his age is more than enough, confidently stating that his habit of staying informed will definitely benefit him a lot when he eventually starts working under her father in the future. Flashing him a sweet and supportive smile, she tells him not to worry at all and firmly declares her absolute belief in his potential. Her genuine encouragement instantly sends Yuuya into a massive blushing fit, prompting Keed to playfully tease him about how cute he looks right, as she cheerfully announces that they have finally arrived at their destination. Staring up at a massive towering high-rise, Keed happily introduces the building as their new home, while a completely shell-shocked Yuuya loudly panics that it is literally one of the exact insanely luxurious first-class condos he was just talking about. Yuuya can barely believe his own eyes as they arrive at a massive, incredibly luxurious apartment building, silently panicking over the reality that he is actually going to start living in such a high-end place with Keed. Meanwhile, a highly enthusiastic Keed cheerfully points upward, announcing that their new home is located on the very top floor, before eagerly pulling him along inside. Yuuya is completely overwhelmed when Keed links arms with him inside the elevator, her extreme proximity making him work overtime just to keep from fainting. He notes that the family's driver had kindly insisted on carrying all of Yuuya's suitcases and clothes up to the room, later telling him with a warm smile not to steal his job when Yuuya tried to carry them himself. As the elevator climbs, Yuuya catches sight of her gentle profile and instantly finds himself flushing bright red as he struggles to maintain his composure under her warm, silent gaze. The elevator doors smoothly slide open, marking their official arrival at the luxurious top floor. Yuuya hesitantly steps into the massive, elegant entryway, completely awestruck by the incredibly clean gallery-like hallway that stretches out before him. His jaw completely drops as he gets his first full look at the main living space, which features a sprawling high-end kitchen, a massive dining area, and a luxurious lounge setup that looks like it belongs in a 5-star hotel. Keed walks right up behind a totally dumbfounded Yuuya, proudly showing off their massive new home with a giant satisfied grin on her face. She cheerfully asks him how he likes the place, prompting an incredibly overwhelmed Yuuya to frantically ask if they are actually going to live there, still completely convinced that the ultra-luxurious setup must be some kind of joke. Keed playfully points out that this is indeed his new reality, but tells him not to worry because she is actually an excellent cook, and happily promises to make him absolutely whatever he wants to eat. Yuuya suggests they set up a roster to take turns cooking so she doesn't have to shoulder all the chores alone, before looking around the unbelievably massive room, and noting that the living and dining areas are easily the size of 30 tatami mats, complete with a beautiful calming furniture setup. Yuuya gets completely distracted by the insanely large furniture in the apartment, mentally noting the ridiculously oversized TV and a sofa meant for way more than 2 people, before suddenly snapping out of it and realizing he is focusing on entirely the wrong details. To make his internal panic even worse, he takes in the absolutely breathtaking, glittering night view of the city bay stretching out past the massive apartment windows. Yuuya's imagination completely runs wild as he pictures them passionately kissing against the romantic skyline and taking things way too far. He instantly snaps out of his spicy daydream in absolute panic when Keed points out his bright red face, frantically yelling out that they need to get to know each other first, and strictly declaring that illicit sexual relations are completely off the table. Instead of being weirded out by his bizarre outburst, Keed simply giggles and calls him a strange guy, cheerfully admitting that she absolutely loves how he constantly tries to be such a proper gentleman. Yuuya desperately begs her to stop raising his favorability ranking in her head, crying out that the immense pressure is going to make him lose sleep, because he is terrified of how she will react when he inevitably fails to live up to her insanely high expectations. His frantic internal panic is suddenly interrupted by the doorbell ringing, prompting Keed to happily clap her hands together and announce that it is finally time for them to grab some late dinner. Keed opens the front door to reveal the sharply dressed family driver, who politely greets Yuuya and drops off the luggage they had previously packed up from his old house. Keed happily spins back around holding a massive delivery box, cheerfully presenting it to Yuuya and announcing that their pizza dinner has officially arrived. Yuuya notes her bright smile as she holds up the budget-friendly takeout boxes, suddenly realizing with absolute shock that she actually made her fancy family driver go all the way to a cheap pizza joint to pick up their fast food. Kid warmly thanks the driver Miyamoto and innocently invites him to stay and the meal with them since he has not eaten yet. The older man politely declines the sweet offer with a raised hand, stating his shift is officially over and smoothly adding that he absolutely refuses to intrude on the young couple's romantic evening. The professional family driver Miyamoto-san politely announces his departure and bows with perfect elegance before heading out. Yuuya is highly impressed by his straight posture and spirited voice, silently noting that, despite the gray hair and the self-proclaimed old soldier label, the driver behaves like a refined, dignified gentleman. Kid warmly explains that Miyamoto-san has been a loyal professional driver since her grandfather's era, making him feel exactly like a cherished member of the family, even though he still meticulously draws strict professional boundaries. Quickly turning her focus back to their new arrangement, Kid happily suggests they stop chatting and finally dig into their meal before the food gets completely cold. Yuuya chooses not to question when she managed to order pizzas and cokes, assuming she must have done it while he was busy packing. He silently finds it incredibly endearing and surprising that a legendary school beauty can eat junk food with such pure, unfiltered glee. Kid points out that he has officially learned yet another private detail about her, prompting Yuuya to agree that he should never judge a book by its cover. He realizes that her flawless public reputation is truly just a facade, and that behind closed doors, she is no different from any normal, everyday high school girl. Holding up a can of cola, Kid flashes him a sweet, blushing smile as she once again offers her warm wishes for them to get along well under their new roof. The sweet moment is instantly ruined when Yuuya opens his can of cola only for it to aggressively spray soda directly into his face, causing a highly amused Kid to burst out laughing. Dripping wet and utterly defeated, Yuuya silently logs one final crucial lesson about the famous school idol, realizing that despite her innocent and pristine appearances, she is actually an absolute prankster at heart. After polishing off their meal and feeling completely stuffed, Kid casually announces that she is going to go ahead and take a bath, politely double-checking with Yuuya to make sure it is okay. Yuuya readily agrees without a second thought, giving her the green light to wash up. Kid happily notes that all the basic utilities like gas, electricity, and water are fully functional, so they will not have any trouble settling in for the night. Taking a quick breather, Yuuya decides to use his newly found free time to explore the rest of the house before it is his turn to hit the bathroom. He wanders through the various rooms to get a feel for his new living situation, but nervously admits that out of everything he saw, the master bedroom is the one specific spot that completely hijacked his attention and left him sweating bullets. Staring into the room, he spots a massive king-sized bed perfectly set up with 2 pillows and a D-comforter, instantly reminding him of a master suite built exclusively for a lovey-dovey married couple. His brain practically short-circuits as a heavy blush takes over his face, completely losing his mind over the terrifying realization that he might actually be expected to sleep right beside the gorgeous school idol tonight. Yuuya decides to hold off on worrying about the bedroom since there is still plenty of time before they actually have to sleep, opting to just go check out the bathroom instead. Peeking inside the washroom, he immediately notes that the bathtub is actually surprisingly massive. Realizing the tub is easily large enough for 2 people to comfortably stretch their legs out and relax, Yuuya's brain instantly jumps to the absolute wildest conclusion. He internally completely panics, frantically wondering if the huge setup means they are actually expected to bathe together. Utterly overwhelmed by his own runaway imagination, Yuuya quickly realizes this is a very bad situation for his sanity. He admits to himself that just picturing the spicy scenario is already making him feel things he definitely should not be feeling right now. Yuuya internally freaks out, completely terrified that it is only a matter of time before his entire sense of reasoning flies right out the window. He logically argues that any teenage boy living with a literal goddess like Kid is bound to let his crazy fantasies take over and make a massive mistake, only to get violently jolted out of his thoughts when a voice suddenly chimes in to say she actually would not mind at all if some mistakes happened. Yuuya completely freezes as he realizes Kid has somehow snuck up right behind him to boldly declare she would wholeheartedly welcome his mistakes. Despite her acting completely confident with a straight face, Yuuya immediately spots her legs shaking, proving she is actually incredibly nervous underneath her tough front. Taking the high road, he gently shuts her down, firmly explaining that he would never force himself on a girl, because that kind of intimacy should absolutely only happen when two people are genuinely in love. Keed clarifies that she has not actually said anything yet, but she admits that she is genuinely happy he feels that way. Flashing a mischievous smile, she playfully warns him to keep in mind that she definitely will not take back her previous comment about welcoming his advances. A completely flustered Yuuya begs her to stop saying things that constantly make his heart skip a beat, frantically admitting that he is going to end up fully falling in love with her in no time if she keeps it up. Yuuya internally accepts that completely falling for her is probably inevitable someday, but he resolves to resist those feelings just a little bit longer, so he can actually get to know the real her first. Keed boldly asks if he is really going to take a bath all by himself, but Yuuya immediately calls her out on the act, dryly pointing out that her bold flirtation completely loses its impact since she is literally trembling from nerves. A heavily shaking Keed stubbornly denies being nervous, desperately trying to blame the trembling on Yuuya's eyeballs instead, which prompts him to just laugh off her completely ridiculous excuse and insist his vision is perfectly fine. Dropping the teasing, Yuuya simply turns on the automated bath controls and starts getting the hot water ready for his shower. Yuuya firmly states that he is obviously going to bathe alone and suggests she watch some TV in the meantime, but he quickly loses his composure when she stares at him intensely, prompting him to frantically beg her not to peek under any circumstances. Keed immediately interprets his frantic warning as a classic comedy setup, enthusiastically asking if telling her not to peek is actually a secret reverse psychology signal for her to charge right in, cheerfully concluding that he clearly just wants them to bathe together. She playfully sighs in mock exasperation, teasingly telling the flustered teenager that he really needs to start being a lot more honest with her about his true desires. Yuuya internally grumbles that she is completely ignoring his complaints, noting that their roles are totally reversed in this situation. He reasons that normally she should be the one terrified of him peeking while she takes a bath, which finally catches her attention. Blushing deeply, Keed boldly counters that she would actually welcome him peeking at her. A completely flustered Yuuya begs her to make her words match her actions, since she is confusing him all while internally screaming over how ridiculously cute she looks acting all bashful. Giving in to her relentless teasing, Yuuya sarcastically agrees to peep on her whenever he gets the chance, but firmly asks her to cut him some slack since he genuinely hates being spied on himself. Keed just loudly boos his perfectly reasonable boundary. Shifting focus to the apartment's layout, Yuuya notes a bizarre inconsistency in their living setup. He points out that while the place is fully stocked with a massive TV, a recorder, and an air humidifier, it is completely missing crucial appliances like a washing machine and a refrigerator, making daily chores a huge hassle. He continues assessing the frustrating kitchen situation, observing that they have cooking pots and knives, but absolutely zero actual dishes to eat off of, leaving him completely baffled as to how he is supposed to survive like this. Keed quickly chimes in, reminding him that they are already scheduled to go shopping together tomorrow. She cheerfully lays out the itinerary to buy dishes in the morning, before hitting the appliance store for the missing washer and fridge, shamelessly adding that she would have been perfectly happy buying everything herself beforehand. Yuuya internally questions the sheer absurdity of two high schoolers going domestic shopping together like a married couple. He then brings up the obvious financial issue, asking why she does not just get all the necessary appliances directly from her dad, since he literally runs a global home appliance manufacturing empire. Keed explains that her dad specifically told them to visit the stores in person and make their own decisions on what to buy together. Keed notes that she totally agreed with her father's advice. Yuuya awkwardly admits he has absolutely no real say in the matter anyway, but confesses that he actually agrees with the logic too. He reasons that for everyday items, it is always better to physically test them out in person rather than just settling for whatever is available. Sporting a massive grin, Keed happily points out that picking out home appliances together is just genuinely fun. Yuuya completely agrees with her excitement, prompting her to cheerfully suggest that since they are officially cohabiting, they should make sure to choose things they both absolutely love. Keed giggles with pure excitement, cheerfully declaring how much she is looking forward to tomorrow. Meanwhile, Yuuya quietly stands by processing the surreal reality of his situation, and thinking to himself that his entire life has suddenly started to feel exactly like a dream. Yuuya mentally recaps the chaotic events of his day, recalling how his deadbeat dad ran away overseas, leaving behind a massive debt that almost forced Yuuya to work for the local loan sharks, only for Keed to swoop in and pay it all off. However, in return for his rescue, a completely non-negotiable deal was struck that they would live together and eventually get married regardless of his own opinions on the matter. Now that they have successfully moved into the luxurious condominium, they are scheduled to go on their very first shopping date tomorrow to pick up basic daily supplies. Yuuya humorously admits that from an outsider's perspective, his life must look completely rosy and problem-free, as if he has basically won at life, and honestly, he completely agrees with that assessment. The cozy moment takes a wild turn when Keed happily announces that the hot bath is fully ready and eagerly suggests they both jump in together so she can wash his back. Yuuya immediately panics, flicking her forehead to shut down her overly casual attempt to trick him into a highly embarrassing situation. A blushing Yuuya explains that even if she is completely unbothered by the idea, it is still incredibly embarrassing for him, gently telling her to act like a good girl and stop teasing him. Yuuya heads into the pristine, luxurious bathroom alone, where she has neatly stocked a variety of high-end premium bath supplies for him to use. Yuuya lets out a relaxed sigh as he dips into the hot water, making sure to securely lock the bathroom door behind him to prevent any unexpected intrusions. His peaceful soak is suddenly interrupted by a loud, rattling sound at the handle, causing a startled Yuuya to look toward the door in confusion. Outside the door, a frantic Keed starts slamming and rattling the handle, crying out that something is terribly wrong because the door won't open. Back in the hot tub, Yuuya simply sighs in exhaustion, realizing she must have forgotten he locked it, and sinks deeper into the warm water to ponder his next major challenge: how on earth he is going to handle their upcoming bedroom arrangements. As their new life together officially kicks off, Keed makes it absolutely clear to Yuuya that she is moving in simply because she genuinely likes him, not just to handle his parents' massive debt. Keed leans in and firmly demands to know why Yuuya is so stubbornly insisting on sleeping all by himself. Yuuya nervously notes that he finally ended up confronting this massive cohabitation problem right as he was about to head to bed after Keed finished taking her bath. Reflecting on the timeline, Yuuya explains that he was just casually relaxing in the living room and watching videos while she bathed, completely minding his own business, until he suddenly heard her calling his name from the bathroom. From the tub, Keed playfully teases him by asking if he wants to come in and take a peek at her. She boldly adds that she deliberately left the bathroom door completely unlocked, a highly tempting offer that a heavily flustered Yuuya desperately tries his absolute best to ignore. Yuuya admits he had been stressing over their complicated sleeping arrangements even during his own bath, treating the incredibly delicate dilemma like it was as complex as world politics. Deciding he isn't a loud delinquent who wants to waste his breath, arguing he opts to just calmly declare his intention to sleep on the living room sofa. Keed instantly shuts his idea down with a flat refusal, sharply insisting that his stubborn refusal to the room already makes him more than delinquent enough. She throws a massive fit, demanding to know why he would choose the sofa when they have a fluffy, comfortable bed, perfectly sized for two. Pushing her point, she dramatically threatens to start crying if he actually tries to force them into living completely separate lives on their very first day under the same roof. Yuuya internally recaps their tense situation, noting that they are now both sitting awkwardly on completely opposite ends of the massive bed to seriously debate their sleeping arrangements. He completely loses his cool, internally marveling at how insanely beautiful she looks fresh out of the bath. He frantically realizes that her flushed face makes her incredibly charming, deeply fearing that if he gets even slightly closer, he absolutely will not be able to stop his teenage impulses from taking over. Acknowledging that anyone could easily imagine exactly where those impulses might lead, Yuuya firmly stands his ground. He admits he would love to sleep in the incredibly high-quality bed too, but strictly argues that an unmarried man and woman suddenly sharing the exact same mattress is completely improper. Yuuya firmly declares that regardless of how completely fine she might be with the arrangement, he absolutely is not. Keed innocently asks, why suddenly having a bright realization as she figures out exactly what is bothering him. Keed loudly declares that she understands, completely cheerfully accusing him of being terrified that he might suddenly attack her. Yuuya instantly panics as she aggressively crawls right up to him, completely bewildered as to why she is making such a dangerous accusation, with an incredibly happy smile on her face. Overwhelmed by her rapid approach, Yuuya slips on the mattress and completely collapses backward with a loud thud. Keed gasps in surprise and immediately leans over him in genuine concern to ask if he is all right. Catching his breath, Yuuya desperately throws a hand up to stop her advance, insisting he is perfectly fine while frantically begging her to stay away. He mentally admits that if she gets any closer, he is definitely going to lose his mind completely. Catching a whiff of her scent, Yuuya notes that she smells strongly of citrus. He wonders if she somehow figured out that he absolutely loves that specific scent, internally declaring that if she planned it on purpose, she is a terrifying mastermind who would put legendary tacticians to absolute shame. Overwhelmed by the flawless combination of her shampoo and body soap, Yuuya heavily struggles to keep himself in check, silently admitting that if he finally surrendered to his primal urges, he would instantly pull her in and hold her incredibly tight. Sensing his intense internal struggle, Keed flashes a deeply mischievous smirk and smoothly tells him that it is perfectly fine. Puffing out her chest, she boldly invites him to go ahead and hug her while sniffing her as much as he wants, like an excited puppy. Keed playfully teases Yuuya, promising to hold him tight and even pet him despite the embarrassment. She confidently claims she can easily read his feelings just by looking at his face, leaving Yuuya nervously wondering if she is some kind of mind reader. She quickly brushes it off as a joke, but Yuuya internally panics over whether his expressions are really that incredibly obvious. Her bold and teasing act instantly crumbles as she quietly struggles to keep her composure, internally screaming over how completely embarrassing her own shameless words actually were. Meanwhile, Yuuya fiercely hypes himself up to resist her charm, mentally declaring that he absolutely will not give in to his desires, and stubbornly vowing to never yield to temptation. Sensing his intense determination, Keed softly concedes defeat and sighs that she will just have to give up on her dream of cuddling him to sleep tonight, though she immediately pivots to a sudden backup plan. She strictly demands that he still has to the bed, with her warning that he will definitely catch a cold if he sleeps out in the freezing living room without a proper duvet. With a mischievous wink, she casually asks if he is secretly holding out to be nursed back to health, instantly making Yuuya freeze up and frantically try to hit the brakes on her wild assumptions. Keed completely ignores his panic and casually decides that nursing him back to health sounds like an absolutely brilliant idea anyway, leaving Yuuya utterly exasperated by her stubbornness. She immediately gets lost in her own thoughts, rapidly escalating from a simple idea into full-blown giggling, as she completely succumbs to a wildly romantic and highly self-indulgent daydream about taking care of him. Panting heavily, Keed openly narrates her thirsty fantasy about stripping him down to wipe away his sweat, and admiring his bare back, forcing an incredibly flustered Yuuya to physically shut down her weird delusions with a sharp smack to the head. The sudden reprimand completely derails her wildly inappropriate train of thought, leaving a pouting Keed to groan in pain, as the firm hit brings her right back to reality. Rubbing her sore head, Keed whines that he ruined a perfectly good fantasy and playfully calls him terrible. She then smugly demands he accept a specific punishment to earn her forgiveness, prompting a completely exhausted Yuuya to sigh and question if there is any actual limit to how insanely unreasonable she can get. Closing the gap between them, Keed aggressively leans right into Yuuya's face, fixing him with an intense and demanding stare that immediately has him sweating under the heavy pressure of her stubbornness. Dropping all pretenses of maturity, the stunning school idol unleashes an absolutely devastating teary-eyed pout, puffing her cheeks out in a massive display of sheer weaponized adorableness to completely guilt-trip him. Faced with the overwhelming power of her childish tantrum, a completely exhausted Yuuya finally throws his hands up in total surrender and frankly admits utter defeat. Caving to her insane cohabitation demands, he confirms that the final compromise simply involves him sleeping in the exact same bed as her, though he frantically promises to maintain as much physical distance between them as humanly possible. Trying to logically rationalize the completely terrifying situation, Yuuya reassures himself that he is not a restless sleeper or a sleep hugger, so they should be all right, while silently stressing out that he will be in absolutely massive trouble if anything accidental actually happens during the night. Keed playfully giggles and praises Yuuya for being far too kind to just kick her out of the bed, before smoothly dropping her voice to confess that his inherent sweetness is exactly what she likes about him. She instantly follows up her sweet confession with a teasing claim that she is just kidding, flashing a massive playful grin that leaves a completely flustered Yuuya immediately averting his eyes to hide his massive blush. Yuuya internally complains that she is way too good at casually dropping lines that make his heart race, silently noting that using a simple word like feels incredibly understated given their absolutely insane living arrangement. Dropping the teasing act entirely, Keed gets dead serious and firmly clarifies that outside of her own family, he is the absolute only person she ever says that to, demanding he never mistake her genuine feelings for something trivial. The overwhelming sincerity instantly deals massive critical damage to Yuuya's already fragile composure. Unable to handle the overwhelming romantic pressure of her direct confession, a completely defeated Yuuya instantly bails and dives straight under the covers to hide his burning face, leaving a highly amused Keed to just happily watch him retreat in absolute panic. Keed smoothly shuts off the bedroom lights and sweetly tells Yuuya to go ahead and get into bed first, flashing him a charming smile as she heads out to dry her hair and wishes him a good night. Yuuya quietly echoes her good night, pulling the soft covers up as he awkwardly settles into the massive bed completely alone to wait for her. He desperately tries to force himself to sleep, but his sheer nervousness makes it completely impossible as he hyper-fixates on the awfully loud faint humming of her hair dryer. The distant buzzing eventually stops and Yuuya tenses up as Keed carefully sneaks back into the dark room to avoid making noise before quietly climbing right into bed with him. To his absolute surprise, Keed falls asleep, almost instantly letting out incredibly cute little breathing sounds that Yuuya simply listens to as he finally closes his eyes and tries to relax. Admitting that the absolutely chaotic day's events must have completely exhausted him, Yuuya finally feels his tense consciousness slipping away, peacefully drifting off to sleep right beside the stunning school idol. Yuuya suddenly finds himself standing in an empty void, silently watching the backs of his parents as they walk away from him without a single backward glance. His father formally announces that this is exactly where they part ways, advising Yuuya to take good care of himself, while his mother offers a final gentle farewell before turning away for good. Panicking as they start to completely fade into the hazy white static, a desperate Yuuya instinctively reaches out toward them. He cries out in utter distress, frantically begging them to take him along as he tries to chase after their fading silhouettes. The heavy nightmare abruptly shatters as Yuuya violently jolts awake in his new bed, his hand still desperately reaching out toward the empty ceiling while he furiously gasps for air. Covered in a cold sweat, and still trying to calm his racing heart, he blearily realizes that the entire traumatic farewell was just a bad dream. He slowly sits up next to a peacefully sleeping Keed, quietly slipping out from under the heavy blankets so he does not disturb her rest. Pulling at the back of his sweat-drenched pajama shirt, Yuuya curses under his breath and bitterly complains about having to endure such an incredibly awful nightmare. He drags himself into the bathroom to cool off, quietly standing alone as the heavy lingering emotions from the dream refuse to fade away. The brutal reality of his actual situation finally crashes down on him as he solemnly mutters to himself that his own parents really did just completely abandon him to face the world alone. Yuuya internally accepts the absolute reality of his situation, admitting that Keed completely saved him from total ruin, and that their sudden cohabitation is now an established, unchangeable fact. Reflecting on his past, Yuuya solemnly notes that despite all the ups and downs of his chaotic childhood, he always genuinely believed his parents would stick around forever, making their sudden decision to completely abandon him sting even more. The crushing weight of the betrayal finally breaks him, causing Yuuya to completely collapse to the floor in tears, as he desperately asks the empty room why his mom and dad didn't just take him along when they fled. Utterly overwhelmed by the massive abandonment, he just stays slumped on the ground, silently sobbing into his hands, as the grim reality of his permanently shattered family life washes over him. The heartbreaking moment is instantly interrupted when Kid suddenly calls his name from the doorway, prompting a completely startled Yuuya to furiously wipe away his tears and scramble to compose himself. Trying to play it off as a hallucination, Yuuya convinces himself that he was just hearing things in his highly emotional state, reasoning that there was absolutely no way Kid would randomly wake up when she had been sleeping so soundly just a few minutes prior. Carefully sneaking back into the bedroom to avoid making any unnecessary noise and waking her, Yuuya is immediately greeted by an incredibly bizarre and unexpected sight. He stares in absolute confusion as he realizes that the beautiful school idol is sleeping perfectly peacefully. But for some completely baffling reason, she has migrated entirely over to his specific side of the mattress. Yuuya internally questions how she even managed to get over there, distinctly remembering that she originally went to sleep on the completely opposite side and wondering if she just tosses and turns like an absolute maniac during the night. Realizing he is way too emotionally and physically exhausted to solve the mystery of her aggressive sleep movements, Yuuya just grabs the blankets and decides there is absolutely no point in overthinking it right now. Deciding to just abandon his runaway thoughts entirely, Yuuya climbs into the bed and buries his face straight into the pillow. Kid was just using, instantly feeling soothed by her fresh scent and the faint lingering warmth she left behind. Desperately wishing he could just hold onto that comforting warmth forever, Yuuya finally closes his eyes and drifts off to sleep with a completely peaceful mindset. The peace does not last long as Yuuya ends up waking up from a sudden nightmare, quickly realizing that having a gorgeous girl sleeping so peacefully right next to him is making him way too nervous to actually fall back asleep. Suffering from a massive headache due to his severe lack of sleep, Yuuya decides that the absolute best way to shake off the morning grogginess is to just run the water and take a nice, refreshing hot bath. After finishing his much-needed soak, Yuuya takes a seat on the living room couch to relax, but his attention is quickly drawn to a surprise waiting for him in the corner of the room. Checking out the setup, he peeks into a storage bin and is totally thrilled to find a gaming console and controller neatly packed inside. His jaw practically drops as he looks up and realizes the console is hooked up to a massive brand new 4K OLED TV, leaving him completely blown away by the absolute top-tier luxury of his new home's entertainment system. Yuuya stares at the brand new game console, admitting that, while he would definitely enjoy playing it, he seriously doubts it is a good idea. He hesitates, wondering exactly how Kid would feel if she caught him having fun all by himself. Putting himself in her shoes, Yuuya reasons that if his live-in partner completely excluded him to do fun things on their own, despite sharing the same living space, he would definitely feel incredibly lonely. He realizes there is a very high chance Kid would feel the exact same way. Feeling super guilty for even considering playing solo, Yuuya officially decides to hold off on booting up the console until Kid is actually around to join in on the fun. Deciding to shift his focus to more pressing matters, Yuuya heads over to the kitchen area to figure out his morning routine, scanning the pristine counters. He quickly spots a glaring issue, realizing that their incredibly luxurious new home does not even have a refrigerator yet. Looking at the empty space, Yuuya casually wonders what they are actually supposed to do for breakfast. His calm morning thoughts are instantly shattered when an older gentleman suddenly appears right behind him, politely greeting him as Yoshizumi-sama and scaring the absolute life out of the startled teenager. Yuuya completely freaks out, frantically demanding to know where the man came from while instantly recognizing him as Miyamoto-san. Looking closer, Yuuya notices the unexpected guest is casually holding two familiar takeout bags from a highly recognizable fast food hamburger chain. Yuuya asks if the older man actually brought those bags specifically for them, which Miyamoto-san cheerfully confirms as their breakfast. A bewildered Yuuya internally questions if the guy can read minds, though he notes that greasy fast food hamburgers are an incredibly heavy and bizarre choice for a morning meal. Clearing up the mystery, Miyamoto-san smoothly explains that the meal was actually a direct specific order from Kid herself. He reveals that the young heiress had contacted him late last night, cheerfully demanding to try a very specific fast food breakfast menu. Yuuya completely deadpans at the revelation, utterly baffled that the flawless school idol actively requested heavy junk food first thing in the morning. Despite his sheer disbelief over her surprising dietary habits, he mentally admits that he honestly does not mind the greasy breakfast at all. Miyamoto confidently guarantees that despite Kid's cooking being a bit peculiar, the food will definitely taste great. However, Yuuya admits he is still feeling incredibly uneasy about the whole situation since she specifically promised to treat him to her own homemade meal yesterday. As the microwave suddenly beeps in the background, the elderly butler casually asks Yuuya if he wants to eat before the food gets cold, or if he would rather go take his bath first. Weighing his options, Yuuya considers waking the soundly sleeping Kid up so they can eat while the meal is still warm, but quickly realizes that doing so would let the freshly drawn bath go cold, completely wasting the utility gas needed to reheat it. Miyamoto gently assures him that since Kid is absolutely not a morning person, she definitely will not be waking up anytime soon, suggesting Yuuya has plenty of time for a quick bath first. Hearing the plan, Yuuya sweat drops as he realizes he is now officially tasked with waking the slumbering girl up later. Yuuya politely thanks the butler for taking the time to help them out, which Miyamoto humbly dismisses as just being part of his job, before casually bringing up the couple's planned outing for the day. With a polite bow, the elderly butler cheerfully announces that he is actually going to be accompanying the two teenagers on their trip, and is greatly looking forward to it. Taking the butler's advice, Yuuya heads into the bathroom and finally slips into the wonderfully warm water to start his morning soak. Completely relaxing into the water, Yuuya sighs in pure bliss, marveling at the absolute luxury of getting to soak in a massive bathtub big enough to fully stretch his legs out every single day. He playfully wonders to himself how unbelievably amazing it would feel to actually the spacious tub with the prettiest high school girl in all of Japan, but quickly concludes that taking a bath with Kid would instantly exhaust his entire life's supply of good luck. Kid boldly declares that they will be together forever, confidently assuring him that his massive good fortune is going to last an entire lifetime. Meanwhile, a completely relaxed Yuuya blissfully daydreams about getting to take a bath with her every single day, before suddenly snapping out of his daze and realizing what is actually happening. His relaxed moment is instantly shattered when he realizes Kid has actually stepped right into the bathroom with him. Yuuya completely freaks out, desperately covering his face and frantically screaming to know why she is in there. Completely unbothered by his massive panic attack, Kid simply stares at the terrified teenager cowering in the tub and innocently asks him what is wrong. Leaning in closer with a playful smile, she deliberately teases the highly flustered Yuuya, wondering aloud why he is blushing so incredibly hard. Yuuya frantically demands to know why she actually came inside, loudly accusing her of doing it on purpose, since she obviously knew he was using the bath. Kid just sighs and bluntly confirms it, complaining that she felt incredibly lonely when she woke up completely alone after he failed to stay right by her side like he was supposed to. Kid bashfully admits that she simply could not bear the thought of spending even a single second apart from Yuuya, which is exactly why she followed him right into his house, innocently asking if wanting to be close to him is really such a terrible thing. Yuuya internally screams that her reckless actions are absolutely terrible, frantically panicking that his last remaining shred of logical sanity is going to completely evaporate into thin air if she continues pushing his boundaries like this. Things take an incredibly awkward turn in the morning when Kid casually slides the bathroom door open, teasingly pointing out that Yuuya leaving it unlocked today is a clear sign he has already fallen head over heels for her, while a highly flustered Yuuya covers his face in sheer embarrassment and struggles to even say her name. Completely losing his mind, Yuuya stammeringly realizes the shocking reality of the situation and frantically demands to know if she is actually completely naked under that tiny bath towel. Yuuya desperately forces himself to look away, silently noting how her stunning silhouette and pale skin effortlessly transcend typical beauty, while Kid giggles at his purity and playfully whispers that she would actually prefer it if he just stared at her instead of flinching. Yuuya battles an intense internal conflict, admitting to himself that he desperately wants to look, but knowing deep down that if he actually gives in, his entire moral sense of reason will be completely over. Noticing his extreme panic, Kid gently tells him to rest assured and promises him that there is absolutely nothing to worry about. She reassures him that she has a towel wrapped tightly around herself, admitting that even she would be deeply embarrassed to suddenly stand completely naked in front of him, before softly pleading with him to finally look her way. Once Yuuya finally musters up the courage to look, Kid cheerfully gestures to herself and triumphantly points out that everything is completely fine and safe after all. Yuuya can only stare in sheer confusion as she casually argues that she is technically naked, but also not really naked at the same time, forcing him to deeply question her bizarre logic before his brain completely short-circuits once again. Keed innocently asks if the situation is all right, but Yuuya immediately shoots the idea down, admitting he still does not feel comfortable with the setup at all. He desperately tells himself to think calmly and avoid getting overwhelmed by the sheer tension, though he cannot stop agonizing over the fact that she is about to take a bath, convinced that her towel could easily slip off by accident at any moment in the shower or tub. Yuuya gasps in shock as a sudden realization hits him out of nowhere. Keed can only look on in complete confusion, utterly unaware that the frantic teenager has just managed to crack the code behind her confidence. Yuuya proudly points a finger and confidently declares his grand theory, boldly accusing Keed of wearing a swimsuit underneath her towel the entire time to pull off a classic prank. Keed playfully giggles and drops the towel to reveal a bikini, teasingly asking Yuuya if he is disappointed by her expected swimsuit trick, which initially makes him let out a massive sigh of relief. However, her playful mood quickly shifts as she praises him for solving the first puzzle, before cryptically warning that she always goes far beyond the obvious. She boldly hints that she is about to pull off a classic trope by catching him off guard, leaving a completely terrified Yuuya screaming in absolute panic over what she actually has planned next. The absolute worst-case scenario unfolds as the swimsuit begins to slip away, and she softly whispers the devastating truth that she is actually not wearing anything underneath. Keed boldly drops her guard, revealing that she really is not wearing anything underneath the towel and bluntly telling a completely paralyzed Yuuya to just look. Yuuya lets out a deafening scream that violently echoes all the way outside the massive apartment complex. He is left completely wheezing and gasping for air in the tub, blushing furiously, as he angrily demands to know why she could not have just stuck to the expected swimsuit trope like a normal person, fiercely calling her a total moron. Keed stammers, nervously trying to find her words as she prepares to defend her incredibly bold move. Keed wraps herself back up in the towel and innocently asks if being completely naked is not the absolute best way for them to truly understand each other. A heavily blushing Yuuya immediately shoots her logic down, frantically yelling that he would personally prefer a normal night in bed first, which completely catches Keed off guard and leaves her pleasantly surprised. Seizing on his unexpected suggestion, Keed immediately gets incredibly excited about the idea of spending a night in bed together. She playfully asks him to say something dominant to her, happily imagining him whispering that he will not let her sleep tonight, while she gleefully roleplays as a purring kitty. Sweating profusely and completely overwhelmed by the intense interaction, Yuuya can barely form a coherent thought as his brain practically short-circuits. Frantically slamming the bedroom door shut to create a physical barrier between them, a heavily blushing Yuuya internally curses his own weakness, admitting to himself that the school idol is just way too damn cute to handle. Left completely alone in the bedroom, Keed adorably puffs her cheeks out and calls Yuuya a total meanie for running away, while the exhausted teenager leans against the kitchen counter, desperately wheezing as he tries to get his wildly racing heart back under control. Kicking off their highly anticipated shopping trip for the new apartment, a beaming Keed cheerfully asks Yuuya where he wants to head first. She quickly suggests checking out the cutlery aisle before moving on to the home appliances, politely asking for his opinion while he casually munches on his food. The newly minted roommates take a brief break to plan out the rest of their exciting day, settling into a cozy booth at a fast food joint to map out exactly what they need to buy to fully stock their brand new home. Keed casually checks if Yuuya is still holding a grudge over her sudden bathroom invasion, playfully trying to soothe his nerves by offering a highly unconvincing promise that she probably maybe will not do it again. Taking her teasing to the absolute limit, she boldly declares that next time she will make sure to do it right on the bed, exactly as he wishes, capping off her shameless apology with an adorable meow while begging for his forgiveness. Yuuya is left completely speechless, silently sweating, as his brain utterly fails to process her overwhelming and completely shameless assault on his sanity. Breaking the tense silence, a heavily flustered Yuuya reluctantly admits defeat and agrees to make a one-time exception to forgive her, strictly warning that he will completely ignore her if she ever pulls a crazy stunt like that again. Trying to sound as intimidating as humanly possible, he fiercely clarifies his ultimate threat, aggressively declaring that his terrifying silent treatment would last for a staggering 3 whole hours. Keed simply giggles at his incredibly weak ultimatum, warmly confessing that she absolutely loves that soft side of him and bluntly calling him way too cute. Desperately changing the subject, Yuuya suggests they hurry up and get dressed now that breakfast is over. Keed totally agrees, noting that even with a driver picking them up, their upcoming shopping trip is going to drain a lot of time and energy. Yuuya internally notes that his morning routine is ridiculously fast, explaining that he just has to quickly throw on some clothes and fix his hair while waiting for her. He then poses a rhetorical question to himself about why he even bothers styling his hair in the first place. As he finishes getting ready, Keed suddenly steps out into the hallway looking absolutely stunning in her cozy casual outfit, catching him completely off guard once again. Answering his own rhetorical question, a deeply smitten Yuuya internally confesses that he puts in the extra grooming effort simply because he desperately wants to look at least a little bit presentable when standing next to a literal goddess like her. Keed reassures Yuuya not to worry because he is perfectly cool just the way he is. Flashing a sweet wink, she smoothly adds that she cares much more about what is inside his heart anyway, insisting that his physical appearance is completely secondary to her. She gently reminds him that it absolutely does not matter what anyone else has to say about them, begging him not to get too worked up over other people's opinions. Completely defeated by her overwhelming sweetness, a heavily blushing Yuuya turns his face away to hide his embarrassment, quietly muttering to himself that her flawless reassurances are just completely unfair. Trying to cool down, Yuuya shifts his focus back to their shopping trip as they browse through the homeware aisles, checking out some cheap rice bowls while Keed cheerfully leads the way through the store. Catching sight of something amazing, Keed's eyes instantly light up with massive sparkling excitement as she gets totally hyped over their next stop. The source of her excitement turns out to be a massive, delicious-looking plate of pasta, which the two hungry teenagers eagerly prepare to devour. After completely polishing off their lunch and grabbing some snacks, Yuuya explains that they headed straight to a massive electronics retail store to finally buy a fridge and a full set of home appliances, though he admits the shopping trip turned out to be surprisingly exhausting. He notes that Keed actively sought out a thin, bespectacled clerk who looked exactly like a super knowledgeable appliance expert she had seen on TV, immediately launching into an intense consultation about various products, while Yuuya trailed behind carrying their smaller boxes. Yuuya is incredibly impressed by the clerk, marveling at how she completely ignored the fact that they were just high schoolers and took their living situation totally seriously. He praises her for listening, perfectly suggesting the exact right products to meet their specific needs, offering a solid discount, and just being genuinely engaging the entire time. He hilariously adds that the deeper they got into her expert sales pitch, the more they naturally ended up exclusively buying appliances manufactured by Hitotsuba Electric. Yuuya mentally chuckles at the sheer irony, noting that world-class quality is exactly what you would expect from her family's massive megacorporation as they finalize the huge purchase. The massive shopping spree concludes as a thick stack of 10,000 yen bills is slammed heavily onto the checkout counter. A completely terrified Yuuya reels in shock as he internally screams over the fact that the cheerful school idol just casually bought all their brand new home appliances in full with raw cash. Keed politely explains to a heavily sweating, trembling clerk that since her father provided the massive funds she needs to properly report the purchases, cheerfully requesting the clerk's business card so she can mention her by name. Flashing a dazzlingly bright smile, Keed genuinely thanks the clerk for the wonderful shopping experience and promises to personally pass a glowing recommendation straight to her mega corporate father. Checking his phone outside in the evening, Yuuya notes that the deeply bowing clerk would actually go on to climb the corporate ladder all the way to an executive level, thanks to that single recommendation, though he admits that is a completely different story. Realizing the shopping trip took much longer than expected, Keed asks if they should just eat dinner at home, prompting Yuuya to casually offer to whip up some quick pasta for them. Walking back through the glittering night cityscape, Keed is pleasantly surprised that he intends to cook, while Yuuya confirms and smoothly adds that while he was really craving her homemade food, There is absolutely no rush. Flashing a warm smile, Yuuya casually points out that she does not have to cook for him today since they are officially living together and will naturally have plenty of opportunities to meals in the future. The massive domestic implications of his innocent comment instantly send Keed into a heavily blushing panic, and she hides her red face with a soft groan as she frantically agrees with his logic. Bouncing back with a determined smile, Keed confidently promises to show off her absolute best culinary skills for him tomorrow and tells him to be fully prepared for a massive feast. Blushing slightly at her excitement, Yuuya listens as Keed cheerfully decides they should hurry up and meet Miyamoto-san so they can head straight to the supermarket, eagerly adding that she absolutely cannot wait to finally taste his cooking. Later, back at the condo, Keed takes a massive bite of the freshly cooked pasta Yuuya prepared for her, happily munching away with absolute delight. She completely melts into a state of pure bliss, visibly savoring every single bite of the delicious meal he whipped up. Keed enthusiastically declares the food is amazing and asks if he is some kind of culinary genius. Yuuya modestly brushes off the massive compliment, joking that if he is a genius, then actual professional chefs must be literal gods. Refusing to be outdone, a highly competitive Keed promises to cook him something he loves the very next day, confidently asserting that she already knows exactly what his favorite food is when he questions her. Pointing dramatically, she proudly announces that his absolute favorite meal in the entire world is Hamburg steak. She smugly explains her flawless deduction, noting that while he normally just eats sweet breads, he never fails to buy the Hamburg steak whenever it hits the school cafeteria menu. A highly unnerved Yuuya admits she is completely correct, prompting Keed to cheerfully declare that she knows absolutely everything about him, right down to his exact likes-dislikes and the private conversations he has with his friends. Yuuya bluntly interrupts her smug victory lap to tell her that her intense level of observation is honestly completely terrifying. Unfazed by being called a stalker, Keed doubles down and effortlessly names his current favorite fantasy video game, brutally exposing his massive crush on the game's heavily endowed childhood friend heroine, and leaving the teenager sitting in absolute mortified silence. With lunch eventually wrapped up, the dirty dishes are thoroughly washed and left to dry by the sink, while a fresh pot of tea is set out on the dining table. As they sit across from each other, relaxing with their hot drinks, Keed suddenly speaks up, mentioning that there is something specific she really wants to ask him about. Noticing his completely tense expression, she casually wonders why he suddenly looks so incredibly serious. Yuuya firmly promises to answer whatever he can, prompting Keed to take a deep breath to compose herself before nervously calling out his name to ask her burning question. Keed suddenly gets super nervous and asks Yuuya if he actually likes girls similar to the heroine from the game, trailing off as she specifically asks if he prefers women who possess a certain physical asset. Finally, spitting it out, she directly asks the completely caught off guard teenager if he is strictly into girls with huge boobs. The incredibly blunt and out-of-nowhere question instantly plunges the entire room into a deafening universe-spanning silence, as Yuuya's brain completely stalls out trying to process the absolute absurdity of the conversation. Sweating profusely, Yuuya nervously breaks the awkward tension by weakly asking her to repeat herself, prompting a completely flustered Keed to stammer out an incredibly bold defense of her own body. She boldly declares that she actually has a pretty massive chest herself, and confidently insists that she definitely would not lose in a size competition against anyone else, leaving Yuuya completely wide-eyed and blushing furiously at her shameless bragging. Keed suddenly calls out to Yuuya and tearfully asks if he finds her completely unattractive. She soberingly reminds him that she was literally just voted the prettiest high school girl in all of Japan, leaving him completely startled by her sudden bout of dramatic insecurity. She covers her face and dramatically weeps, complaining that she has welcomed him into her life with open arms, only for his hesitation to make her so incredibly sad that she is practically on the verge of tears. While Yuuya lets out a heavy, exhausted sigh at her theatrical performance, Keed slyly peeks through her fingers to gauge his reaction, forcing him to quickly protest and ask how anyone could ever possibly think she is unattractive. Yuuya honestly confesses that he was actually one of her quiet admirers at school, always viewing her as a cool but playful person. He admits that absolutely everything she does is incredibly cute, especially the way she constantly tries to seduce him on a whim, only to end up blushing red like a peony. Completely losing his cool, Yuya slams his hand down and passionately shouts that when a girl as gorgeous as her tells a guy he can do whatever he wants to her, absolutely no normal person could ever be expected to hold back their composure. Sweating under the sudden pressure, Yuya nervously steps back as Keed locks him in an intense, sparkling stare. Clenching his sweating fist on the table, Yuya desperately tries to warn her that all men are basically wild beasts. Blushing heavily, he seriously threatens that if she keeps playing around too much, he might actually attack her, nervously asking if she is really prepared for that kind of risk. Completely ignoring his frantic warning, Keed boldly steps right into his personal space and gently cradles his face with a warm, affectionate smile. Leaning in dangerously close, she softly calls his name, sending Yuya into a state of absolute shock. Staring deeply into his eyes, Keed completely flips the script, warmly confessing that if it is with him, she is seriously, perfectly fine with being attacked. Yuya nervously tries to stammer out a response, but Keed smoothly takes control of the conversation, playfully declaring that once he genuinely comes to like her, she absolutely will not go easy on him. To emphasize her bold promise, the stunning school idol confidently licks her lips in anticipation. Blushing profusely behind his hand, Yuya timidly asks what exactly it looks like when she goes all out, prompting Keed to thoughtfully hum as she casually pours them some tea. With a dangerous glint in her eye, Keed calmly promises that if she goes all out, she will not let him sleep for the entire night, instantly terrifying a heavily blushing Yuya into begging her to just drop the subject right there. Completely overwhelmed by her relentless teasing, Yuya instantly bails, darting out of the room and slamming the door shut to escape the suffocating romantic tension. Safely huddled under his blanket, Yuya shivers as he realizes he cannot run from his new reality forever, while a mildly disappointed Keed sighs in the hallway, playfully noting that her elusive target managed to slip away from her grasp yet again. As the sun rises over the bustling city, the absolute insanity of their new living arrangement officially begins with their very first morning together. Waking up bright and early at 6:30, a fully uniformed Yuya heads into the kitchen, only to be greeted by the sight of 2 perfectly wrapped bento boxes already sitting patiently on the counter. Peeking into the bedroom, Yuya stares down at the peacefully sleeping school idol, mentally preparing himself for the incredibly nerve-wracking task of having to wake her up for class. His mind flashes back to the previous night, recalling how a beaming Keed had cheerfully proposed that they commute to school together the following morning. A completely bewildered Yuya had questioned the insane idea, prompting Keed to excitedly compare their setup to the classic romantic trope of a childhood friend coming over to wake him up every morning, an overly idealized fantasy that Yuya immediately rejected by bluntly stating that such cliché anime situations absolutely do not exist in the real world. Yuya firmly shuts down the idea of commuting to class together, explaining that it would be incredibly troublesome. When a confused Keed innocently asks why, he frantically points out that since she is officially the prettiest high school girl in all of Japan, her suddenly arriving alongside a guy would instantly cause mass panic across the entire campus. Completely missing his point, Keed innocently asks what the problem is since they are already living together anyway. With a confident smile, she declares that she would actually rather use the commute as a prime opportunity to show off, prompting a bewildered Yuya to demand exactly what she plans on showing off and to whom. Looking him right in the eyes, Keed boldly announces her master plan to proudly show off to absolutely everyone that Yuya is officially her boyfriend. Her intense declaration that she outright refuses to give him away to anyone else leaves the teenager completely stunned and blushing furiously. Enjoying his massive, flustered reaction, Keed playfully teases him for blushing as red as a peony and points out just how incredibly bashful he is. Unable to handle her overwhelming sweetness, a completely embarrassed Yuya buries his face in his arms and grumbles for her to just shut up. Regaining his composure, Yuya firmly stands his ground and flat out refuses to commute, with her bluntly stating that he definitely does not want to get murdered by her rabid fan base just yet. He lays down an ultimate challenge, telling a highly annoyed Keed that if she really wants to walk to school together, she is going to have to actually manage to wake up early enough to catch him. Keed lets out a massive gasp of pure shock as Yuya coldly drops the absolute bombshell that he has absolutely no intention of waking her up in the morning. She completely loses her mind, desperately clinging to his covers and loudly accusing him of being an absolute demon. She frantically argues that since they literally the exact same futon, he is morally obligated to wake her up, loudly reminding him that she is notoriously terrible at mornings. Unmoved by her dramatic whining, Yuuya casually confirms that he is well aware of her terrible sleep habits, before ruthlessly wishing her good luck trying to wake up all by herself. Fast forwarding to the next morning, Yuuya successfully pulls off his massive escape plan, waking up extra early specifically to avoid walking to campus with the school idol. Fully dressed in his uniform with fresh bento boxes already prepared, he finally calls out to Kid, noting that if he lets her sleep any longer, she is actually going to be late for class. A completely groggy Kid sleepily sits up in bed, rubbing her eyes and softly calling out his name as she barely registers the morning light. Yuuya gently nudges her awake, warning her that she seriously needs to get up right now, or she will definitely end up running late for school. Barely able to stay on her feet, an incredibly drowsy Kid wobbles aimlessly around the room, leaving a completely confused Yuuya scrambling to figure out what is going on with her. Completely out of it, a heavily blushing and half-asleep Kid casually mumbles that she needs to get changed and brazenly demands that Yuuya undress her right then and there. The absurd request instantly breaks Yuuya's brain, sending him into an absolute panic, as he frantically screams her name and desperately demands to know what she is talking about while she carelessly clings to him. Yuuya completely freaks out, utterly bewildered by how she manages to react so much faster than him, despite seemingly not even being fully awake yet. The sleepy girl continues to stubbornly whine for him to undress her, making Yuuya seriously question if she is actually still asleep, as she dramatically warns that refusing to help her change will lead to dire consequences. Weaponizing her innocent charm, she playfully threatens that she will end up being late for school if he refuses, boldly challenging him on whether he is actually okay with letting that happen. The truth instantly hits Yuuya as he notices her previously heavy eyes are suddenly shining with crystal clear focus, alongside a cheeky smirk, completely exposing that she is totally wide awake and just annoying him on purpose. Refusing to just be her helpless victim, Yuuya decides he has absolutely no problem with her teasing as long as he gets to strike back, mentally vowing to return the favor double, as he loudly announces his full compliance. Calling her bluff completely, Yuuya confidently agrees to undress her and boldly orders her to raise her arms, instantly shattering her confident act and sending the completely flustered girl into a stuttering panic. Utterly defeated by his sudden and aggressive counterattack, a massively blushing Kid obediently complies with his demand and shyly stammers out a quiet thank you, totally overwhelmed by her own backfired teasing. Standing nervously right behind Kid, Yuuya takes a massive gulp and lets out a deep breath to steady his racing heart, finally hyping himself up and mentally declaring that he is ready to just get this over with. He desperately tries to coach himself through the terrifying ordeal, frantically planning to just slide her clothes off as fast as humanly possible and instantly spin around, so he can actually maintain a tiny shred of rational thought. The awkward tension completely skyrockets when a heavily blushing Kid stammers out that she is going to start taking his clothes off at the exact same time, sending Yuuya's heart into absolute overdrive as he hesitantly begins lifting her shirt. His brilliant master plan to look away immediately backfires when Kid suddenly turns around to face him while loosely clutching her top against her chest, sending Yuuya into an absolute state of sheer panic as he frantically stutters her name and desperately tries to process the completely unexpected view. While Yuuya's brain entirely short-circuits and his face turns completely bright red from the overwhelming sensory overload, Kid just lets out a soft, exasperated sigh, totally unbothered, as she watches him completely lose his mind over the incredibly compromising situation. The physical contact of a sudden tight hug catches Yuuya completely off guard as the sheer reality of their new chaotic closeness instantly sinks in. The intimate moment quickly takes a wild turn when a flustered Yuuya realizes a major piece of clothing is missing and frantically asks Kid why she isn't wearing any underwear, prompting a blushing Kid to call him a pervert for staring and playfully argue that she didn't exactly lose them along with his pajamas. Kid giggles mischievously while explaining that she simply never wears underwear at night, leaving Yuuya sweating bullets and deeply regretting his decision to ever help her get dressed in the first place. She flashes an incredibly innocent beaming smile, looking exactly like someone who desperately wants to be praised after successfully pulling off a massive prank, and playfully asks him if he was thoroughly surprised by her little stunt. Deciding he cannot let her keep getting the upper hand, Yuuya agrees that he was indeed surprised, but smoothly lifts her chin to turn the tables, leaving the teasing school idol suddenly flustered and completely speechless. Yuuya boldly warns Kid that if she pushes her luck and goes too far with her teasing, he will completely eat her up. The sudden aggressive counterattack completely short-circuits Kid's brain, leaving the flustered school idol stuttering a frantic promise to be extremely careful. Yuuya internally cackles in absolute triumph as his bold strategy perfectly hits the mark, silently wondering if his sudden counterattack was enough to finally get back at her for all her relentless teasing. Breaking the lingering tension, Yuuya quickly announces that he is heading out to school, first casually reminding the flustered girl not to be late before bidding her goodbye. Still completely dazed from his sudden bold move, Kid manages to stammer out a surprisingly meek agreement and weakly wishes him a good day. The moment he is alone, Yuuya completely drops his tough guy act, admitting to himself that he was totally just putting up a massive front and would have completely lost all his reasoning if he had stayed in that room a single second longer. Taking a deep breath, Yuuya accepts his grim fate and realizes that his brand new daily life is absolutely going to be packed with endless nerve-wracking difficulties. Arriving at school, a totally drained Yuuya sluggishly notes that even though the day is literally just starting, he is already feeling completely groggy right as a classmate suddenly calls out a cheerful morning greeting. His close friend Shinji Higure warmly greets him while immediately pointing out how unusually exhausted Yuuya looks today. Yuuya mentally introduces the cheerful guy as his absolute best buddy and peerless partner on their soccer team, noting that, despite his small stature, Shinji's creative playmaking perfectly matches Yuuya's own athletic style. Yuuya notes that Shinji is incredibly popular with the girls thanks to his soft appearance and sweet personality, but the loyal guy rejected all his admirers to confess to his own love at first sight. Seeing how the two have become the most famous lovebirds in the entire school, a bitterly exhausted Yuuya internally curses them to go burn. AI Nikaido, Yuuya's other closest friend, suddenly chimes in with a morning greeting. She easily notices that Yuuya looks completely exhausted from whatever chaotic situation he has been dealing with, but playfully points out that he still has a very noticeable smirk on his face, teasingly asking if something genuinely good happened to him. Yuuya mentally explains that Nikaido is a massive celebrity at their school whose popularity directly rivals Kid's. As the incredibly talented first-year ace of the basketball club, her sharp facial features, signature pixie cut, and husky voice have earned her a massive female fanbase and the prestigious title of the Prince of Manhwa Dai. Adding to her absolutely flawless reputation, Nikaido is also a total academic prodigy with top-tier grades. Yuuya openly admits that she is so completely perfect that even from a straight guy's perspective, he genuinely considers her to be incredibly handsome and a true prince. Returning her greeting, Yuuya admits that while his current bizarre living situation might technically be a good thing, it has left him completely drained mentally. Nikaido playfully complains that his gloomy slouching is going to drag her own mood down, and tells him to straighten up, a supportive sentiment Shinji immediately agrees with. The three close friends effortlessly fall into their usual comfortable routine, chatting cheerfully together as they cross the campus courtyard and head straight toward the main school building to start their day. Once they finally make it up to their classroom, the group settles into their respective seats. Taking advantage of the quiet time before homeroom officially begins, Nikaido immediately pulls out a small book to read at her desk. Curious about her current choice of literature, Yuuya easily leans over from his neighboring seat and casually asks the handsome prince what she is reading today. Nikaido eagerly reveals she is rereading a short story from the classic Full Metal Panic series, highly recommending it to him, since it stays incredibly interesting no matter how many times she goes through it. Yuuya notes that this exact taste in nerdy media is the entire reason they originally became such close friends. He reflects back to the start of the school year when he first noticed her sitting at the desk, next to his reading his absolute favorite light novel. Striking up a conversation just like he did today, they instantly hit it off and quickly grew to be best friends after realizing they loved all the exact same anime. Yuuya's close friends ask him why he is suddenly feeling so mentally exhausted lately, urging him to stop making such a big deal out of it, and just tell them what is going on, while a flustered Yuuya desperately tries to change the subject. Leaning forward with a dead serious expression, Yuuya cuts straight to the chase and asks his friends what kind of person Kid Hitotsuba actually is. His friends are left completely baffled by the unexpected question, wondering why he is suddenly asking about the famous school idol, when he surely must already know plenty about her, but Yuuya desperately begs them to just tell him anyway. Nikaido thinks it over and explains that, to keep it brief, Kid is basically a flawless girl who constantly gets excellent grades and excels at sports on top of everything else. Nikaido adds that Kid is also a super influencer whose social media posts go completely viral every single time, muttering that God is incredibly unfair. Yuuya silently listens, reflecting on how even Nikaido, who has a massive fan base of her own as the cool prince of their school, is completely in awe of the school idol. Nikaido explains that during the national beauty pageant, Kid was approached by numerous major entertainment agencies, but turned them all down because her ultimate dream for the future is simply to be a normal wife, a reveal that only makes her seem infinitely more attractive to everyone. Yuuya sighs in admiration, wishing he could confidently make a cool statement like that just once, but Shinji quickly turns with a dark, terrifying glare to argue that a husband is actually a much better dream. Nikaido notes that Kid made her famous dream wife declaration during her Grand Prix victory interview, sighing that God must truly love the school idol, before turning to Yuuya with a warm smile and reassuring him that God probably loves him quite a bit too. Yuuya turns to Shinji to get his personal take on the school idol, but Shinji admits he does not have much to add since Nikaido already covered most of the bases. However, Shinji points out that Kid is mind-bogglingly popular, noting that countless classmates and upperclassmen have confessed their love to her only to get brutally rejected every single time. Shinji drops an absolute bombshell, casually mentioning rumors that Kid already has a specific guy in mind, calling the mysterious man an incredibly lucky dog, and sending a shocked Yuuya into a state of silent panic. A highly curious Nikaido immediately asks if he knows who started that rumor, but Shinji sweat drops and admits he only overheard some random gossip in the hallways. Nikaido recoils in absolute shock, suddenly wondering if Yuuya actually has the massive guts to think he is the lucky guy Kid has in mind. His friends immediately tease him about having that kind of ridiculous overconfidence, but Yuuya quickly shuts them down with a completely deadpan face, insisting there is absolutely no way. Yuuya silently reflects on the sheer reality of the situation, admitting to himself that a girl as perfect as Kid is completely and utterly out of his league. The quiet moment is hilariously cut short when Nikaido playfully slams Yuuya on the back, heartily laughing and agreeing that he definitely knows his place. Leaning in close, Nikaido gently advises him that instead of chasing after girls who are far up in the clouds, he needs to start focusing on the girls who are already right next to him. Nikaido confidently asserts that no boy in their entire school could ever be good enough for Kid, a statement that Yuuya completely and silently agrees with in his own mind as he nods along. The classroom conversation is suddenly shattered when the door is forcefully slammed open by a frantic classmate calling out to Yuuya. An excited girl eagerly leans in, demandingly asking Yuuya if the mind-blowing rumor is true that Kid actually confessed her feelings directly to him. The explosive question leaves Yuuya completely frozen in absolute wordless shock, as a dramatic cliffhanger officially brings the chapter to a sudden halt. The classmate remains leaning in close, desperately waiting for him to confirm the unbelievable gossip about the school idol's sudden confession. One of Yuuya's classmates is left completely spacing out in absolute disbelief, his mind traveling to another dimension as he tries to wrap his head around the sheer scale of the rumors. The chatter in the classroom intensifies as a flustered Yuuya frantically demands to know who in the world could have told her such a ridiculous rumor. He addresses the girl directly as Atsuki-san, while she simply looks back at him with a highly mischievous, knowing grin. Atsuki casually drops a massive truth bomb, revealing that she heard the rumor directly from Kid herself, who openly announced her plans to confess her feelings to Yuuya. She adds that whenever she tries to ask about the final outcome, Kid just playfully laughs the entire matter away. Atsuki proudly explains that is exactly why she decided to bypass all the gossip and ask Yuuya directly. Meanwhile, A heavily sweating Yuuya sits frozen at his desk with his head hung low, completely speechless, as the rest of his classmates glare at him in dark, suspicious silence. Shinji suddenly reaches out and taps the girl on her head, addressing her as Akiho. He sternly lectures her about needing to be way more aware of her surroundings when asking such highly sensitive questions, gesturing for her to take a good look at the classroom around them. Shinji points out that Yuuya has literally turned pale from the sheer shock of her sudden questioning, but Akiho stubbornly waves it off as no big deal and playfully asks Shinji if he wants to know the truth too. Shinji blushes slightly but readily admits that he is naturally incredibly curious, prompting a pleased reaction from the girl. The friends quickly piece the puzzle together, realizing that this explosive rumor is exactly why Yuuya was asking such suspicious questions earlier that morning, which leaves Akiho completely bewildered. Seizing the opportunity, a highly excited Akiho violently shakes Shinji by the collar, desperately begging him to tell her what Yuuya asked. It is revealed that the energetic girl is Akiho Atsuki, a classmate of Kied's whom Shinji had instantly fallen head over heels in love with at first sight right after they started the school year. The rumor is already spreading that Atsuki-san has also fallen in love with Shinji at first sight, which only adds to the absolute chaos. Yashizumi is completely furious, accusing the main culprit of dropping a total bombshell, and then playing completely innocent just to flirt, while she desperately blocks him out and childishly screams that she cannot hear a single word he is saying. She fires back that she does not want to hear any complaints from the guy who is the sole reason Kied has been sporting the happiest, most radiant face anyone has seen all morning. Meanwhile, their classmates are incredibly eager to see what Kied actually looked like, prompting one of them to proudly brag about sneakily taking a perfect photo of her reaction, just in case. She playfully teases Yashizumi, grinning mischievously as she repeatedly asks if he wants to see the precious picture too. Yashizumi is internally losing his mind in absolute frustration because he is actually dying of curiosity to see the happily smiling face of Kied. However, his stubborn pride gets completely in the way as he realizes that honestly begging his classmate to show him the photo would feel exactly like admitting a total humiliating defeat. The tension suddenly skyrockets when Nikaido seriously calls Yashizumi over wanting to follow up on a previous discussion they had. She completely catches him off guard by bluntly asking if it is actually true that the school idol Kied confessed her love to him, sending an instant chill down his spine as he freezes up in absolute shock. As Yashizumi stammers around trying to find an answer, his teasing classmate refuses to let him off the hook, keeping up the pressure by asking if he really does not want to see the incredibly precious photo of Kied's dreamy smile. She playfully wonders if he is only staying this calm because he knows he can simply gaze at her beautiful smile whenever he wants in the future as her official boyfriend, which only leaves him deeply annoyed. Shinji gets aggressively grilled by Yuuya about his chaotic girlfriend, prompting Shinji to defend himself by pleading with Yuuya to put himself in his shoes, especially since Nikaido is currently glaring at him with a look that could literally shoot him to death. However, Shinji quickly admits that he is still incredibly desperate to finally see Kied's legendary dreamy look in person. The conversation takes a wild turn when Kied suddenly walks up, telling Yuuya he should have just asked sooner since she is already prepared to devote herself entirely to him. She shamelessly offers to let him enjoy her body tonight so he can finally see her dreamy look, sending a completely horrified Yuuya into a screaming panic. A completely flustered Yuuya desperately tries to shut her down, frantically lecturing her that she absolutely should not say such incredibly scandalous things at school, let alone in the middle of the day, as their friends watch the entire absurd scene unfold in stunned silence. Completely unfazed by his frantic scolding, or the surrounding audience, Kied simply beams back at him with an incredibly bright, sweet smile that completely disarms the entire situation. While totally losing his mind, Shinji screams in absolute disbelief over why the school's top idol is even in their classroom. Kied clasps her hands together and proudly declares Yuuya as her beloved boyfriend, innocently whining that she only came to see him because she got too lonely waiting until noon. Yuuya frantically begs her to calm down, loudly clarifying that they are not actually dating since he has not even given her an answer to her confession yet. He desperately adds that her shameless public declarations actually make him recoil, prompting Kied to calmly accept his boundaries while ominously warning him that he better be prepared for what is coming next if he wants to play it that way. Dropping the intense subject entirely, Keed cheerfully pulls out a wrapped bento box and brightly suggests they finally eat lunch together. Yoshizumi steps in and warns Yuuya that they are going to waste their entire lunch break if they keep dawdling, but a very smug Nikaido immediately announces that she is going to aggressively interrogate Yoshizumi, internally plotting to get petty revenge on Yuuya for constantly teasing them about acting like lovebirds. Watching Yuuya suddenly pack his things, Keed confusedly asks what he is doing and urges him to hurry up so they can head to the cafeteria. Flashing a playful wink, she warns him not to dilly-dally unless he wants all the seats to be taken, teasingly threatening to make him sit right on her lap if they run out of space. Yuuya casually brushes off her teasing while nearby Yoshizumi pulls a conspicuously patterned lunch bag right out of his backpack. A sudden wave of realization completely freezes Yuuya in his tracks as Nikaido ominously calls out to Yoshizumi. Nikaido completely corners a sweating Yoshizumi, bluntly pointing out that his blue lunch bag and the pink bento container Keed is holding happen to be a perfectly matching set. Taking Yoshizumi's terrified silence as absolute confirmation of her suspicions, Nikaido immediately shifts her attention to Yuuya, completely busting him as he nervously tries to sneak out of the classroom with his store-bought lunch. Flashing a terrifyingly sweet smile, Nikaido completely traps Yuuya, cheerfully announcing that she is going to join them for lunch, and leaving him absolutely no room to escape her aggressive interrogation. Yuuya stammers out a nervous refusal only for an unseen voice to cheerfully shoot him down and insist that he absolutely can do it. Akiho casually thanks him as she heads out the sliding door with her belongings, leaving a completely exhausted Yuuya to let out a massive, heavy sigh of relief. Just as he turns around after seeing his classmate off, he is completely caught off guard by a familiar figure suddenly looming right behind him in the classroom. Keed fixes him with an intense, unblinking stare before puffing her cheeks in absolute annoyance and bluntly accusing him of being a massive cheater. Yuuya immediately breaks out into comical tears, completely flustered, as he frantically tries to defend himself against her ridiculous accusation. With the scene shifting to the school exterior, Yuuya mentally reflects on what an absolutely exhausting and chaotic day it has been so far. Later in the cafeteria, Akiho stares in absolute awe, her eyes practically sparkling as she marvels at something incredible placed right on the table. She loudly gushes over the absolutely delicious-looking hamburg steak bento, amazed that Keed whipped up something that looks straight out of a high-end restaurant. Keed gracefully thanks her and offers her a bite, sending the ecstatic girl into a total frenzy of excitement. Keed smugly enjoys the glowing praise while Yuuya awkwardly tries to get his classmates' attention, only for the eager Akiho to turn straight to him and demand that he let her try a piece of his hamburg steak too. Her casual request instantly triggers a ridiculously tense standoff, with Yuuya glaring sharply as the atmosphere between them suddenly turns dead serious over the D-lunch. Yuuya sits in deep distress, finding it absolutely impossible to read Nikaido's mind today. He internally reasons that there is a massive, highly significant difference between Keed sharing her food with Atsuki and him sharing his chopsticks with Nikaido. As Nikaido wonders what Keed's reaction would be, she casually waves her hand and asks Yuuya what he is so worried about, reminding him that she is not asking him to physically feed her or anything. This nonchalant attitude only leaves Yuuya feeling even more deeply troubled. Before Yuuya can even process the situation, Nikaido suddenly grabs his hand and aggressively demands that he hurry up and hand over his chopsticks. A panicked Yuuya is left completely stunned as he suddenly realizes that letting Nikaido use his personal utensils means something highly scandalous is about to happen. Yuuya's eyes widen in absolute panic as the realization hits him that sharing those chopsticks would officially constitute an indirect kiss between them. Yuuya desperately tries to play it cool, internally telling himself that he is not a middle schooler anymore and certainly will not get worked up over a silly indirect kiss. However, his attempts at composure are instantly shattered when a sudden clatter interrupts him, making him realize that Keed is actually far more upset about the situation than he is. A heavily blushing and frantic Keed quickly steps in, offering her own lunch to Nikaido instead, since they are eating the exact same hamburg steak. Tears practically welling in her eyes, she desperately begs Nikaido not to steal precious food from a hungry Yuuya-kun. Before anyone can react, Kid quickly feeds her own food directly to Nikaido, leaving Yuuya to watch in utter shock. Nikaido takes a bite and is completely blown away, blushing as she marvels at how incredibly delicious the meal is. The two girls instantly bond over the meal, happily gushing to each other about how amazing the Hamburg steak is. Yuuya is completely jolted in absolute shock as he realizes that Kid has already started casually calling Nikaido AI-chan in a matter of seconds. Kid's friendly attitude instantly vanishes as she leans in with a terrifying glare, pointing out that Yuuya seems incredibly close with Nikaido. She demandingly asks him exactly what kind of relationship they have, sending a sweating Yuuya into a state of silent, paralyzed panic. Nikaido casually shrugs and steps in to clear the air, nonchalantly explaining that they are just ordinary classmates who happen to sit next to each other, nothing more and nothing less. Despite her explanation, Kid keeps her sharp, deadly glare locked onto Yuuya, demanding to know if what she said is actually true. A massive wave of tension fills the air as Yuuya finds himself trapped between a fiercely glaring Kid and a menacing Nikaido, internally screaming in absolute panic, as he desperately wonders how things escalated into such a terrifying standoff. Desperately trying to diffuse the deadly atmosphere, Yuuya frantically reassures a glaring Kid that he and Nikaido are strictly just classmates. Eager to change the subject, he points out that they really need to address the matching lunchboxes sitting right in front of them instead. Nikaido dramatically lays out the evidence, pointing out that the two bentos are completely identical, right down to the exact same side dishes. The undeniable proof leaves a sweating Yoshizumi utterly bewildered, as he nervously wonders what the matching meals are actually supposed to imply. Flashing an incredibly smug and victorious smile, Kid casually drops a massive bombshell by proudly announcing that both bentos were lovingly handmade by Yuuya himself. Her bold claim instantly sends Yuuya into a stuttering state of absolute shock, while Nikaido twitches in sheer disbelief. Yuuya frantically tries for damage control to stop Nikaido from jumping to crazy conclusions, desperately clarifying that despite Kid's wildly romantic claims, he literally just stuffed the boxes with yesterday's dinner leftovers. Nikaido instantly loses her intense interrogator momentum, deadpanning that his lackluster culinary effort completely ruins the dramatic reveal. Nikaido quickly bounces back and violently connects the dots, pointing straight at the main dish. She sharply deduces that Kid was the one who actually cooked the Hamburg steak, while Yoshizumi merely packed it into his bag that morning, leaving Yuuya completely frozen in horror, as he realizes how badly he just messed up. Yuuya clutches his head and internally screams in absolute agony, realizing his desperate excuse about packing yesterday's leftovers was a massive blunder that basically just spoon-fed Nikaido the exact answer to their entire secret relationship. Seeing him completely backed into a corner, Kid decides to just completely own the situation. Flashing a bold smile, she cheerfully states that the answer is completely obvious, preparing to reveal their massive secret, while Yuuya stands by in sheer terror. With absolute pride and a massive cheerful blush, Kid completely shatters their cover by dropping the ultimate bombshell, publicly declaring right to her stunned classmates that she and Yuuya are officially living together. The earth-shattering revelation leaves Yoshizumi and Nikaido completely mind-blown, gasping in absolute shock at the sheer absurdity of the school idol cohabitating with their friend. As Kid happily asks him to confirm it, Yuuya just stands there completely dead inside, totally hollowed out by the sudden destruction of his peaceful high school life. A classmate corneringly demands that Yuuya clearly explain what on earth is going on, radiating an incredibly intimidating aura that leaves a sweating and utterly defeated Yuuya with no choice but to weakly agree. After school soccer practice gets underway, but the entire squad is mysteriously and aggressively fired up today. The intense seniors are baring their teeth and shouting at everyone to run as fast as they can, turning a regular practice into a grueling ordeal. Yuuya runs with everything he has left, while the upperclassmen aggressively scream at him to run until he drops and catch up to the ball. Sweating profusely, Yuuya internally curses out Shinji and all the other lucky normies at school, bitterly wishing they would all just go die in a fire. Finding a brief moment to catch his breath, Yuuya notes that the seniors are getting way too intensely fired up today, leaving him completely exhausted and struggling to survive the relentless pace. As Yuya and his classmate Shinji stand by the goalpost to catch their breath, Yuya dryly notes that there is absolutely zero doubt about what is actually causing the seniors to go completely wild. Yuya looks up towards the school building and immediately spots the source of the chaos, finding Keed leaning over the balcony railing and looking down at the field with a sweet supportive smile directed right at him. Sighing in exasperation, Yuya silently wonders why she is standing there watching his practice, while Keed simply blinks down at him with a perfectly innocent expression. Keed enthusiastically waves and cheers for him by name, shouting for him to go for it. This sends a massive wave of pure panic through Yuya, who desperately wishes she would just quietly wave instead of shouting his name for the entire school to hear. Yuya's worst fears are instantly realized as the eyes of his teammates flare up with intense, tearful jealousy. He mentally groans that her personal cheering is only going to fuel their burning rage, which means the upperclassmen are going to work him twice as hard just to punish him. Shinji playfully teases Yuya about how tough it must be to have the prettiest girl in Japan as his girlfriend, prompting a flustered Yuya to snap back and remind him that they are definitely not dating yet. Shinji laughs and calls him incredibly stubborn, pointing out how ridiculous it is that they are already living under the same roof, but still aren't dating, before warmly advising Yuya to just hurry up and be honest with his feelings. After Keed drops her massive bomb, Yuya reluctantly sits down to explain the situation to his friends. He explains that it is a completely fabricated story cooked up specifically for situations like this, with Sakurako-san serving as the mastermind script writer. According to the fabricated script, Yuya returned home to find his house completely empty after his parents secretly fell deep into debt. To make matters worse, a terrifying young man named Taka-san from a consumer finance company suddenly showed up to collect the money. Just when Yuya thought he was in serious trouble, Sakurako-san, a professional lawyer who is both his dad's old childhood friend and Keed's mother, miraculously stepped in to save him. However, the catch was that Yuya still had to entirely give up his house to pay off his parents' massive debt. Left completely homeless and at an absolute loss with his parents gone, Yuya was offered a lifeline by Sakurako-san, who invited him to stay with Keed's family until his parents returned, claiming his dad had sobbed and begged her to do so. And that is exactly how Yuya ended up in his current living arrangement. Keed's reaction to hearing this fictional cover-up story was absolutely explosive as she slammed the table and furiously demanded a complete rewrite, throwing a massive tantrum over the fact that her mother was getting all the credit when she was the one who actually begged for Yuya to be saved. Needless to say, her desperate demands were instantly rejected. Sakurako-san's logic that a good lie needs a moderate sprinkle of the actual truth proved to be completely correct, as absolutely none of Yuya's friends doubted the story. However, Keed alone remained incredibly pouty and sulky about the script, while Nikaido sat there quietly processing the entire explanation. A highly confused Nikaido asks him to confirm if they are truly living under the same roof, despite not even dating. A sweating Yuya immediately nods frantically and insists that is absolutely the case, prompting Nikaido to fall completely silent and spend the entire afternoon acting incredibly distant and absent-minded. Yuya turns to Shinji on the soccer field, demanding to know why he is slacking off and what happened to their team's defense. Shinji casually reassures him that the motivated upperclassmen are so incredibly desperate to impress the watching Keed that they are defending like crazy on their own, prompting Yuya to sigh that they probably would have won the regional tournament if their team showed this level of motivation on a regular basis. Shinji cheekily suggests that if Yuya were to actually date Keed and convince her to become the soccer club's official manager, they would probably easily conquer the national championship. Yuya quickly rejects the crazy idea, insisting there is absolutely no way he could ever relax if she were around. Putting the idle chatter behind them for now, Yuya excitedly suggests they focus entirely on the game and go score some points. Shinji eagerly pumps his fist and agrees, promising to set up the perfect plays so Yuya can show off how incredibly cool he is right in front of the watching school idol. The boys exchange a solid fist bump, officially sealing their camaraderie, before jumping right back into their intense gym class activities. Getting completely defensive on the field, Yuya loudly insists that he is definitely not trying to show off just because Keed has been cheering for him the entire time. Unconvinced, his friend playfully calls him a cute tsundere for getting so worked up, prompting an embarrassed Yuuya to immediately snap back at the teasing. As Kid loudly screams out her absolute support from the sidelines, Yuuya mentally admits that having her cheer for him actually feels pretty great. He internally wonders why she decided to completely drop her quiet facade today, instead of keeping a low profile to avoid suspicion, though he cannot help but smile at her overwhelming enthusiasm. Fully energized by the support, Yuuya completely dominates the soccer field and swiftly maneuvers the ball during the match before happily celebrating a successful play alongside an ecstatic Yoshizumi. Watching him shine on the field, Kid completely loses her composure like a massive fangirl, blushing furiously and screaming at the top of her lungs about how incredibly cool he looks. Catching the deafening cheer, a heavily blushing Yuuya looks away awkwardly while Yoshizumi pokes his arm and playfully teases him about being so incredibly loved, prompting an embarrassed Yuuya to quickly demand his friend give it a rest. Yuuya takes a moment to freshen up, letting out a relaxed sigh as he steps back into the main living space to wind down for the evening. Walking back into the room, Yuuya is completely caught off guard when he finds Kid breathing heavily and struggling on the floor. It turns out she is pushing herself through an incredibly intense core workout, panting heavily from the immense physical strain. Yuuya watches in absolute awe as she successfully wraps up her workout session, guided by an online fitness trainer who cheerfully signs off for the day. Completely exhausted but highly satisfied, Kid lets out a relieved sigh and happily celebrates that she has finally completed her daily exercise quota. Yuuya kindly hands her a cold glass of water to help her recover, prompting a grateful Kid to quickly gulp it down and marvel at how water tastes so much better right after a grueling workout, before she suddenly realizes he is standing right there. Startled by his presence, Kid quickly spins around and demands to know exactly how long he has been watching her, but Yuuya calmly tells her to relax, and sincerely praises her dedication, admitting he knows from his own club experience how difficult planks really are. She happily explains that it is just a normal part of her daily routine, leaving Yuuya deeply impressed that her incredible figure is the result of relentless hard work. Curious about what other exercises she does, Yuuya wonders if she does more than just planks, prompting her to ask if he really wants to know. Instead of sharing her routine, Kid playfully decides to keep it a complete secret, leaving a slightly disappointed Yuuya to argue that sharing a few basic fitness tips is really not a big deal. She confidently states that secrets are exactly what make a girl beautiful, firmly declaring that she has absolutely no intention of sharing her fitness routine even with Yuuya. Kid recalls their playful bath banter, fondly remembering how she teasingly invited Yuuya to bathe with her and wash her back, only for him to bluntly tell her to hurry up and leave, prompting her to whine about how incredibly mean he was being. The next day, school officially starts up again, throwing the teenagers right back into their chaotic daily academic routines. Yuuya tries to casually greet his classmate Niketo, but his greeting immediately sends the surrounding male classmates into an absolute red-faced panic as they glare at him in complete disbelief over their casual interaction. The tense atmosphere instantly escalates when a neatly wrapped striped bento box is suddenly slammed down right onto Yuuya's desk with a loud thud. Niketo blushes deeply and proudly declares that the bundle is indeed her homemade lunch, casually downplaying her effort by claiming she simply stuffed it with random leftovers, which leaves a completely flustered Yuuya sweating bullets. The surrounding classmates completely lose their minds in pure jealousy, muttering in absolute disbelief that Yuuya is somehow receiving homemade lunches from both the school goddess Kid and the cool idol Niketo, quickly declaring him unforgivable and whispering about beating him up. Niketo smugly advises Yuuya to just ignore the jealous haters, but she immediately turns around and cheerfully waves to a massive crowd of screaming fans. A panicked Yuuya desperately tries to stop her, pointing out that waving to her admirers will only fan the flames and make them get even more fired up against him. Niketo casually dismisses his worries, claiming that her fan interaction is just a routine fan service, leaving her adoring classmates squealing in absolute delight at her cool and confident gesture. Changing the subject, Yuuya points out that it is incredibly unusual for her to make lunch, demanding to know what has gotten into her. Nikaido leans in close with a smug grin, teasingly admitting that if she had to give a reason, she did it specifically to annoy and fluster him. The classroom door suddenly slams open as Kid cheerfully bursts in holding 2 packed bento lunches, loudly singing that it is time for them to have lunch together. A pale, petrified Yuya can only manage a weak agreement, realizing he is now officially trapped in an absolute nightmare of catastrophic timing. Kid is immediately left sulking as a wrapped bento lunch is suddenly slammed down right onto Yuuya's desk. A curious Kid eagerly asks him what it could possibly be, only for Yuuya to confirm that it is exactly what she is imagining. AI Nikaido stands smugly beside them and proudly boasts to a deeply irritated and completely shocked Kid that she was simply 1 step too late in making her move. A completely devastated Kid desperately shakes with regret, dramatically crying out that she was incredibly careless and loudly arguing that they absolutely should have just walked to school together that morning. Meanwhile, Yuuya nervously sweats and sighs, internally arguing that there was absolutely no way they could have done that. Yuuya recalls how Kid had snuck out of the bedroom late last night to work on something in the kitchen, foolishly believing he wouldn't notice her efforts. He remembers her sleeping in much later than usual because of it forcing him to wake her up when she was completely knocked out. Yuuya reflects on how incredibly eager she was to make him a homemade lunch, recalling her cheerful promise from their walk to school. Feeling a bit guilty that her hard work almost made her late, he decides he doesn't want her to push herself so hard. Kid nervously calls out Yuuya's name, her face flushed with embarrassment, as a completely stunned Yuuya stares in absolute shock at the homemade bento she has proudly prepared for him. An emotional Kid frantically slams her hands on the desk with tears in her eyes, desperately demanding that Yuuya eat the homemade lunch she worked so hard to make. Meanwhile, a smug AI smoothly argues that since she handed hers over first, it is only fair that Yuuya eats her meal instead, leaving the poor guy completely trapped in the middle of their chaotic dispute. Yuuya gasps in surprise as Akiho Atsuki suddenly approaches him with a highly mischievous grin, cackling that she has overheard their entire dramatic lunch dispute. Yuuya internally groans that the absolute #1 troublemaker he wanted to avoid has officially entered the scene. Standing confidently, Akiho addresses Kid and AI, suggesting a perfect alternative to making Yuuya choose between eating one lunch over the other. Akiho boldly proposes that they instead have Yuuya judge both meals to see which lunch is superior. This highly dangerous suggestion leaves a completely terrified Yuuya screaming in panic, while Kid thoughtfully considers the idea as a highly reasonable solution. Kid cheerfully praises Akiho's suggestion as a fantastic idea. Akiho completely agrees that it is a fair solution, smoothly stating that she does not care about winning or losing as long as Yuuya is the one eating her food. Exhausted by their antics, Yuuya flatly notes that they are completely ignoring his own opinion on the matter as they chuckle ominously. His blonde friend casually pats his shoulder and cheerfully praises Yuuya's bold attitude in trying to pick just one option. In response, Yuuya bitterly grumbles that his buddy is just enjoying the absolute chaos from the safe sidelines. The scene shifts to the school building as the group gets ready for the impending lunch showdown. The tense lunchtime standoff officially kicks off as Akiho and Kid take their seats next to a highly anxious Yuuya, completely ready to present their respective meals. An incredibly intense and heavy aura fills the room as the 2 girls lock into a serious stare-down, treating the homemade lunch evaluation like an absolutely high-stakes battle. Breaking the suffocating silence, Kid boldly volunteers to go first, decisively dropping her lunchbox right onto the desk. Opening the container reveals an absolutely flawless spread, instantly impressing everyone with its incredibly appetizing presentation. A classmate excitedly hypes up the meal, loudly declaring that the legendary combination of fried chicken and rolled omelet is the absolute top-tier choice for any lunchbox. While his friend cheers that Kid is clearly going for the absolute win, a completely bewildered Yuuya nervously notes that the specific menu has to be a massive coincidence, desperately asking if it was just a random fluke, since he totally didn't expect this lineup. Under the suffocating weight of Kid's intense and unblinking stare, a terrified Yuuya can only gulp in absolute panic. The pressure in the classroom is completely off the charts as she looms over him, repeatedly demanding that he hurry up and eat her food. With absolutely no escape, Yuuya tentatively takes a bite of the meal under her watchful eye. An incredibly nervous and blushing Kid immediately asks him what he thinks of her cooking, her heart pounding as she desperately waits for his feedback. Yuuya slowly swallows the bite, letting the flavors settle as he carefully processes the taste of the homemade dish. Yuuya's face completely lights up as he happily confirms that the lunch is delicious. He curiously asks if she did something special since it has an authentic Japanese taste and aroma, sending a sparkling Kid into absolute ecstasy over his keen observation. An overjoyed Kid happily celebrates that he noticed her clever culinary trick. She proudly reveals that her secret was tossing savory bonito flakes directly into the meat before frying it, absolutely thrilled that her effort paid off so perfectly. Yuuya is completely blown away by the unexpected flavor combination, marveling at how incredibly tasty the meal is. The high praise immediately prompts a curious classmate to wonder where she learned to cook such an amazing recipe, leaving Kid to coyly stall for time. Flashing a playful wink, Kid cheerfully declares that her culinary methods are an absolute secret. A heavily blushing Yuuya happily finishes off his portion of the meal, internally deciding that a girl that incredibly cute is perfectly entitled to keep all the secrets she wants. Not wasting a single second to let the victory linger, a highly confident Nikaido steps right up to the plate, presenting her own wrapped lunch and playfully demanding that Yuuya eat every last bite. Opening the container reveals an absolute shocker, prompting an overly excited Akiho to wildly scream that both girls somehow prepared the exact same side dishes for their lunchboxes. The massive hype quickly turns into total confusion as Yuuya takes a hesitant bite of the chicken and immediately freezes in sheer disbelief. Utterly puzzled by the completely unfamiliar but incredibly delicious flavor profile, Yuuya openly admits he has never tasted anything quite like it. A beaming Nikaido proudly reveals her culinary secret is using miso for the seasoning, sighing in pure relief that her massive cooking gamble actually paid off and suited his tastes perfectly. Yuuya takes a bite of the food and is immediately impressed by its light, elegant flavor, noting a fragrant aroma of sesame the moment he bites into it. He wonders if she went out of her way to add something extra, prompting her to explain that she simply mixed in some sesame oil while frying. He finds it incredibly difficult to decide which bento actually tasted better, even though he internally notes that one of the fried eggs is a little bit burnt. He casually reflects on Nikaido's personality, wondering if she is simply too serious to ever truly get on his nerves. Suddenly, Yuuya drops his food in surprise as Nikaido notices and immediately gets worried. She nervously asks him if her cooking tastes bad, explaining that she actually used the exact seasoning he mentioned liking in the past. Yuuya quickly tells her not to worry and reassures her that the food is actually really delicious. Hearing his reassurance, a deeply blushing Nikaido quietly expresses her relief and agrees that she is glad it turned out well. Yuuya is deeply touched that she actually remembered a casual detail he mentioned a long time ago. However, the sweet moment is cut short as their classmate announces that their lunch break is officially coming to an end. The energetic classmate eagerly asks Yuuya if he has finally decided which of the two bentos was better. As Yuuya reluctantly admits that he has made his choice, both Kid and Nikaido gulp in tense silence, waiting on the edge of their seats. The classmate enthusiastically cheers him on and commands him to make his big announcement, while Yuuya looks at the two girls mentally preparing to choose between Kid and Ai-chan. With the pressure mounting, the classmate impatiently demands to know once and for all which girl's bento won the ultimate taste test. Yuuya breaks out in a cold sweat and takes a massive nervous gulp as the intense silence hangs heavily over the classroom. With everyone watching him, Yuuya finally delivers his final verdict, announcing to the quiet room that Nikaido is the winner. Nikaido is officially announced as the grand champion of the school lunch showdown, smugly celebrating her victory, while her devastated rival groans in utter defeat, desperately calling out her name. Back at their apartment, Kid is in an incredibly bad mood, pouting deeply as she demands to know the exact reason behind her sudden loss. Looking down with a melancholic expression, Kid directly asks Yuuya why Nikaido's lunch won, questioning if her rival's fried chicken was really that much more delicious than hers. Yuuya explains that the decisive factor was actually the fried eggs, though he internally admits he actually preferred Kid's fried chicken and wanted to make her the winner. He praises Kid's traditional high-quality eggs, but notes that Nikaido's dish had a highly specific advantage. When Keed asks how Nikato's fried eggs tasted, Yuya reveals they were incredibly sweet, explaining that they tasted exactly like the sugar-filled ones his mother used to make for him when he was younger. Yuya explains that Nikato's win was only possible because she already knew his specific childhood preferences from their past conversations, assuring Keed that her lunch would have won otherwise. Hearing this, Keed finally accepts his reasoning and agrees to drop her lunch grievance. Suddenly, a sharp glint flashes in Keed's eyes as she fiercely declares that the real problem is far from over. Keed reveals that the lunch loss only accounted for a tiny fraction of her bad mood, while the vast majority is caused by a far more serious problem. A sweating Yuya realizes she will not cheer up until this mysterious issue is resolved, nervously asking her what could possibly be wrong. Keed demands to know why Yuya still addresses her formally as Hitotsuba-san while calling her rival, by just Nikato leaving a completely dumbfounded Yuya with a giant question mark over his head. Sitting across from her, a bewildered Yuya can only stare blankly in sheer disbelief and weakly ask her to repeat herself. Keed complains that she feels a distant wall between them because Yuya addresses Nikato without a suffix, but still calls her with a formal san. She calmly demands that he start calling her by her first name, Keed, without any suffix to bridge the gap. She demands to know exactly why he calls Nikato by her last name without a suffix in the first place, asking what the deep reason behind it is, though Yuya internally notes that there really isn't much of a reason at all. Yuya reflects on how he and Nikato just happened to sit next to each other and immediately hit it off due to sports and interests. Since Nikato has a cool prince-like vibe, she casually started calling him Yoshizumi, which naturally led him to call her Nikato. Pouting slightly, Keed looks up at him with a blushing face and tearfully confesses that she also wants to get much closer to him emotionally. She admits that she is actually pushing herself incredibly hard just to call him Yuya-kun, begging him to return the favor by finally calling her by her first name. She gently repeats her heartfelt request, telling a heavily blushing Yuya that she would really like him to call her Keed. She looks up at him with a soft, pleading gaze, asking if calling her by her first name is really no good. Her heart beats rapidly in anticipation as she waits for his response, her blushing face revealing just how incredibly nervous she actually is. Yuya feels his throat go dry and gulps down hard, desperately covering his blushing face as he struggles to maintain his sanity under her intense gaze. As the clock on the wall ticks away the silence, the mounting tension in the room is broken when Keed softly whispers his name once more, sending a sharp twitch through the completely flustered teenager. Yuya is completely paralyzed by embarrassment, nervously hiding his face as his blush deepens, and he struggles to find his words under the immense pressure. Finally, caving to the stress of the moment, a heavily blushing Yuya raises his hands in complete defeat, admitting his total loss, and softly calling out Keed's name. Turning away to hide his face, Yuya admits that this situation is far more embarrassing than he ever anticipated, feeling like his face is about to catch fire from how red he is. But then he notices something unexpected about her. To his absolute surprise, Keed is blushing just as intensely as a ripe tomato, making Yuya feel a sudden wave of genuine relief that she is just as flustered as he is. Clasping her hands together, a beautifully blushing Keed sweetly thanks Yuya, looking absolutely angelic to him as her face glows like a warm sunset. Completely overwhelmed by her stunning reaction, all Yuya can do is stand there in absolute embarrassment, ending their incredibly tense morning on a deeply flustered note. The focus shifts to the legendary combination of crispy fried chicken and sweet rolled omelet waiting inside the lunchbox, looking absolutely delicious. The classic lunch menu highlights the perfect visual representation of crispy Japanese fried chicken alongside a perfectly cooked golden brown rolled omelet. The scene opens with a completely defeated Yuya calling out to Keed and formally admitting his absolute loss from behind the closed doors. Meanwhile, a highly victorious Keed sits comfortably in the living room, giggling mischievously to herself and celebrating that her long-awaited moment has finally arrived. Keed absolutely loses her mind with joy, squishing her face in pure bliss and happily declaring that she finally got Yuya to call her by her first name. She treats the massive victory as a historic milestone that definitely calls for a major celebration. Snapping back to reality, Keed decides to put her free time to good use, noting that she should knock out her daily workout and intense skin conditioning routine, while Yuuya is busy taking his bath. She happily admires the glowing results of her skincare routine, confidently thinking to herself that Yuuya can now touch her flawless face anytime he wants. Her bold thoughts instantly spiral into a wild fantasy where an awestruck Yuuya begs to feel her soft skin, sending a completely flustered Kid into a massive squealing panic over her own romantic imagination. Yuuya steps out of the bath feeling totally refreshed and lets Kid know it is finally her turn. But she is completely caught off guard by his sudden appearance, gasping in shock and frantically trying to change the subject by stammering about a random machine in the room. Kid is absolutely mesmerized as she closely takes in his freshly bathed appearance, completely fixated on his damp hair, his faintly steaming skin, and the incredibly refreshing scent that suddenly fills the air around him. She completely loses herself in the overwhelming moment, practically drooling with a goofy, dreamy smile as she stares at him. Noticing her completely dazed state, a highly confused Yuuya checks in to see if she is feeling all right, instantly snapping her back to reality. Genuinely worried that she might have caught a sudden fever, Yuuya checks her temperature by directly feeling her forehead. He casually notes that she actually seems completely fine, completely unaware that Kid has totally frozen up in absolute shock at the unexpected physical contact. The sudden touch immediately sends Kid into an absolute tailspin, her face erupting into a massive bright red blush as she violently squeaks out in sheer panicked disbelief over the fact that he just casually touched her. Kid internally panics over how unfair it is for Yuuya to surprise her like that, completely overwhelmed by how close his face is and how absolutely radiant his relieved smile looks as he quietly sighs in relief. Frantically brushing off her blushing embarrassment, Kid quickly changes the subject by pointing out her beauty steamer. Yuuya listens intently with a towel draped over his neck, nodding along in polite surprise as she explains exactly how the machine works. Kid stares directly at him with a deeply flushed face, secretly wondering to herself if he genuinely enjoys listening to her ramble about her personal beauty routines. Yuuya warmly explains that it is not just about entertainment, but rather that he feels genuinely happy knowing her incredible prettiness is the hard-earned result of her dedicated daily effort. When Yuuya softly asks if he is the absolute only person who gets to see this private side of her, a completely overjoyed Kid practically floats with pure happiness, deeply touched by his sweet words, and thrilled that her hard work is truly appreciated by the person she cares about most. As her heart skips a beat from the sheer sweetness of his admission, Kid finds herself entirely lost in her own raw emotions, though she quickly manages to pull herself back to reality. Kid suddenly gets serious and asks Yuuya for a single request, causing a nervous Yuuya to gulp and try to look away, which only confirms to Kid that he already knows exactly what she is about to ask of him. Frustrated by his constant hesitation, Kid directly grabs his face and firmly confronts him, demanding to know why he still has not fulfilled his promise to finally start calling her by her first name. She unleashes an incredibly adorable puffed cheek pout, deeply hurt as she plaintively asks if he has somehow already managed to forget his heartfelt promise to her. Completely overwhelmed by her devastatingly cute attack, a heavily blushing Yuuya holds his burning face in sheer defeat, before finally caving to her demands and nervously promising her that he will do his absolute best to start using her first name. Yuuya returns home after school, unbuttoning his collar as he opens the door, only to find something highly unexpected waiting for him inside. He is completely shocked to see Kid actually awake and eating breakfast, prompting him to wonder if hell has frozen over, which deeply offends Kid as she furiously slams the table and insists she is fully capable of putting in effort when it counts. Yuuya grows worried when he notices dark bags under her eyes, wondering if she stayed up all night just because she is terrible at waking up early. But a pouting Kid reveals she went to all this trouble specifically because he finally started calling her by her first name, and she desperately wanted to walk to school with him. He sheepishly points out that walking to school together is embarrassing and will definitely cause misunderstandings. But as he accidentally addresses her as Hitotsuba-san, a highly annoyed Kid completely ignores his protests, grabs him, and demands they commute together anyway. She vigorously shakes him while yelling that he must call her Kid-san instead of Hitotsuba-san, sending a dizzy Yuuya into a blind panic as he desperately apologizes while repeatedly making the exact same mistake. Staggering from the intense shaking, a completely overwhelmed Yuuya listens as she relentlessly demands that he give in and walk to school with her. She flatly warns him that she has absolutely no intention of stopping the intense shaking until she gets exactly what she wants. Gasping for air, Yuuya finally surrenders and tells her that he understands and will walk with her, begging her to let go because he literally cannot breathe. Instantly switching to pure joy, Kid happily cheers over her victory, incredibly excited that she finally gets to walk to school with him for the very first time, while a thoroughly exhausted Yuuya is left wheezing in the background. Kid declares she needs to put in extra effort to get ready, quickly prompting her to loudly call out to Yuuya as he stands right outside her door listening to the sudden commotion. Kid completely throws Yuuya for a massive loop by suddenly popping out half-dressed and cheerfully asking him to pick which set of undergarments he thinks is cuter for her to wear today. The sheer absurdity of the deeply personal question instantly sends Yuuya into a massive panic, leaving the heavily blushing teenager screaming her name in pure, unadulterated shock. Desperately covering his eyes to block out the highly compromising view, Yuuya frantically begs her to stop asking him such inappropriate questions, completely bewildered as to why she would ever subject him to this kind of absolute torture. Kid calmly justifies her bizarre behavior by explaining that since today is their very first day commuting to school together, it is only perfectly natural for her to wear her absolute best lucky underwear for the occasion, a wild leap in logic that Yuuya immediately calls completely insane. Refusing to take no for an answer, Kid fiercely insists that his honest opinion is incredibly important to her, and aggressively shoves the garments right in his face, aggressively demanding that he pick a favorite. Yuuya weakly caves under the immense pressure and hesitantly picks the red one, only for Kid to instantly glare at him and demand a full explanation. Terrified, he frantically stammers that the passionate color perfectly matches her intense energy for the day, quickly adding that the blue one is also cute, just to cover his bases. Instantly satisfied by his frantic reasoning, a beaming Kid cheerfully agrees to wear the red set for the day, playfully promising to save the blue one for tomorrow, while a totally drained Yuuya just watches her with a blank stare. With her wardrobe crisis officially solved, Kid cheerfully orders him to stay put, while she finishes changing, leaving a completely mentally exhausted Yuuya to just collapse face first onto the bed, as he realizes the chaotic morning has barely even started. Already completely drained before even leaving the building, Yuuya is filled with absolute dread as he looks ahead, seriously questioning if he is actually going to survive the rest of the day at this relentless pace. The school building looms as Yuuya finds himself at the center of intense, furious glares from his deeply envious classmates, leaving him sweating bullets and completely on edge. Yuuya's worst fears have completely materialized as he sits trapped under a barrage of murderous glares. Shinji cheerfully slides into the room to greet him and smugly asks how it feels to be the star of the day, prompting Yuuya to bluntly reply that it is nothing short of hell. Shinji points out that Yuuya should have expected this kind of reaction after arriving at school side by side with Kid like a couple. A defensive Yuuya tells him to shut up, explaining that he actively warned her against doing it, but she simply refused to listen. While explaining his dilemma, Yuuya accidentally lets her first name slip, instantly gasping and covering his mouth as he realizes he blurted it out. Before he can recover, Nikaido suddenly approaches his desk to greet him. Nikaido gets straight to the point, asking if the rumors are true about him dating the famous school idol. A completely bewildered Yuuya panics over how the gossip blew up so quickly just as Nikaido suddenly grabs him. Throwing her arm over his shoulder, Nikaido presses him for the details on the situation. She points out that while the gossip says Kid confessed and is waiting for an answer, their joint commute this morning seems to hint that they are indeed dating. Nikaido smugly adds that there are even reports of him calling the school idol by her first name in an affectionate tone, causing nearby onlookers to burn with jealousy as she leans in close to playfully demand the truth. Nikaido teases him further, whispering that he will feel much better if he simply confesses everything. A heavily sweating Yuuya closes his eyes in frustration, weakly trying to stammer out a response. Yuuya quietly admits that he has not actually given her confession a response yet. The honest admission instantly catches Nikaido off guard, and she stares back at him in serious silence, just as the morning bells begin to ring. As the school bells echo through the building, the intense conversation is abruptly cut short when Nikaido quickly turns and slides the door shut with a heavy slam. During class, Both Yuuya and Nikaido let out heavy sighs of exhaustion, with Nikaido quietly whispering that she plans to grill him for more details during the upcoming lunch break. This leaves a deeply stressed Yuuya silently lamenting that he never thought he would see the day where he actually did not want morning classes to end. The two eventually retreat to the quiet school rooftop, finding a private spot behind the metal fencing where they can finally speak to each other openly without any hesitation or fear of being overheard. Sitting back against the fence, Nikaido looks directly at Yuuya and firmly calls him out by his last name, eager to pick up their intense conversation right where they had left off earlier that morning. Yuuya solemnly reiterates exactly what he said that morning, clarifying that he is not actually dating Kid yet and has not officially responded to her confession. He adds that he only ended up walking to school with her because she had stubbornly insisted on it. Nikaido presses him on why he has not responded, yet pointing out that they are clearly close enough to be calling each other by their first names. She directly asks him if his hesitation means he secretly harbors feelings for someone else, leaving a sweating Yuuya completely speechless. Staring out at the city skyline from the rooftop, Yuuya quietly confesses that his hesitation is actually because he is deeply afraid. A bewildered Nikaido questions what could possibly be so scary about simply returning the school idol's feelings. Yuuya firmly shuts her down, tightly clenching his hands together as he reveals that what he is truly terrified of is the painful prospect of losing his loved ones. His mind flashes back to the painful memory of his parents suddenly abandoning him and disappearing without warning. Looking at Kid's bright smile in his mind, he admits he is deeply terrified of opening his heart, only to let that devastating loss happen to him all over again. Slumped over in deep despair, Yuuya admits that despite desperately wanting to return her feelings, he simply cannot bring himself to take a step forward. A sympathetic Nikaido quietly listens, sadly agreeing that suddenly having family members vanish is truly heartbreaking. Nikaido softly apologizes, honestly admitting that since she is not him or someone directly involved in his life like Kid, she cannot truly understand the raw pain and deep loneliness he has had to endure. Nikaido sets a remarkably serious tone for their conversation, preparing to deliver some incredibly blunt truth to a hesitant Yoshizumi. She does not mince her words for a single second, telling Yoshizumi that she is going to say what needs to be said anyway, and bluntly asking if he is being completely stupid. Nikaido continues her relentless lecture, demanding to know why he of all people does not realize that Kid is not that kind of girl. She firmly points out that Kid is only living under the same roof because she truly wants to be with him, asking if he seriously believes a girl like that would ever just disappear from his sight. Letting out a weary sigh, Yoshizumi silently reflects on her words and realizes she is absolutely correct. He admits to himself that Kid is completely different from everyone else, and that he is the one who understands that truth better than anyone. Yoshizumi openly agrees with Nikaido, prompting a smug sigh from her as she accepts his answer. Although she is glad he finally understands, she cannot resist teasing him one last time, admitting she was highly surprised to hear him say things that were far more wimpy than she ever could have imagined. Nikaido delivers a sudden forceful reality check, loudly yelling at him to finally get real and pull himself together. Just as the heavy mood settles, the intense conversation is suddenly cut short by a quiet buzzing, instantly distracting a highly curious Yuuya. Realizing it is an incoming call from Shinji, Yuuya quickly answers, only to be blasted by frantic shouting on the other end. Yuuya is completely thrown for a loop when he realizes the panicked voice coming through his friend's phone actually belongs to Atsuki-san. She frantically screams that there is a massive emergency and demands that he run to the school infirmary immediately, leaving both Yuuya and a bewildered Nikaido completely on edge. Yuuya is completely shocked to receive an urgent phone call informing him that something major happened right after physical education class ended. It is revealed that Kid has suddenly collapsed and is currently lying resting on a bed in the school's infirmary. Yuuya is stunned to hear that Kid suddenly collapsed and was rushed straight to the school infirmary. His frantic classmate on the line urges him to stop whatever he is doing and run over to see her right away, prompting a worried Yuuya to instantly prepare to dash toward her. Nikaido smoothly dismisses him, telling him she is done talking and commanding him to hurry up and go see Hitotsuba-san. She reassuringly notes that the school idol is waiting specifically for him to arrive, prompting Yuuya to sincerely apologize and thank Nikaido before rushing off. An exhausted Yuuya frantically slides open the infirmary door, breathing heavily, as he calls out for permission to enter, only to immediately realize that the school nurse is completely out of the office. Quickly parting the curtains to check on the beds, he spots Kid lying under the covers and asks if she is all right, prompting a heavily flushed and delirious Kid to sleepily call out his name. Gently placing his hand on her forehead, Yuuya instantly freezes in shock as he realizes she is completely burning up with a massive fever, while a delirious Kid simply giggles and murmurs about how cool and comforting his hand feels. Looking down at her in deep worry, Yuuya notes how incredibly difficult it must be for her to speak with such a high temperature, silently marveling at her sheer stubbornness for putting up with such intense physical strain. Kid weakly insists that she is perfectly fine and only has a slight temperature, prompting a highly skeptical Yuuya to directly ask her exactly how high her fever actually is. When she reveals her temperature, a completely horrified Yuuya yells that her fever is absolutely not minor and insists she needs to head home immediately to see a doctor for the flu. However, a stubborn Kid suddenly sits straight up and loudly demands that he stop worrying about her. Kid weakly explains that she has not caught a cold or the flu, but rather that her high fever is simply the natural result of intense overwork and a severe lack of sleep. Losing her balance as she insists she is completely fine, Kid suddenly begins to collapse backward, forcing a panicked Yuuya to quickly jump forward and grab her before she can crash onto the mattress. Sighing in absolute exasperation, Yuuya flatly scolds the stubborn girl, telling her that she is clearly not okay in the slightest and needs to stop pushing herself. Though Yuuya gently tries to soothe her and tells her to calm down and lie back down, Kid stubbornly refuses and suddenly pulls him into a tight, desperate hug instead. Kid sits in the bed looking incredibly flustered and anxious, desperately clutching Yuuya's sleeve as if she is terrified of him leaving. The sudden display of vulnerability catches him completely off guard as they lock eyes in a tense, emotionally charged moment. Filled with worry, Kid softly pleads with Yuuya to stay with her and not go anywhere. The heartfelt request instantly sends a massive blush across his face, leaving him standing there in absolute silence as he processes just how much she needs his presence. With her feelings completely laid bare, Kid looks directly at Yuuya and admits that she wants him to focus only on her. Deeply moved by her earnestness, Yuuya looks back at her with a gentle, blushing face and quietly vows that he will do his absolute best to make her wish come true. The promise leaves Kid completely speechless as she lets out a soft, flustered breath. Sensing her lingering anxiety, Yuuya offers a warm, gentle smile and reassures her that everything is going to be completely fine and she has nothing to worry about. Returning the sentiment, Kid softly promises that she will never leave his side either. Before Yuuya can even respond, she suddenly catches him off guard by wrapping her arms around him in a tight, affectionate squeeze, leaving him completely frozen in a state of happy, flustered shock. While sheltering herself beneath her jacket, Kid hesitantly wonders if Yuuya will truly stay by her side forever. Yuuya reassuringly replies that he absolutely will not leave, gently urging her to rely on him and lean on him a lot more. The sweet suggestion catches her off guard, leaving her to softly ask if he is really certain about making such a promise. Kid's face completely flushes as she nervously asks if she really can depend on him even more. She shyly warns him that despite her usual perfect image, she actually craves a ton of attention and can be incredibly needy when it comes to the person she cares about. Without a second thought, Yuuya happily welcomes her clingy nature and tells her she is free to rely on him as much as she likes, while affectionately petting her hair. An ecstatic Kid lets out a cheerful giggle and immediately lunges forward to pull him into a tight, warm hug. Their intimate lovey-dovey moment is suddenly interrupted by a loud clatter as the door is swung open. The school nurse happily enters the infirmary, cheerfully calling out to Kid and announcing that she has finally returned with some cooling sheets to help bring down her high fever. The nurse instantly freezes mid-sentence, completely losing her words as she stares in absolute disbelief. She is left utterly speechless by the incredibly scandalous sight of the two high schoolers passionately hugging on the clinic bed, leaving a heavily sweating Yuuya to panic over being so thoroughly caught in the act. While a delirious Kid continues to sleepily rub against Yuuya's shoulder, Yuuya freezes in absolute horror as a sudden chill runs down his spine when he looks up and is met with a mysterious smiling face wearing glasses. The school nurse Chika Segusa suddenly enters the room with a twitching smile, easily recognizing him as the first-year student Yoshizumi, and demanding to know exactly what he is doing in the infirmary. Yuuya quickly recognizes her as the incredibly popular new school nurse who is widely adored by both male and female students for her mascot-like cuteness. But he quickly reminds himself that now is absolutely not the time to be distracted by her reputation, as he desperately tries to explain himself. Sweating profusely, Yuuya sincerely apologizes and explains that he only snuck into the room because he was deeply worried about Keed, and wanted to personally check up on her, prompting Segusa-sensei to quietly observe him. A heavy, highly awkward silence completely takes over the entire infirmary as the nurse quietly stands at a distance, silently processing his explanation, while Yuuya waits in absolute suspense. Breaking the silence, a heavily dazed Keed happily calls out to Segusa-sensei, before sleepily snuggling right back up against Yuuya, to deliriously brag that he is officially her boyfriend and future husband, leaving Yuuya to realize that her fever has completely turned her brain to mush. Yuuya silently panics as he notices Segusa-sensei looking completely bewildered by Keed's delirious love confession, sweating profusely as the awkward tension in the room continues to rise. To his immense surprise, Segusa-sensei suddenly bursts into a cheerful laugh, happily realizing that he is indeed the legendary Yuuya that Keed is always talking about, and teasingly adding that it makes perfect sense for him to run over if his precious girlfriend collapsed. Segusa-sensei excitedly explains that while Keed was resting, she could not stop repeatedly calling out his name in her sleep, which leaves a completely mortified Yuuya standing in absolute shock. Segusa-sensei continues to playfully tease him with a massive grin, gushing over how incredibly enviable their sweet romance is, since Yuuya immediately rushed to the infirmary the second he heard she was sick, leaving the poor guy completely unable to defend himself. The school nurse, Segusa-sensei, lets out a tired sigh, clicking her tongue in frustration, while Yuuya stands nearby. The nurse completely loses her professional composure, blushing and muttering about wanting a devoted boyfriend herself, which makes Yuuya realize she is projecting her own fantasies in the completely wrong direction, before he frantically tries to redirect her focus back to how Keed is actually doing. When Yuuya asks if she has a cold or needs to go to a hospital, Segusa-sensei snaps back to reality and clarifies that it is simply a fever from overwork, reassuring him that Keed will recover quickly if she just rests quietly in bed for the day. Relieved to hear she will be fine, Yuuya decides he should head back to class, just as Segusa-sensei claps her hands together and strictly orders him to return to his classroom, immediately making a startled Yuuya realize how late it has gotten. Knowing he needs to rush back to class, Yuuya prepares to leave, but his departure is instantly halted when Keed suddenly clings to him. Yuuya finds himself completely stuck, realizing that in order to actually leave he has to somehow pry off the clingy, spoiled girl who is currently stuck to him like a burr. Keed childishly screams that she refuses to let him go, prompting Segusa-sensei to jokingly suggest that Yuuya should just rest in the infirmary alongside her, an idea a heavily blushing Yuuya immediately and eagerly agrees with. Segusa-sensei casually shrugs her shoulders and cheerfully tells them to enjoy their quality time together. Segusa-sensei's playful attitude instantly vanishes as she transforms into a terrifying demon, furiously roaring that she would never actually allow that, since the infirmary is absolutely not a place to make out. She harshly orders Keed to lie down and sleep, while violently kicking a terrified Yuuya out the door, screaming at him to get back to his classroom and actually study. Safely outside the door, Yuuya calls out his farewell to Keed and leaves her in Segusa-sensei's care, while an emotional Keed desperately reaches out after him, loudly crying out his name in despair. Yuuya walks away with a faint blush, his mind completely flooded with lingering memories of Keed desperately clinging to him and begging him not to go. Slapping his own cheeks to completely fire himself up, Yuuya loudly vows to work incredibly hard and become a man truly worthy of supporting Keed. Since he could not justify completely skipping his club activities, just because Keed was feeling under the weather, Yuuya decides to compromise by immediately sprinting home the absolute second his practice wraps up. Grabbing his bag in a total rush, Yuya anxiously reminds himself that he needs to hurry back as fast as possible to properly take care of her. Just as he dashes toward the exit, someone suddenly grabs his jacket from behind and aggressively squishes his cheek, catching him completely off guard. Yuya turns around in absolute shock to find Kid standing right there waiting for him. She cheerfully praises his hard work and playfully asks if he is skipping his overtime practice today, while a bewildered Yuya frantically demands to know why on earth she is still at school and if she has even recovered yet. Kid happily confirms that skipping her afternoon classes gave her exactly the rest she needed to feel completely better. Unconvinced, Yuya strictly lectures her that she absolutely should have stayed home to rest instead of coming all the way out to wait for him while still recovering. Pouting with incredibly dangerous upturned puppy dog eyes, Kid shyly admits she just wanted to go home with him no matter what and nervously asks if that is a bad thing. Hit with the ultimate cute attack, a deeply blushing Yuya instantly caves and admits it is not bad at all, mentally noting that absolutely no guy could ever resist that devastatingly adorable combination. Trying desperately to hide his massive embarrassment, Yuya clenches his fist and gently scolds her that she could have at least waited comfortably inside the classroom, softly adding that he gladly would have gone to pick her up if she had just texted him. Hearing his incredibly sweet and protective response, Kid completely melts into a stuttering mess, her face burning bright red as she nervously fumbles over his name in pure, overwhelming happiness. As they walk together, a highly flustered Yuya suddenly holds Kid's hand and wraps a warm scarf around her, telling her to shut up when she asks what got into him. He grumbles that it is getting far too cold, admitting to himself that this is his playful punishment for her stubbornly waiting outside in the freezing weather just to walk home with him. Deeply touched by his sudden display of sweet consideration, Kid lets out a soft sigh, her face completely flushing red with sheer happiness, as she quietly walks right alongside him. Clinging warmly to his arm as they make their way down the street, Kid closes her eyes with a peaceful smile, her heart completely fluttering with romantic thoughts, as she silently wonders about the magical future that awaits them. He suddenly pulls out his patterned mittens and gently offers them to her to keep her hands warm, warmly suggesting they quickly stop by the local supermarket to grab some fresh meat and vegetables so they can whip up a cozy, steaming hot pot for dinner. Kid excitedly agrees to the delicious hot pot plan, eagerly suggesting they save the leftovers to make savory rice gruel the next day, but she quickly panics over his offer, pointing out that his own hands will freeze if she takes his mittens. Yuya effortlessly dismisses her worries with a warm smile, reassuring her that he can easily keep his hands warm inside his pockets as they hurry home. Kid quietly nods in understanding, but instead of putting on his mitten, she suddenly reaches out and tightly grabs his bare hand, boldly proposing that they hold hands directly to their warmth. The bold move completely short-circuits Yuya's brain, leaving him walking in a heavily blushing, wide-eyed daze, while a completely beaming Kid contentedly matches his steps, happily holding his hand snugly tucked away inside his warm coat pocket. As Kid tightly clenches his hand inside the deep pocket, a completely overwhelmed Yuya nervously trembles in pure panic, his face burning bright red, while Kid simply looks up at him with a sweet, incredibly pleased smile. Kid cheerfully points out that their hands will stay perfectly warm this way, proudly noting that holding hands inside the pocket keeps their intimate gesture completely hidden from the public eye. Turning to him with sparkling, expectant eyes, she eagerly asks him what he thinks of her brilliant idea, prompting a highly flustered Yuya to internally beg her to stop staring at him so intensely. Yuya internally panics, realizing that, while standard hand-holding is already more than enough to make his teenage heart race, sharing a pocket actually makes the entire experience feel infinitely more scandalous and intimate. Walking beside her in silent embarrassment, he nervously concludes that even if their clasped hands are completely hidden from the world, the sheer closeness makes their romantic connection feel more obvious and thrilling than ever. Kid playfully calls out Yuya, pointing out that his sudden panic is completely unconvincing, since he was the one who eagerly held her hand for such a long time just a moment ago. Yuya tries to defend himself by admitting that, while she has a point, walking like this is still incredibly embarrassing for him. Kid looks at him with a gentle, slightly vulnerable expression, softly asking Yuya if he actually hates the idea of walking home holding hands with her. He immediately reflects on the question, realizing that if he is being completely honest, he definitely does not hate it at all. As they walk with their fingers tightly intertwined, Yuya internally notes that holding hands like this is typically something only actual lovers do. He reasons that anyone would normally weep for joy to hold hands with a girl as amazing as Kid, but he suddenly stops himself, realizing that thinking this way is incredibly weird. A deeply blushing Yuya tries to cover his face, suddenly wondering if he is already completely bound by her spell. Kid brightly breaks the tension, flashing a beautiful smile and urging Yuya to pick up the pace and hurry along before the supermarket closes. Despite the freezing cold weather, the two continue their journey home, feeling completely warmed by the gentle heat of each other's hands. The calendar suddenly turns to the month of February, raising the highly intriguing question of what exactly comes to mind when thinking about the absolute biggest event of the month. For the vast majority of high school students, there is only one specific topic dominating their thoughts, which Yuya silently observes as he looks back at his classmates chatting excitedly around the room. The legendary event in question is none other than Valentine's Day, celebrated by many as one of the single biggest events of the entire school year, though others cynically dismiss it as a mere commercial conspiracy concocted by greedy sweets manufacturers to torment dateless men. An incredibly intense glint suddenly flashes in Kid's eyes, her usually playful expression replaced by a highly serious and dead, focused stare. Noticing her intense mood, Yuya casually asks her what is wrong, prompting a deeply pouty Kid to complain that she is well aware of his massive popularity at school, especially since she can physically feel several jealous schoolgirls glaring holes right into her. Yuya frantically tries to brush off her praises, insisting that she is completely imagining things, since he considers himself the exact type of guy who naturally never stands out in a crowd. Kid simply sighs in deep exasperation, muttering that his absolute lack of self-awareness is exactly what causes all these chaotic problems in the first place. Fixing him with a dead, serious glare, Kid demands that he listen closely, and firmly tells him that he desperately needs to realize just how incredibly charming he actually is. She passionately lists off all his amazing qualities, proudly praising his intense dedication, his iron will, his constant hard work, and the casual kindness he always shows to everyone around him. She warmly declares that he possesses an absolutely wonderful personality that goes way beyond just a handsome face, leaving Yuya completely overwhelmed and bowing his head in pure embarrassment. While Niketo silently sips her drink next to them, Kid fiercely orders him to finally realize that there are actually plenty of women out there who find his entire personality incredibly attractive, prompting a deeply flustered Yuya to quietly mumble in absolute disbelief. Kid suddenly realizes that Niketo is staring incredibly closely at Yuya. Catching onto the intense gaze, Kid sharply asks if Niketo just muttered something, only for the cool girl to quickly brush it off with a highly innocent denial. Flashing a highly mischievous smirk, Niketo leans in and playfully teases Yuya about how incredibly tough it must be to live the exhausting life of such a highly popular guy. Kid narrows her eyes in deep thought as she intensely observes the brief interaction, suddenly pausing as a highly suspicious feeling about their dynamic begins to slowly creep into her mind. The casual atmosphere instantly evaporates as Niketo and Kid lock eyes, silently engaging in an incredibly intense stare-down with highly competitive smiles, as a fierce, unspoken rivalry officially ignites between the two top-tier girls. Trapped squarely in the middle of their terrifying silent battle, a heavily sweating Yuya looks back and forth between the two glaring girls, completely paralyzed with fear, as he desperately wonders how on earth he ended up in such an absolute nightmare of a situation. The suffocating tension is suddenly shattered when Akiho happily barges right into the heavy atmosphere, waving her hand to grab their attention, and eagerly asking Kid and AI if they have already figured out their plans for Valentine's Day next week. Kid brightly confirms that she is absolutely participating, excitedly announcing that she plans to bake a whole chocolate cake this weekend, specifically because Yuya requested it. Akiho praises Kid's impressive skills, admitting she has absolutely no idea how to bake a cake herself. Kid modestly confesses that it is actually her very first time trying, but she is so desperate to grant Yuya's wish that she is completely willing to risk failing, causing the previously intense atmosphere in the room to instantly soften. Akiho turns her attention to AI and eagerly asks if she plans on making anything special for the holiday, prompting the cool girl to calmly sip her drink and admit she has not really put any thought into it, yet while Yuuya silently watches the exchange. AI nervously continues to aggressively sip from her completely empty cup, prompting Yuuya to silently point out that she is literally just sucking up air. Completely ignoring the awkwardness and ecstatic, Akiho claps her hands together and suddenly proposes that they all meet up to make chocolate at Keed's place. Akiho enthusiastically explains that they could bake all their chocolates in one massive batch and pass them out to their friends, a totally innocent suggestion that instantly sends a heavily sweating Yuuya into a state of absolute wide-eyed terror. Yuuya internally screams in full panic, realizing that inviting friends over would immediately expose their massive secret about living together. He desperately shoots Keed a pleading side glance, silently begging her to shut the idea down, and is instantly relieved when she flashes a confident wink to show she completely understands the stakes. Instead of declining, Keed throws her fists in the air and cheerfully agrees that making chocolate together sounds absolutely amazing, instantly joining in on the plan, and leaving a completely betrayed Yuuya stammering in absolute soul-crushing shock. Yuuya completely loses his mind, frantically demanding to know why she didn't just decline the offer to protect their massive secret. He stares in utter disbelief as Keed simply turns to him and flashes an incredibly smug thumbs up, totally unbothered by the absolute chaos she just unleashed on his life. Jumping right on the bandwagon, Nikaido eagerly asks if she can come over to Keed's place as well, cheerfully wondering if they will all be having dinner together that day. The rapidly escalating situation sends a heavily sweating Yuuya into a full-blown internal meltdown as he silently curses Shinji for apparently going along with the insane plan too. Keed happily finalizes the disastrous plan, cheerfully declaring that the girls will make the chocolate, while the boys are busy at their club activities, promising to have a delicious dinner waiting for them when they return. Utterly defeated by her flawless domestic setup, Yuuya simply collapses face first onto his desk, as his fate is officially sealed. Shinji mischievously grins and whispers how exciting it is while loudly announcing his desire to eat Keed's homemade Hamburg steak. This sends a panicked Yuuya into a state of pure despair, sweating bullets, as he realizes they are bound to discover his massive secret about living under the same roof as the school idol. Akiho enthusiastically invites Nikaido to join them for a girls-only gathering before the boys arrive, which a startled Keed nervously agrees with. However, Nikaido politely declines the invitation due to other commitments she has scheduled over the weekend, before confirming that she is heading straight back to the classroom. Yuuya frantically explains that he needs to cram and review for an English quiz happening right after lunch, completely shocking his friends as Nikaido waves goodbye and heads off. Keed clenches her hand tightly as she silently watches Nikaido walk away down the empty hallway, her face falling into a deeply serious and intensely pensive expression. As the weekend finally arrives, Yuuya heads out of his apartment extra early in the morning to make it to his soccer club practice on time. Right as he is about to leave, a warmly smiling Keed in her comfortable pajamas hands him a beautifully wrapped bento box, cheerfully presenting him with his lunch for the day. Yuuya asks in surprise if she went out of her way to prepare a fresh meal for him again, to which a humble Keed explains that she simply packed it with yesterday's leftovers. Still, a deeply touched Yuuya blushes and warmly thanks her for the thoughtful gesture. Keed sweetly encourages him to do his absolute best during his club activities today, prompting a determined Yuuya to pack the bento away, while confidently resolving to give practice his absolute all. Keed softly giggles and pokes his chest, gently asking him to head straight home with Shinji instead of staying behind for overtime practice. Blushing deeply, she locks him in an intense stare and whispers that she desperately wants him to thoroughly devour her feelings. Yuuya's heart completely beats out of his chest, pounding with intense and furious thumps under the physical contact of her gentle touch, as the sheer weight of her direct request entirely short-circuits his composure. Keed casually admits that she actually wanted to ask him to kiss her goodbye, though she promises to be patient and wait for that day to come. An intensely flustered Yuuya quickly realizes that she must be doing this completely on purpose, just to make his heart race, but he remains fully aware of her calculated intentions. Yuya realizes that Kid is trying a little too hard to get a reaction out of him. Noting that Kid is blushing and clearly embarrassed despite her bold words, Yuya decides he will not let her get the upper hand without a fight. Resolving to launch a counterattack of his own, he casually bids her goodbye and catches her completely off guard. In a sudden bold move, Yuya kisses her on the forehead, leaving a completely stunned Kid frozen in place, as he calmly walks out the door and bids her farewell, until later. After the front door slams shut, the sheer shock of his sudden counterattack completely catches up to Kid, sending her into a full-blown bright red panic as her face heats up. Outside in the hallway, a heavily blushing and sweating Yuya frantically clutches his chest in embarrassment, just as a deafening scream of pure shock echoes from inside the apartment. Kid's ecstatic, embarrassed voice echoes loudly throughout the entire neighborhood, screaming Yuya's name and proclaiming to the heavens that he actually kissed her. Sometime later, a much calmer Yuya makes his way through the city alongside his classmate, casually chatting as they cross a pedestrian bridge. The classmate excitedly points out that they have finally arrived, looking up in absolute awe at the massive luxury high-rise building and playfully teasing Yuya about it being their cozy love nest, which prompts Yuya to immediately tell him to stop using that embarrassing term. Urging his starstruck classmate to snap out of his trance and keep moving, Yuya points out that Kid is already repeatedly messaging him to ask if they are finally on their way. Arriving back at the apartment, Yuya nervously unlocks the front door, while Shinji stands right behind him, twitching wildly with absolute anxiety over finally stepping inside the school idol's home. Yuya cautiously announces his return, only to be instantly greeted by Kid wearing a cute apron, as she cheerfully welcomes her darling home, boldly offering him the classic newlywed choice between a bath dinner or something else entirely. Flashing an incredibly sweet wink, she smoothly finishes her shamelessly flirtatious greeting by boldly offering up herself as the final option. The overwhelming domestic display leaves Yuya standing completely frozen in absolute silence, while Shinji immediately breaks down behind him, snorting aggressively as he desperately tries to hold back his laughter. Gathering his resolve, a heavily sweating Yuya loudly gulps and finally breaks the silence, dramatically preparing to state his choice as Kid looks up at him with sparkling, expectant eyes. Yuya boldly declares that he chooses her, aggressively grabbing his uniform jacket as a completely flustered Kid frantically stammers his name in absolute shock. Flashing an intense blushing glare, Yuya completely turns the tables and aggressively promises to give her exactly what she wants, boldly declaring that he is going to devour her right then and there, while a totally panicked Shinji watches the absolute madness unfold. Upon returning home, Yuya is immediately greeted by the sound of Kid nervously calling out his name from the entryway as she notices his shoes. Finding Kid waiting for him in a cozy knit sweater, a startled Yuya looks back in surprise, only to be met with her blushing furiously and waving her hands in a total panic, as she frantically asks him if he actually expects a welcome kiss right there. The highly embarrassing moment takes an even wilder turn as Shinji suddenly steps out from behind him, completely flustered and blushing, as he nervously reveals he is standing right there, leaving a mortified Kid to scream in distress, while Yuya quickly tries to shush her. Once they manage to calm down, Yuya steps in close to Kid, locking her in an incredibly intense and quiet stare that instantly leaves her completely breathless and blushing. Her heart begins to beat at a completely deafening pace, pounding furiously as she slowly closes her eyes in anticipation, while Yuya gently places his hands on her shoulders. The sudden realization of what just happened completely paralyzes Kid, sending her heart into a frantic overdrive as her blushing face heats up. As she stands there with her chest pounding uncontrollably, her energetic classmate, Akiho, suddenly slides open the door to cheerfully greet her. Akiho's playful greeting instantly morphs into absolute wide-eyed shock as she catches sight of the scene in front of her. Akiho is left completely stunned as she catches Yuya and Kid standing incredibly close to each other, prompting her to shriek in utter disbelief. A heavily blushing and panicked Kid immediately tries to address Akiho in a desperate bid to explain away the highly compromising situation. Kid frantically babbles that they definitely weren't kissing, but she accidentally blabs that Yuya was actually trying to give her a kiss, leaving a deeply embarrassed Yuya to desperately try to quiet her down. Her desperate denials are completely ruined by the fact that they are still locked in a tight protective embrace, making her excuse look completely unconvincing. Akiho immediately turns to Shin-kun and bombards him with frantic questions, desperately demanding to know if the two were actually kissing. Shin-kun cleverly diffuses the chaotic situation by suggesting they discuss Yuya's bold moves over dinner instead, which a highly excited Akiho happily agrees to as they head inside, leaving Yuya and Kid to sweat over the upcoming interrogation. Flashing a highly mischievous grin, Shin-kun politely excuses himself to wait in the living room, teasingly telling Yuya to join them only after he has finished talking things through with Kid. Yuya is completely flustered as he gets teased about wanting to hug the girl he likes forever, though he is warned not to go completely overboard. Finding himself completely unable to argue, Yuya gently suggests they wrap up their hug and head to the dining room to join the others, since dinner must be ready. However, a stubborn Kid flatly refuses his suggestion, expressing that she absolutely does not want to let go yet. A bewildered Yuya can only stammer back in confusion, completely unable to understand why she suddenly refuses to let go. Leaning heavily against his chest, a blushing and panting Kid tearfully blames him for her stubbornness. She softly confesses that she refuses to let go because he is making her own heart beat far too fast, poutily complaining that she was actually the one who wanted to make his heart race instead. Clutching her even tighter, Yuya quietly sighs to himself that she is honestly being completely and utterly unfair. Reluctantly accepting his defeat, Yuya lets out a long, quiet sigh as he surrenders to her warmth. Gently pulling his hand back, Yuya softly apologizes for letting his emotions get the better of him. He admits he got completely carried away on a sudden impulse, but sincerely asks her to tell him exactly what he can do to help cheer her up. Kid looks up at him with a deeply blushing face, boldly demanding a kiss as her ultimate condition for forgiveness, and instantly catching the teenager completely off guard. Yuya's brain completely short-circuits as he frantically panics over the idea of his very first kiss happening like this. He vigorously shakes his head, frantically reasoning that they absolutely cannot kiss yet, since he has not even officially confessed his feelings to her, prompting a giggling Kid to wave it off as a joke and promise they can simply save the kiss for next time. Instead of a kiss, Kid tightly wraps her arms around his waist, softly begging him to hold her as tightly as he possibly can. She passionately whispers for him to use all his might to show his love and prove to her that he refuses to ever let anyone else have her. Yielding to her sweet request to hug her, a heavily blushing Yuya completely loses his restraint and abruptly grabs Kid, pulling the startled girl into a sudden tight embrace. Gripping her clothes tightly, Yuya internally curses his own intense embarrassment, desperately trying to hype himself up as he holds her close. A heavily sweating Yuya internally panics over the fact that they are acting exactly like a pair of doting lovers, agonizing that hugging her before officially confessing his feelings is completely out of order. Meanwhile, a totally unbothered Kid simply rubs her face affectionately against his chest, playfully pointing out that living together before dating is already entirely out of order anyway. Blushing deeply from the intimate contact, Kid shyly calls out his name and softly admits that she is getting heavily embarrassed, gently suggesting it is time for them to separate. However, a stubborn Yuya refuses to let go, quietly pleading to stay exactly like that for just a little bit longer. His surprisingly bold and affectionate plea leaves Kid completely speechless, her wide eyes sparkling in absolute blushing awe at his sudden clinginess. Completely melting under his overwhelming sweetness, a happy Kid gives in with a soft sigh and wraps her arms around him, fully returning the warm embrace. The incredibly tender and romantic moment in the apartment entryway is suddenly shattered when a highly familiar voice casually calls out to Shinji right from the sidelines. Peeking out from the hallway, Akiho completely ruins the mood by loudly asking what kind of shameless display they are being forced to watch. Shinji nervously chuckles and calls the scene a literal masterpiece of two people in love, prompting a highly mischievous Akiho to pull out her phone and declare she is securing photographic evidence for posterity. Yuya and Kid violently jump apart in absolute panic, as Akiho aggressively snaps a rapid-fire barrage of photos, leaving a completely flustered Yuya screaming at his intrusive friends and frantically demanding to know what on earth they are doing. Completely ignoring his frantic shouting, a highly proud Akiho shoves her phone forward to proudly show off the perfectly timed photo of their intimate hug. Instead of being embarrassed, a beaming Kid absolutely loves the picture, cheerfully begging Akiho to send it to her so she can set it as her daily wallpaper, while a totally drained Yuuya just stares in absolute speechless defeat. As they sit down to eat, their friend cheekily offers to send Yuuya a copy of the photo where he and Kid are hugging. While a completely mortified Yuuya desperately begs him to delete it, immediately his friend wonders why he would want to destroy evidence of them looking so happy together, prompting an incredibly flustered Kid to loudly scream for them to stop. Yuuya is internally dying of absolute embarrassment, wishing he could just disappear, as he remembers the ridiculously dramatic and crazy lines he fed her. Meanwhile, Kid is completely lost in her own blushing world, happily reenacting the moment Yuuya boldly declared that he was going to eat her up since she wanted to be eaten. Quickly saving him from the cringe-induced meltdown, Shinji hands Yuuya a steaming bowl of food and excitedly urges everyone to eat up. He happily hypes up the meal, pointing out that they rarely get to enjoy luxury food like marbled Wagyu beef. Overcome with pure gratitude for the timely food distraction, a teary-eyed Yuuya tells Shinji how incredibly glad he is that he is there. However, Shinji just cheerfully laughs it off, teasingly telling Yuuya that he is being way too dramatic and exaggerating the situation. Shinji gently reassures him, pointing out that there is absolutely nothing weird about being overjoyed when hugging the girl you actually like. While Yuuya internally admits to himself that he already knows that he still finds the whole situation too chaotic to process. Despite his friend's comforting words, Yuuya remains deeply conflicted as one undeniable fact continues to stay planted deep in his heart, making it impossible for him to just casually brush off what happened. Recalling the intense warmth of their embrace, Yuuya is forced to face the embarrassing truth that he was actually the one who silently wanted to scream and beg her never to let him go. Sensing his friend's deep thoughts, Shinji decides to step back and warmly advises Yuuya that whatever he chooses to do next is entirely up to him, though he still wants to offer one last piece of honest advice. Yuuya silently watches Kid as she happily checks her phone, still trying to sort through his overwhelming feelings about their current living situation. Shinji wraps up his advice by confidently declaring that he thinks Kid is an absolutely amazing girl who is definitely worth going for, while Kid herself happily giggles at her screen, completely oblivious to the boys' serious conversation. A wave of deep, quiet emotion washes over the room as someone stares with glistening eyes. Warmly addressing Yuuya as his true pal, Shinji confidently claims that he completely understands exactly what his friend is going through. He smoothly encourages Yuuya to find his courage and finally take the leap of faith in his relationship. While Yuuya stares back in absolute quiet surprise at his friend's unexpected warmth, Shinji happily goes back to eating his meal and cheerfully gushes about how delicious the food tastes. Smiling gently as the room descends back into peaceful normalcy, Yuuya listens to the chaotic chatter of his friends playfully begging for more food and making plans to secretly photos only with Kid. Yuuya vigorously devours his meal, mentally psyching himself up to be more honest with his own feelings. While Kid giggles, she warmly reassures him that it is perfectly fine to eat a lot, but gently warns him to save some room because an early Valentine's Day surprise is waiting for them right after dinner. Kid playfully tells him she made the surprise with a whole lot of love just for him and tells him to look forward to it, leaving a completely stunned Yuuya staring at her in silence. As the dishes are being washed, Yuuya casually reflects on how absolutely delicious the sukiyaki was. The friends discuss how Kid is genuinely amazing at cooking, with one of them noting her food is good enough to be served in a high-end restaurant, though they joke that it might literally be served straight out of the cooking pot right before someone accidentally slips while washing. Yuuya recounts the very first time Kid made dinner for him, remembering how she proudly presented a massive pot of stewed Hamburg steak that he had previously requested. His friend is completely surprised to hear she served it directly out of the pot, instead of plating it, prompting Yuuya to explain that she unexpectedly banged the pot down while casually reasoning that it was a great idea because it meant they would have far fewer dirty dishes to wash. His friend bursts out into loud, genuine laughter upon hearing about the school idol's unexpectedly practical and lazy domestic side. Akiho giggles and praises Kid's original serving style, while Yuuya admits that Kid's completely confused reaction at the time was so convincing that he actually started to doubt himself and wonder if he was the one in the wrong. Completely embarrassed by the story, a blushing Kid furiously screams out Yuuya's name in absolute protest. Kid frantically tells Yuuya to stop sharing her highly embarrassing secrets without permission and scolds Akiho for laughing way too much. Completely ignored and amused, Akiho eagerly asks Yuuya if he has any sneaky photos from that memorable first meal. Yuuya smugly boasts to Atsuki, saying that he took the photos properly, much to the mild annoyance of his friends, who cannot believe how incredibly prideful his expression has suddenly become. When Shinji actually takes a look at the photos, he realizes that every single shot focuses entirely on Kid, while the actual food is completely blurred out in the background. This prompts his friends to deadpan and beg Yuuya to stop boasting about his girlfriend so naturally. Akiho gently comforts a sobbing Kid, telling her that it must be incredibly tough to deal with a boyfriend who is such an ignorant braggart. Meanwhile, Shinji attempts to calm down a highly defensive Yuuya, who passionately argues that he simply wanted everyone to know how adorable Kid is when they are at home. Shinji flatly points out that dealing with Yuuya's unconscious boasting is honestly becoming completely unbearable. Akiho dismissively claps her hands and says she fully understands how much Yuuya loves Kid. She eagerly declares that it is finally time to move on to the actual main event of the day, causing a heavily blushing Kid to instantly freeze up in pure nervousness. Gathering her courage, Kid dramatically points forward and loudly demands that Yuuya prepare to have his heart pumping as he officially accepts her love-filled Valentine's Day chocolates. The room quickly falls into a heavy silence as the four of them sit together at the table, with the sudden weight of the moment hanging thick in the air. Kid and Akiho exchange highly expectant, pleased looks, while Shinji beams warmly at his friend, leaving a highly nervous Yuuya to sweat in silence under the immense pressure of their anticipation. Yuuya is suddenly overcome with sheer panic as his heart begins pounding so rapidly that it feels like it might beat right out of his chest. He desperately wonders why he is getting this incredibly nervous, especially since this is far from the first time he has ever received Valentine's Day chocolate from a girl. When asked why he is not nervous at all, Shinji cheerfully explains that he is actually bursting with excitement and cannot wait to see what kind of chocolate his beloved girlfriend has prepared for him. Yuuya is left deeply amazed, silently reflecting on the sheer serenity of the guy widely known as the ultimate lovebird of the school. Akiho bursts onto the scene with absolute high energy, loudly offering her special handmade Valentine's Day chocolates to the guys, playfully brushing off the fact that only Shinji and Yuuya are actually there to receive them. Shinji instantly jumps at the offer with massive enthusiasm, practically begging for her handmade chocolate. Meanwhile, Yuuya notices Kid heavily sulking in the background before Akiho suddenly shifts her energetic attention straight toward him. Akiho aggressively gets right in Yuuya's face, loudly demanding to know if he wants to eat Kid's Valentine's chocolate. The pressure hits a breaking point when a deeply blushing Kid softly asks if he is really going to refuse it. Cracking under the intense pressure, Yuuya practically shouts that he obviously wants to eat it. An ecstatic Akiho wildly praises his perfect answer and decides it is finally time to hand out the highly anticipated gifts. Shinji is completely caught off guard as an incredibly large, beautifully wrapped gift box is suddenly dropped right in front of him. With his heart heavily pounding in his chest, an awestruck Shinji sincerely thanks Akiho for the massive present and eagerly asks if he can open it up right then and there, which she happily allows. Pulling the ribbon away reveals a highly impressive, beautifully decorated gâteau au chocolat custom made perfectly to match his personal tastes. Akiho cheerfully explains she purposefully made the cake a little bitter since he isn't a fan of sweets, eagerly urging him to dig right in. However, Shinji completely derails her excitement by flatly refusing to eat a single bite for now. A furiously blushing and trembling Shinji smoothly explains he wants to take his time and thoroughly savor it in private, later teasingly adding that they shouldn't be flirting in front of Yuuya and Kid. This immediately earns him a deadly glare from a highly annoyed Yuuya, who demands to know what kind of wild romantic nonsense Shinji is planning to pull in their house. As Shinji playfully jokes about the couples feeding each other, Yuuya desperately tries to tell his friend to calm down. But the chaotic banter is instantly cut short when Yuuya's attention is redirected to a deeply blushing Kid, who is quietly holding her hand out and eagerly waiting for him to make his move. Fidgeting nervously, a deeply blushing Kid hesitantly asks Yuuya if it is okay for him to try her latest creation, now softly mentioning how incredibly hard she worked on it. because she truly wants him to eat it. Yuya gasps in absolute awe as she presents a stunning slice of chocolate cake, proudly explaining that it features 3 delicious layers of sponge mousse and cream beautifully accented with orange cream in between and finished with a rich caramel coating. Quietly thanking her as his heart beats rapidly, Yuya takes a bite and is instantly blown away, internally marveling that the cake is so remarkably authentic it could easily be sold at a luxury confectionery store. Watching him chew, a highly anxious Kid tentatively asks if the treat actually suits his personal taste. Flashing a bright, genuine smile, Yuya warmly reassures her that it is indeed incredibly delicious, happily declaring that he has never had such an amazing chocolate cake in his entire life, as he sincerely thanks her. The sweet moment is hilariously interrupted when a furious Akiho aggressively yells at Yoshi for being absolutely terrible at reviewing food, leaving a startled Yuya to nervously stammer that, while the cake obviously tastes incredible, he simply doesn't quite know how to put his feelings into better words. Gazing back at the beautiful cake, Yuya quietly reflects on how genuinely happy he is that Kid went through the immense trouble of baking something so elaborate entirely from scratch, just for him, recognizing how incredibly difficult handmade sweets are to make. Looking at her, Yuya admits to himself that knowing she truly cares about him this much brings him an overwhelming sense of joy. Yet at the exact same time, her overwhelming devotion leaves him feeling a heavy wave of guilt and regret for keeping her waiting. Resolving to finally accept her feelings, Yuya steel plates his determination, realizing that all he truly needs to do now is muster his courage and take one single step forward. A final, deeply emotional gaze locks in, signaling that the distance between them is finally about to close. Yuya warmly thanks Kid for making him such an incredible cake, happily admitting that he can truly feel all of her deep emotions baked right into it. Overjoyed by his kind words, a deeply touched Kid emotionally whispers his name, silently wishing with all her heart that their wonderful relationship could last forever. With their feelings perfectly in sync, they both eagerly agree that they want to stay by each other's side forever, as the heartfelt moment wraps up on an incredibly sweet note. Kid sits at the table, focusing her entire attention on her plate with an incredibly intense silent stare. Kid suddenly breaks the silence to ask Yuya if she can dig into the chocolate cake, because she has a massive craving for sweets, leaving a slightly confused Yuya to wonder why she is even asking for permission in the first place. Kid points out that since she specifically baked the Valentine's Day treat for him, it would feel totally backward if she ended up eating it herself, though Yuya warmly counters that sharing a large dessert together is always the best way to enjoy it. Yuya hesitates, pointing out that indulging in heavy sweets right before midnight might not be the healthiest choice, but a completely unfazed Kid instantly dismisses his worries and tells him not to stress about it at all. Kid passionately declares that sweets are absolute justice, and proudly brags that she never gains any weight no matter how much she eats, leaving a sweating Yuya to internally note that women everywhere would probably lose their minds in pure jealousy over her ridiculous metabolism. Yuya reflects on how much Kid actually eats, yet her incredibly alluring figure remains completely unchanged. He wonders if it is just his wild imagination, but her chest area actually seems to have gotten even more impressive lately. Kid casually mentions that her underwear has been getting a bit too tight lately and boldly asks Yuya what kind of style he prefers. She teasingly pulls down her sweater collar to offer him a peek, leaving a heavily sweating and red-faced Yuya completely overwhelmed by her suggestive question. Kid continues to playfully tease him by asking if he prefers something neat and clean like white, a cute flower pattern, or maybe a fresh blue. She leans in close, suggesting that bright colors might put him in a much happier mood, while a blushing Yuya desperately tries to turn away. She playfully suggests a mature black style to seduce him with extra sexiness, or perhaps a cute pink color instead. The overwhelming teasing is way too much for Yuya, who finally snaps and screams at her to stop before things get any more inappropriate. Stopping her right there, Yuya firmly tells her that she is not allowed to say another word. He quickly stands up to fetch the chocolate cake as a distraction, ordering her to stay in her seat and relax while he heads off to the kitchen. Yuya glances back only to see Kid leaning on her chair with a smug, triumphant grin, completely enjoying how easily she managed to fluster him. Realizing how much she loved teasing him, Yuya resolves not to let her get away with it so easily. He silently vows to get his revenge as he prepares to serve the dessert. Yuya returns with a delicious slice of chocolate cake for her, earning a polite thank you from Kid. However, she quickly notices something is missing and asks him where her fork is. Yuya casually points to his own used fork and tells her she can just it with him instead of wasting time getting a clean one. The sudden, unexpected suggestion of an indirect kiss completely catches Kid off guard, leaving her blushing and speechless. Kid completely loses her cool, screaming in a total panic and demanding to know what on earth he is thinking. Spotting her massive reaction, a highly satisfied Yuya simply flashes a mischievous grin, fully enjoying his successful counterattack. Yuya decides to take the initiative and offers a slice of cake on a fork to Kid, telling her to open wide. Internally, he is thrilled that everything is going exactly as planned, determined to make her pay for teasing him by giving her a taste of her own medicine. Kid is completely overwhelmed by the sudden gesture, shaking with sheer nervousness and blushing intensely as she struggles to process the situation. She finds his bold move incredibly cute, but instantly panics, realizing she is trapped with absolutely no way out. With her heart pounding wildly, Kid finally manages to open her mouth and takes a small bite of the cake directly from his fork. Yuya eagerly asks if the cake tastes good, but a highly flustered Kid can only mumble that she is not quite sure about the flavor. Kid is so incredibly overwhelmed that her heart is beating like a bass drum, making it impossible for her to actually taste anything at all. Meanwhile, Yuya watches her curiously, wondering if her racing heart is completely blocking out the taste of the dessert. She completely panics as the realization hits her that this was technically an indirect kiss, making it her very first kiss with Yuya, and sending her emotions into absolute overdrive. The sudden weight of the romantic gesture finally registers with Yuya, causing his own face to erupt into a massive sweating blush as his composure completely shatters. Yuya frantically tries to defend himself, stammering that he only wanted to get a little bit of revenge by seeing her blushing face and never expected her to react so strongly to a simple indirect kiss. Before he can even finish his explanation, Kid suddenly takes the fork, slices off another piece of cake, and feeds it directly to him, catching the teenager completely off guard. Yuya is left absolutely frozen in sheer shock, his heart pounding furiously as he processes the sudden and highly effective counterattack. Yuya feels his heart pounding violently in his chest, completely overwhelmed by his burning face, as he realizes the chocolate suddenly tastes much sweeter than before. While he clutches his chest to handle the intense emotional overload, Kid leans in and softly tells him that she wants him to understand these intense feelings too. A heavily blushing Kid looks away and quietly admits that sharing an indirect kiss with someone you genuinely like is absolutely guaranteed to leave anyone feeling completely embarrassed. She softly adds that despite the sheer embarrassment, you also feel just as much pure happiness from it. Yuya silently and frantically nods in complete agreement, his face completely flushed as he processes her heartfelt confession. Turning away with a massive blush, Kid softly accuses Yuya of being incredibly unfair because of how easily he manages to make her heart race. She pouts and complains that she desperately wanted to be the very first one to feed him and make his heart pound, whining that the whole situation is completely unfair to her. Yuya tightly clenches his fist and fires right back, arguing that the situation has nothing to do with being fair. He boldly declares that if she wants to talk about being unfair, her very existence is already completely unfair to him, leaving a wide-eyed Kid screaming in pure confusion over what he means. Pushed to his absolute limit, Yuya loudly confesses that his heart has been constantly pounding from both pure happiness and extreme embarrassment every single day since he started living with the pretty girl he admired. Hiding his deeply flushed face, he mutters that she really should have already known that, calling her a dummy for making him spell it out. The explosive and entirely unexpected confession completely paralyzes both of them, leaving the two teenagers standing in absolute silence, as their faces practically catch fire with ridiculously intense blushes. The heavy silence drags on as Yuya breaks out into a cold sweat, his mind racing in sheer panic as the massive gravity of what he just blurted out finally begins to sink in. Unable to handle the suffocating embarrassment, Yuya quickly turns around to make a desperate escape. However, Kid instantly lunges forward and wraps him in a tight hug from behind, frantically begging him not to leave her alone right now. Completely frozen by her sudden embrace, Yuya nervously gulps and asks what would happen if he actually walked away. Flashing an incredibly sweet and giddy smile, Kid brightly confesses that she would absolutely jump up and down with pure joy to celebrate his amazing words. As she playfully bounces around on the couch to demonstrate a completely captivated Yuuya can only internally marvel at how ridiculously cute she is. Yuuya nervously blushes and mutters that her staying over is highly problematic, but Kid is completely unfazed and cheerfully announces that she has decided to stay a little longer anyway. Kid excitedly celebrates her victory, thrilled that she gets to spend more time with him as they prepare to settle in for the night. The awkward tension reaches an all-time high as the two end up sharing the bed, lying side by side under the covers while desperately trying to act natural. Breaking the quiet silence of the night, Kid softly whispers to ask if Yuuya is still awake, prompting him to quietly confirm that he is, and ask her what is on her mind. Rustling under the blankets, a deeply blushing and incredibly nervous Kid asks if she can shuffle a little closer, shyly begging him if she can sleep right next to him. Kid nervously looks up as her heart pounds rapidly, while Yuuya lying right beside her can only offer a flustered agreement as his own chest thumps with intense anxiety. The two of them slowly draw closer and snuggle up tightly under the covers together. As Kid suddenly wraps her arms around his waist from behind, Yuuya remains frozen in absolute shock, his heart pounding wildly, as he feels her nervous, trembling grip, her comforting scent of lemon, and her overwhelming warmth driving him completely out of his mind. Cuddled up close against his back, Kid gently closes her eyes with a sweet, blushing smile and softly begins to speak. Kid happily lists all the reasons why today has been incredibly wonderful, gushing about getting hugged tightly by the person she loves, having him praise and feed her the cake she worked so hard on, and even sharing an indirect kiss, before shyly admitting she is so happy she could die, though she quickly adds a quiet hesitation that keeps them both suspended in the warm silence. Kid softly whispers that she ends up wanting to enjoy this close moment even more, wondering aloud how incredibly happy she would be if the person she loved hugged her back in their sleep, which leaves Yuuya internally complaining about how completely unfair she is being. Yuuya struggles to calm his racing thoughts as he lies in bed reflecting on how incredibly unfair Kid is and admitting to himself that he would probably grant any of her selfish requests if she kept using that adorable pleading voice. Yuuya quietly turns to her and sincerely thanks her for everything she did today, catching her completely off guard. Yuuya finally gives in to his feelings and holds her close in a warm, comforting hug, leaving them both silent as they cherish the sudden intimacy of the moment. Giggling softly, Kid happily remarks on how warm Yuuya is and notes that he smells really nice, confidently deciding that she will definitely be able to sleep much better than usual tonight. Yuuya softly admits that he probably won't be able to sleep a single wink tonight, but adds that he is completely fine with staying awake if it means she can feel happy and pleased. With tears of happiness welling in her eyes, Kid softly whispers back that she feels the exact same way about being with him. As the quiet of the bedroom completely settles around them, Kid sleepily wishes Yuuya a good night and softly confesses her love to him once more. The story kicks off on a highly anticipated morning as Valentine's Day officially arrives at school, raising the stakes for everyone's romantic plans. Niketo wastes absolutely no time teasing Yuuya, bluntly pointing out that his face looks incredibly flabby and exhausted first thing in the morning. Niketo casually presses him for all the juicy details about Kid's handmade chocolate cake from over the weekend, eagerly asking if it tasted good, which leaves a flustered Yuuya to weakly admit that it was indeed delicious, while secretly wondering why Niketo cares so much. Although Niketo casually responds that she is glad to hear the cake was a success, Yuuya is instantly left on edge because he can swear he detects a highly suspicious undertone of deep bitterness in her voice. Niketo bluntly confesses that she only got irritated because he was sporting a totally sloppy daydreaming smile right in front of her, prompting Yuuya to complain that she is being incredibly harsh so early in the day, while she simply brushes it off as instant karma. Niketo lets out a heavy sigh and mutters to herself that she apparently did not even need to bother making a treat if that was the case. Before a highly confused Yuuya can ask her what she means, he is suddenly startled by a firm tap on his shoulder. Yuuya is completely stunned when Niketo suddenly holds out a beautifully wrapped gift box directly in front of him. Realizing she is presenting it to him simply because they sit next to each other, a highly surprised Yuuya wonders if this could actually be Valentine's chocolate. Nikaido explains that she actually went through the trouble of making the chocolate just in case. Yuuya was depressed about Keed's chocolate, not tasting good, though she jokingly adds that her effort ended up being completely wasted anyway. Sincerely touched by her thoughtfulness, Yuuya directly thanks Nikaido for going so far out of her way. Nikaido quietly notes that Yuuya has become incredibly honest, softly mumbling to herself that she wishes she had realized it much sooner as well. When a confused Yuuya notices her sudden change in mood and asks what is wrong, a blushing Nikaido quickly brushes it off as absolutely nothing. Quickly changing the subject, Nikaido firmly tells Yuuya to hurry up and hide the chocolate away in his bag before his girlfriend arrives. Yuuya silently agrees with her, realizing that it is indeed almost time for Keed and Atsuki-san to come over and hang out with them before their morning classes start. Yuuya argues that Keed would definitely notice even if he tried to hide the chocolate, admitting that he would prefer to just confess to her quickly. However, Nikaido firmly shuts him down and insists that she absolutely has no interest in getting dragged into a ridiculous lover's quarrel, playfully calling him stupid for not realizing that. As Nikaido walks away to her seat, Yuuya frantically stuffs the gift box into his bag, just in the nick of time, only to be startled when Shinji suddenly pops into the classroom to greet him. Shinji notes that Yuuya has a bizarre look on his face for so early in the morning and asks if something happened. While casually zipping his bag and dismissing it as absolutely nothing, Yuuya greets his friend back and complains about his incredibly rude greeting, leaving a highly curious Shinji completely puzzled. Shinji reveals that he actually passed by Nikaido right in front of the classroom and noticed that she was acting incredibly strange, teasingly asking Yuuya if he did something suspicious to make her act that way. Yuuya's heart begins to pound in absolute panic as he nervously stammers, asking if Shinji didn't simply mistake her behavior. Fortunately, a thoughtful Shinji readily accepts his nervous excuse and quickly drops the suspicious subject entirely. Instantly changing the subject, an excited Shinji winks and announces that he is absolutely thrilled for next week's extracurricular school camp. He notes that despite being a rare time of year, they will get to enjoy skiing and stargazing, leaving Yuuya to admit that while he is incredibly excited, he is also a bit worried about skiing since he has never actually done it before. Keed teases Yuuya with a highly mischievous grin, playfully questioning the point of stargazing, but admitting she would gladly buy into the idea of enjoying their youth if he were the one selling it. Her bold teasing leaves Akiho completely amazed, while a heavily sweating Yuuya can only watch in absolute embarrassment. Keed happily notes that their 3-day extracurricular camp officially begins next week, lamenting that they will have to take separate buses since they are in different classes, but insisting they spend all their free time together on site. Yuuya eagerly agrees, promising her they will see the beautiful stars together, prompting an overjoyed Keed to celebrate, while their friends watch them with highly amused, cartoonish faces. Akiho playfully nudges Shinji and asks what is up with the incredibly sweet romantic mood that suddenly started between the couple, pointing out that all the surrounding schoolboys have turned into crying zombies from jealousy. Shinji casually explains that the two are simply in the exact same lovey-dovey state as when they first started dating, noting how the surrounding girls are watching them with intense envy. Akiho casually remarks that Yuuya is actually quite cool at the end of the day, beginning to reveal that Keed only came over because she was secretly worried about him. Hearing her private feelings about to be exposed to the entire room, a completely panicked and bright red Keed spins around and screams her friend's name in pure desperation. Keed furiously accuses her friend of having a mouth like a leaky faucet, reminding her that she promised never to speak of it. However, Akiho casually dismisses the worry and blabs that Keed was simply terrified Yuuya would fall in love with AI after getting chocolate from her, leaving a completely stunned Yuuya to freeze in absolute panic. Keed desperately cries out at her friend, panicking that Yuuya will now completely misunderstand her as an incredibly possessive, jealous girlfriend. Meanwhile, Yuuya covers his face in absolute panic, internally sweating over the fact that he would be in massive trouble if any of them found out he actually did receive some chocolate from Nikaido. Desperate to fix the misunderstanding, Keed tightly grabs Yuuya and aggressively shakes him, pleading with him to listen to her side of the story. While she frantically tries to defend herself, a completely overwhelmed Yuuya can only think to himself that her intense reaction is setting off a massive internal alarm. The chaotic argument suddenly grinds to an absolute halt as AI Nikaido unexpectedly approaches them carrying an absolute mountain of beautifully wrapped chocolate gift boxes in her arms. Yuuya and Keed nervously peer from behind their desk in absolute shock at the massive pile of chocolate boxes. When a sweating Yuuya cautiously asks what in the world all those packages are, Nikaido casually explains that they were all handed to her by her adoring classmates on her way back from the restroom. Nikaido flashes a highly confident, smug grin as she proudly looks at Yuuya, playfully asking him if her incredible popularity isn't absolutely amazing. Yuuya stands near Nikaido in the classroom, silently marveling at the sheer volume of gifts on her desk and wondering how massive her fanbase actually is. Before they can speak, another student suddenly bursts in, loudly asking if Nikaido is around. Hearing the call, a completely composed Nikaido casually steps forward to ask if she is needed. In response, a timid girl holding a small gift bag instantly panics, letting out a nervous squeak at the sudden encounter. Summoning all her courage, the trembling fan thrusts the gift forward, frantically begging Nikaido to accept some chocolate she brought just for her. Nikaido politely accepts the gift and asks if it is indeed handmade, thanking the girl for her effort. This sends the fan into a frantic blushing fit as she loudly confirms it while nervously stammering that she worked incredibly hard on it but still worries about the taste. Nikaido smoothly reassures her that there is absolutely no way it could taste bad if she put so much effort into making it, confidently promising she will eat it with the utmost care. The smooth, prince-like reassurance instantly causes the fan to explode in a bright red blush as she squeals with gratitude. After the ecstatic fan bow spams her way out of the room, Yuuya silently reflects on Nikaido's sheer popularity, noting her prince-like charisma, athletic prowess as the basketball ace and great figure. While he casually notes how hard it must be to be such a famous girl, Nikaido sighs that it feels incredibly weird since she is usually the one handing things out instead. Playfully leaning in close to Yuuya, Nikaido complains about being called a prince, confessing that she actually wishes she could be treated like a princess instead. She playfully asks if he wants to give it a try, causing a sweating Yuuya to internally panic that being her partner would certainly be a major challenge. Yuuya instantly hides his heavily blushing face in his hands, internally groaning that it is exactly those kinds of smooth, teasing comments from Nikaido that always catch him completely off guard. While the two classmates continue their playful banter, a highly suspicious Keed suddenly sneaks up behind a nearby desk, narrowing her eyes and glaring at the cozy scene in deep frustration. Keed suddenly makes her presence known, coldly stating that she always knew the two of them were remarkably close. An intense crackling tension instantly fills the air as the two romantic rivals lock eyes in a fierce glare, while Nikaido flashes a highly mischievous grin at the unfolding drama. Nikaido casually assures Keed that she and Yuuya are just next desk classmates, and nothing more, teasingly asking him to confirm her claim as Yuuya frantically nods along in total agreement to avoid further trouble. The school bells suddenly chime to mark the end of their lunch break, prompting Akiho to pull a protesting Keed back to class, while waving a cheerful goodbye to the guys. Before she is completely pulled away, Keed turns back with a sweet smile to bid Yuuya farewell, prompting him to wave back and tell her that he will see her later. Yuuya turns his attention back to Nikaido, instantly sensing that another intense conversation is headed his way. Nikaido fixes him with an incredibly cold and scornful glare, leaving a sweating Yuuya to desperately panic and plead with her to stop looking at him with such terrifying eyes. Shinji steps in to deliver a harsh reality check, explaining that Yuuya is entirely to blame for the ongoing romantic chaos since he keeps leading the girls on and creating sweet atmospheres without even realizing it. Nikaido completely agrees with Shinji's assessment, letting out a heavy sigh and bluntly telling Yuuya that he is incredibly clueless when it comes to the feelings of those around him. With classes finally over, Akiho happily sings that it is finally time for their lunch break, leading Yuuya, Keed, and Shinji right behind her. Yuuya notices Nikaido looking unusually downcast as they walk through the school hallway, prompting him to call out and ask her what is wrong. His sudden concern leaves his blonde buddy completely puzzled by the sudden shift in mood. When Yuuya asks if she is joining them for lunch at the cafeteria, Nikaido quietly declines and walks away, leaving a concerned Yuuya to watch her departure with a serious expression as he senses something is deeply bothering her. Nikaido retreats to the school rooftop alone, sitting quietly against the wire fence to clear her head as the afternoon clouds drift by. Letting out a heavy, melancholic sigh, Nikaido struggles to process the complicated emotions suddenly bubbling up inside her face flushing with a mixture of embarrassment and regret. She fondly reminisces about their easygoing days in the classroom, recalling how effortless it was to chat with Yuuya, because of their incredibly similar tastes, finding comfort in the memory of his bright, welcoming smile. However, the sweet memories quickly turn bitter as she remembers seeing Yuuya so incredibly happy by Kied's side, painfully reminding her of the cold reality she now has to face. Staring out through the metal fencing at the sprawling city skyline, Nikaido quietly laments that she desperately wanted to be his princess too. She sadly admits to herself that by the time she finally became aware of her own growing feelings for the boy sitting next to her, it was already far too late to make her move. Nikaido deeply regrets how she handled the Valentine's chocolate, wishing she had the courage to tell Yuuya she made it just for him instead of hiding behind playful jokes and forcing him to take it. Yuuya quietly stews in his own self-loathing, deeply sighing to himself and brutally admitting that he feels completely and utterly pathetic. His heavy moment of self-pity is abruptly cut short when someone suddenly approaches from behind and casually announces that they have finally found him. Nikaido smoothly arrives on the scene, casually telling a completely caught-off-guard Yuuya that she knew exactly where he would be hiding. A flustered Yuuya frantically stammers her name and asks why she followed him, prompting Nikaido to gently explain that she simply noticed her good friend was struggling and wasn't heartless enough to just ignore him. She lets out a highly amused chuckle at his completely bewildered reaction, leaving a heavily sweating Yuuya standing there in absolute silence. Nikaido playfully notes how surprisingly observant he is, teasingly admitting that she figured he only ever had eyes for Hitotsuba lately, a point that Yuuya quietly concedes is honestly pretty accurate. Yuuya quickly defends himself, firmly stating that his focus on Kied doesn't mean he would ever turn a blind eye to his other friends, proudly declaring that they haven't been close for almost an entire year for nothing. Dropping her usual playful banter, Nikaido suddenly shifts into a deeply serious tone, softly calling his name and asking if she can pose a highly important hypothetical question. She boldly drops a massive bombshell, asking exactly what he would do if she suddenly confessed that she actually had romantic feelings for him, leaving Yuuya entirely paralyzed in absolute shock. A heavily blushing Yuuya completely short-circuits and nervously stammers in a total panic, prompting Nikaido to tease him about not hearing her, before she rapidly shuts the entire heavy conversation down by loudly and cheerfully declaring that she is totally good. Yuuya's face turns completely red in absolute embarrassment as he frantically states that he heard her loud and clear, desperately begging her that there is absolutely no need to repeat herself. Nikaido simply looks back at him with a gentle, slightly pensive gaze. Letting out a heavy, anxious sigh as he stares up at the sky, Yuuya prepares himself to deliver his final response, catching Nikaido completely off guard as she sits nearby on the school steps. Yuuya turns his gaze directly to her with an incredibly serious, determined expression, prompting Nikaido to look back at him with a soft, quiet smile as she prepares for his answer. Gathering all his courage, Yuuya softly begins to speak, explaining that he is finally ready to answer what she had asked him earlier. Bowing his head deeply, Yuuya directly addresses Nikaido and sincerely apologizes to her, his voice heavy with regret as he prepares to deliver his final decision. Yuuya confesses that he cannot return her romantic feelings, honestly admitting that he already has someone very specific in mind whom he loves. While Nikaido's chest throbs with a sudden painful squeeze of heartache, she internally notes that she already knew Yuuya would answer her like this. She reasons to herself that it is almost refreshing to be turned down so clearly, though she still cannot help but wonder why it hurts so much. Determined not to show her deep sadness, Nikaido takes a gulp and suddenly breaks the serious mood by playfully hitting him, laughing off his grim expression. She playfully tells him to stop looking so serious and teases him for making it seem like she actually asked him out and got rejected, loudly insisting that she only asked him as a joke in the first place. A highly annoyed Yuuya lectures her about how there are some things you simply should never say, even for a joke, frantically asking if she has been acting weird since this morning just to set up this ridiculous prank. When she cheekily asks if he only just noticed a completely speechless Yuuya can only fume in silent irritation. Suddenly, leaning in close, Nikaido casually changes the subject and asks Yuuya how things are currently going between him, and Kid teasingly wondering if they are both still sitting on the fence. Yuuya nervously insists that she is standing way too close and begs her to back off. However, he confesses that he is no longer worried about his feelings, explaining that he is simply waiting for the exact right timing to make his move. This highly amuses Nikaido, who thoughtfully reflects on how Yuuya actually considers the mood and atmosphere in his own unique way. Seizing the opportunity, Nikaido decides to her own ideal confession scenario, admitting she would be incredibly happy in a classic romantic situation. She lists a beautiful starry sky as a perfect example, explaining that just the thought of being asked out under a blanket of stars is enough to make her heart skip a beat. Nikaido continues listing her romantic ideals, explaining she would want to be hugged gently right after being asked out, followed by a sweet whisper directly in her ear. She then leans in extremely close and whispers a heartfelt confession right next to him, teasingly adding that she would love to hear those words repeated in a soft whisper. Instead of saying anything more, Nikaido suddenly blows directly into Yuuya's ear, sending a massive shockwave of pure panic through the completely short-circuited teenager. Yuuya violently jumps back in a total blushing panic, frantically screaming to demand what she is doing all of a sudden. However, a completely unbothered Nikaido simply waves it off and casually tries to pivot back to their original conversation. A sudden wave of realization completely hits Yuuya as he excitedly remembers that during next week's extracurricular camp, they will actually have dedicated time for stargazing. He eagerly declares that the school camp is officially the perfect opportunity he has been waiting for. Yuuya sincerely thanks Nikaido, happily declaring that thanks to her advice, his mind is officially made up. As Nikaido walks away down the stairs, she warmly expresses her happiness for him and wishes him the absolute best of luck in finally asking Kid out. Letting out a relaxed sigh, Yuuya quietly reflects on how glad he is to see Nikaido doing so well, admitting he never expected her to pull such a wild prank just to surprise him. As he prepares to head back, Nikaido suddenly calls his name one last time, only to quickly look away with a soft, melancholy smile and tell him to never mind because it is nothing. Turning around with a bright laugh, Nikaido playfully smacks him on the back and loudly warns him not to dare forget her return gift for Valentine's Day. As she quickly runs away down the stairs, her joyful expression briefly shifts into a quiet, deeply emotional look. Walking away in silence, Nikaido internally confesses that she truly likes how straightforward Yuuya is. Although she sadly was never able to convey her true romantic feelings to him, she firmly resolves that she will never regret falling in love with him. A brief moment of transition hangs in the air as a new conversation casually begins to unfold. Flashing a bright and friendly smile over her shoulder, Nikaido warmly tells Yuuya that she genuinely hopes they will always remain good friends. Sometime later, as Yuuya is casually making his way around the school grounds, his thoughts are suddenly interrupted by an unexpected tap on his shoulder from behind. He turns to find a slightly flustered Kid who shyly admits that she was actually holding her breath in a desperate attempt to sneak up and surprise him, a highly attentive strategy that Yuuya instantly saw right through. Kid playfully brags that she felt a sudden spark of intuition the moment he noticed her, though she dramatically pouts that this ruins his chances of ever sneaking up and hugging her from behind. Smoothly playing along, Yuuya calmly reassures her not to worry, promising that he will gladly just pretend he didn't notice a thing next time. Kid turns around with a bright smile and boldly offers Yuuya the chance to hug her from behind right then and there. A heavily flustered Yuuya immediately shoots the idea down, frantically pointing out that acting so shamelessly in the middle of school is completely out of the question. Dropping her playful demeanor entirely, Kid locks onto him with an intense, unwavering stare and aggressively demands that he hug her right this very second. Utterly defeated by her overwhelming pressure, a deeply blushing Yuuya finally caves and awkwardly wraps his arms around her from behind. The sudden contact leaves a heavily flushed Kid completely frozen as she softly murmurs his name. The tender atmosphere is violently shattered when Kid abruptly spins around, completely breaking the embrace, to sharply interrogate him about receiving chocolate from Nikaido. A deeply shocked Yuuya jumps back in pure panic, prompting Kid to smugly chalk her deadly accurate guess up to simple woman's intuition. Catching his overly guilty reaction, Keed groans in deep frustration as she realizes her wild hunch was absolutely spot on. Her expression instantly darkens into a serious pout, as she quietly confirms to herself that Nikedo is definitely making her own competitive moves. Realizing his feelings, Yuya reassures Keed that absolutely nothing is going on between him and Nikedo, explaining that his classmate simply gave him a much-needed lecture in the cold weather today. Thanks to that harsh reality check, Yuya silently reflects that he has finally made up his mind. When an incredibly curious Keed eagerly begs him to reveal his final decision, Yuya playfully refuses, singing that it is an absolute secret. Demanding that they finally head home because he is hungry, Yuya suddenly starts walking, leaving a frantic Keed to scream and demand why he is running away, before she quickly catches up and grabs his hand to make sure they walk home together. As they slowly walk back toward their apartment, a deeply blushing Yuya holds her hand tightly, prompting Keed to flash an incredibly bright, sweet smile and softly plead with her beloved Yuya-kun never to let go of her hand. Back inside their apartment, Yuya is completely caught off guard as he unboxes something unexpected in the kitchen. Examining the perfectly shaped heart-shaped chocolate cake Nikedo gave him, Yuya marvels at its flawless level of perfection, finding it completely hard to believe she went through this much trouble simply because they happened to sit next to each other. He spots a small handwritten note telling him to microwave the treat before eating and immediately goes to heat it up. Slicing into the warm cake, Yuya is completely blown away when rich melted chocolate instantly begins to ooze out, leaving the heavily sweating teenager deeply impressed by her incredible baking skills. Taking a large bite, Yuya remembers how Nikedo had casually teased him in the classroom, reminding him that his defensive actions definitely did not match his true words. Happily chewing the delicious cake, Yuya softly smiles to himself and quietly reflects that her handmade chocolate is honestly a little too sweet for his tastes, though he remains deeply touched by Nikedo's secret affection as the chapter officially draws to a close. The morning of their extracurricular camp finally arrives, but Keed is already sulking, deeply prompting a flustered Yuya to nervously speak up. Yuya points out that it is incredibly difficult to walk while she is holding onto him so tightly with all his luggage. However, Keed flatly refuses to let go, complaining that they will be separated on their rare bus trip and won't be able to see each other for over 3 hours, admitting she already misses him. Yuya understands her feelings but points out that they are in different classes and he has club activities, meaning they usually spend even less time together at school anyway. But Keed immediately rejects his logic, insisting that normal school days are nothing compared to this special trip. Sobbing softly, Keed complains that she cannot stand this travel time because it is supposed to be special, listing all the things she wanted to do, like enjoying the scenic bus view together and casually resting her head on his shoulder to sleep. Keed fumes about all the fun couple activities she wanted to do, while Yuya can only offer a sheepish smile, though he secretly blushes and admits to himself that if it were possible, he would want to spend all his time with her too. Reflecting on how Keed has become such an indispensable presence in his mind, Yuya realizes those feelings have only grown stronger since they started sleeping together, only for Keed to suddenly flash a mischievous grin and declare that her body is also affected. Keed shamelessly boasts that her body can no longer be satisfied without Yuya, prompting a panicked classmate to warn them to watch their wording. While Yuya internally admits that he has grown completely used to her warmth, he blushes furiously, realizing his own body feels the same way, though Keed suddenly warns him not to get overexcited and talk about it in public, which he quickly promises to be careful about. Keed playfully smiles and warns Yuya to also be on his guard so he doesn't fall for Shinji's tricks and accidentally reveal their secret. While Yuya worries about being stuck on the bus with Shinji, Keed cheerfully shrugs it off as fine, happily looking forward to sitting next to Akiho and having some lively girl talk. Keed brightly reveals that they have agreed to spend the trip, boasting about all the wonderful qualities of their respective boyfriends, sending an absolute chill down Yuya's spine as he freezes in pure horror. Yuya nervously worries that talking about him out loud on the bus will only cause the other girls to overhear and join in, but Nikedo playfully decides to list off his best qualities anyway, describing him as a hardworking, caring, and incredibly kind person who is great at cooking despite his awkwardness. Nikedo continues detailing his charm points, leaving a deeply blushing Yuya completely overwhelmed and internally wondering how she can drop such massive compliments so casually without any hesitation at all. Kid sweetly confesses that she is always thinking of Yuuya anyway before playfully wondering what Yuuya will say about her when Shinji inevitably asks him what he likes about her on the bus. Kid eagerly declares that she cannot wait for the conversation to unfold, sending a panicked Yuuya into a spiral of worry as he desperately wonders if his friends are secretly plotting things behind his back, while she simply giggles and tells him to look forward to the bus ride. Yuuya grows increasingly terrified of the upcoming bus ride and what Shinji might ask him, but Kid simply laughs it off and cheerfully declares that she is looking forward to their extracurricular camp, deciding she will just pretend she didn't hear his frantic worries. The scene shifts as the students finally begin to gather outside and line up in an orderly fashion to board the buses for their extracurricular trip. Nikaido gets Yuuya's attention to playfully tease him not to cry just because he is separated from Kid, prompting Yuuya to jokingly admit that, while he does miss her, he is perfectly capable of traveling alone without breaking down. Nikaido is completely taken aback by Yuuya's surprisingly honest and sweet confession, instantly freezing up in sheer disbelief and shock at how unexpectedly romantic he is being. Letting out a massive sigh, Nikaido regrets stirring him up in the first place, dryly noting that, while she told him to get real, she certainly did not expect him to be quite this straightforward. After boarding the bus, Yuuya is relieved to find a quiet, inconspicuous seat where they can talk privately, though Shinji casually turns to him and points out that he is definitely worrying way too much about being overheard. Shinji asks who Yuuya thinks is responsible for making him so sensitive, teasingly wondering if it is simply because Yuuya and Kid are up to no good. As a completely confused, Yuuya asks what he means by that. Shinji warmly defends himself, casually arguing that discussing what they like about each other's girlfriends is not anything special. Yuuya immediately rejects the topic and flatly declines to participate, prompting an overly dramatic Shinji to beg him not to be so incredibly heartless. Not giving up, Shinji eagerly offers to boast about Akiho instead, while another classmate sitting behind them casually pipes up that she would actually be perfectly fine with hearing it. Realizing there is absolutely no escaping his friend's upcoming romantic rant, a deeply exhausted Yuuya can only brace himself for the impending torture. Yuuya internally groans that listening to Shinji brag about Akiho is nothing short of pure torture. He laments that Shinji excitedly demands detailed thoughts and approvals while gushing with an incredibly happy face, leaving a sweating Yuuya with no choice but to awkwardly nod along and repeatedly agree that she is cute. Deciding that listening to a 3-hour bragging session on the bus would be a total nightmare, Yuuya finally relents and tells Shinji that he is willing to hear him out, boldly warning his friend to prepare himself for the consequences. Flipping the script, Yuuya proudly boasts that if that is the plan, he is going to go completely overboard and brag endlessly about Kid as well, leaving a highly amused Shinji to grin and ask him if he is truly ready to be tormented in return. True to his threat, Yuuya launches into such a massive, relentless barrage of affectionate boasting about Kid that Shinji is instantly left completely drained, turning a pale shade of defeated white as he suffers through the ultimate romantic payback. As their bus finally pulls into a service area, a thoroughly broken and sweating Shinji desperately begs Yuuya for forgiveness. Meanwhile, Nikaido coolly looks back at them, casually stating that there is absolutely nothing to forgive since Shinji was the one who asked for the painful boasting session in the first place. Completely unable to handle any more of Yuuya's overwhelming romantic talk, a panicked Shinji frantically dashes off the bus while yelling that he cannot stand to listen to it for another second, leaving a sweating Yuuya to chase after him while calling out in total confusion. Watching the boys run off, Nikaido quietly admits she never expected Yuuya to be so completely smitten with Kid. Meanwhile, their teacher sighs in exhaustion and openly admits she deeply envies Hitotsuba-san, tiredly noting how incredibly happy the school idol must be to have a boy who cares so deeply about her. Their teacher, Shigusa-sensei, deeply laments the loss of her prime youth, weeping loudly as she wonders where her heyday went. Nikaido gently comforts her, reassuring Shigusa-sensei not to be so incredibly sad and warmly offering to buy her a comforting drink, as Yuuya quietly watches the bizarre scene unfold from the sidelines. Nikaido sticks her tongue out playfully, before turning away, leaving a slightly surprised Yuuya to look back only to immediately hear Keed's excited voice calling out to him as she suddenly arrives on the scene. Meeting up with Keed, Yuuya casually asks her how her bus ride was. Keed nervously blushes and stammers that it was perfectly fine, explaining that she simply spent the ride chatting with Akiho-chan and listening to some music. While Yuuya secretly wonders why Keed seems to be blushing slightly, she quickly asks him how his own trip went. Yuuya reassures her that it was completely fine despite Shinji peppering him with a barrage of nosy questions, just as they had expected, laughing that the hardest part of the ride was actually having to listen to his friend's constant boasting. Keed erupts into an incredibly frantic blush, loudly stammering that his trip must have been incredibly difficult. Completely overwhelmed, she suddenly screams that she desperately needs to use the restroom and dashes away, calling out that she will see him again over on the other side. Left standing completely alone and bewildered by her sudden escape, Yuuya is caught off guard when Akiho suddenly walks up to him. Playfully patting his back, she giggles and remarks that there is definitely far more to him than meets the eye, teasingly calling him a massive boasting devil. A highly confused Yuuya mutters to himself, completely unable to understand what she means by calling him a boastful devil. Akiho simply laughs and tells him not to worry since it is none of his business, warmly noting that she just couldn't help but realize how incredibly loved Keed truly is before she runs off and waves goodbye. Yuuya is left completely bewildered by their strange behavior, sweating as he nervously wonders what on earth just happened. He begins to feel a sudden wave of anxiety, seriously worrying that there might be something highly problematic going on behind his back that he knows absolutely nothing about. Deciding that he cannot let the mystery slide, Yuuya resolves to closely interrogate Shinji as soon as he gets the chance to find out exactly what the girls are hiding. Before Yuuya can even ask a single question, Shinji suddenly turns around wearing a ridiculous pair of sleep goggles, instantly screaming in absolute panic as he desperately begs for forgiveness and repeatedly apologizes for whatever they did. The day's extracurricular camp schedule begins with an introductory explanation of their itinerary at the manor house. The instructor informs the students that the plan is to first head to their cottages to unpack and change clothes, after which they will reassemble at the manor house for their prearranged British cultural experiences. While they head over, Shinji enthusiastically confirms that their cultural activity is indeed cooking, excitedly wondering what they are going to make, and noting that they will be baking either scones or shortbread, though he warns that the entire English language session might prove quite challenging. Upon entering their cottage, they are immediately greeted by their relaxing classmates who invite them to sit down and watch television together. The boys lounging in the room are Daichai Shichiki, a baseball club member whose junior high girlfriend is entering their school next year, and Pseudo Sakaguchi, a walking repository of information, who is practically a rom-com protagonist due to his childhood friend girlfriend. When Shinji playfully points out that they are the only two guys who chose the cooking activity, he is quickly told to shut up. Yuuya remembers that he had no choice but to choose cooking since Keed and Akiho enthusiastically declared in unison that they wanted to do it, while Nikaido decided to join the English conversation activity instead. Nikaido fiercely glares at them, bluntly demanding why on earth she should join a bunch of lovebirds, forcing Yuuya and Shinji to quickly apologize as they realize that the cooking class is indeed overwhelmingly dominated by girls and established couples. Shichiki loudly laments that he wishes he had chosen cooking, too agonizing over the fact that he might never get to see the school idol in an apron. Meanwhile, a smug Yuuya silently gloats that it is too bad for him since he has already seen Keed cooking in a cute apron and even got to admire her back while she prepared meals on a regular basis. Shichiki completely snaps in envy, aggressively grabbing Yuuya while loudly cursing him and demanding that he be fully prepared to answer a barrage of questions about the school idol later. Shinji gently pats Shichiki on the shoulder and solemnly warns him to avoid asking those questions, leaving a confused Shichiki to wonder what he means, while Shinji struggles to find a way to explain the exhausting boasting he would have to endure. Shinji's dark-haired friend Higure warns Yuuya that listening to his lovey-dovey stories will literally make him writhe in despair and die from too much sweetness. Seeing how chilled and petrified Higure is, Shinji casually pats his shoulder smilingly, adding that this is highly accurate advice born straight from painful experience. Higure can only nod in furious sweating agreement with Shinji's grim warning, completely collapsing into his seat under the heavy weight of his post-traumatic stress. Unmoved by the dramatic display, a completely flat-faced Yuuya simply looks down at Shinji and calls out his name. Yuuya furiously yells at Shinji, demanding to know since when his stories have ever brought anyone to actual despair, and calling the accusation incredibly harsh. Shinji immediately yells back, aggressively arguing that Yuuya casually blurted out that he and Kid should feed each other right in front of them, begging him to consider how awkward that made him and Akiho feel. Shinji complains that the sheer sweetness of Yuuya and Kid's interactions gave them literal heartburn, prompting Higure to let out a long, dramatic sigh of distress. Yuuya loudly yells back, furiously reminding them that they were the ones who started the entire lovey-dovey conversation in the first place. Higure casually relaxes back in his chair, lazily noting that Yuuya and Kid are so incredibly lovey-dovey that they manage to completely overwhelm him, even though he is normally the one famous for being the school's biggest lovebird. Hearing this, a proud Shinji completely agrees with the assessment, while Yuuya can only quietly sigh in absolute speechless resignation. Shinji casually walks off with an incredibly annoyed Yuuya, teasingly telling him that while it is a shame, he probably shouldn't get too deep into investigating the matter. He playfully adds that he won't stop Yuuya if he really wants to press for answers, while their classmate Umichi-kun quietly watches the two from his seat. Umichi-kun calmly claps his hands together and decides to bring the chaotic conversation back on track. Shinji suggests that since they still have some time, they should head over to wait at the manor house, first eagerly admitting he wants to hurry up and see Akiho. He asks Yuuya if he wants to talk to Kid too, which a quiet Umichi-kun confirms is probably the case, leaving a heavy sigh to echo over the grand building. Kid excitedly waves Yuuya over proudly, showing off her cute outfit and asking how she looks. While Yuuya naturally agrees that her clothes suit her well, he casually adds that she looks so remarkably mature, he can barely believe they are both high schoolers of the exact same age, causing a sudden shift in her expression. Kid immediately leans in close and demands to know if he is basically calling her old, forcing a frantically waving Yuuya to desperately deny the accusation. Deep down, he internally admits that she actually looks so beautiful and mature that walking side by side would make them look like an age gap couple. Realizing she can play the role of the older partner, Kid finds the idea wonderful and eagerly asks if she can start spoiling him as her younger boyfriend. While Yuuya instantly panics at her mischievous grin, Kid steps even closer, playfully sighing at his adorable nervousness. Kid closes the distance between them, looking directly into his eyes with an intensely warm and affectionate gaze that instantly sends Yuuya's heart into overdrive as he sweats in pure flustered silence. Leaning in right against his ear, Kid softly whispers his name and playfully promises that she's going to spoil him absolutely rotten, sending a literal shiver down his spine as he desperately tries to process the overwhelming teasing. Yuuya completely loses his composure and frantically demands to know what on earth she was thinking, yelling that she absolutely startled him. A giggling Kid simply brushes it off, teasingly arguing that she only did it because he looked like he secretly wanted a mature older sister to dote on him. Gently grabbing his chin to lock him in a serious stare, Kid softly asks if her playful teasing was actually that bad, catching a heavily blushing Yuuya completely off guard. Unable to lie to himself, Yuuya clenches his fist and loudly blurts out that it was not bad at all, even thanking her, before immediately facepalming internally and frantically questioning what on earth he is thinking. As her own heart begins to thud rapidly in her chest, Kid tries to keep her cool, mentally telling herself to stay firm and absolutely not get carried away by his surprisingly honest and sweet reaction. Leaning in one last time, Kid softly promises that once their upcoming camp is over, she's going to shower him with an overwhelming amount of love, leaving a completely breathless and heavily blushing Yuuya utterly speechless as his heart beats out of his chest. Akiho and Shinji abruptly interrupt the couple's intimate moment, dragging them apart, while loudly declaring that they have had quite enough of their fun for the day. Dramatically acting like they are suffering from a sudden sugar overdose, Akiho and Shinji complain that watching any more of the couple's sweet alone time will literally be the death of them. While Shinji advises Yuuya that he needs to hold back his feelings a little, the couple can only listen in stunned silence. Akiho continues her relentless lecture scolding Kid and demanding she be mindful of her behavior no matter how deeply she loves her boyfriend. Realizing she has no defense, a sheepish Kid can only quietly apologize. Shinji casually reasons that Kid was probably just getting a bit overly festive, since they are currently in an unfamiliar environment outside of school or home, leaving a heavily blushing Kid completely embarrassed in the background. Shinji playfully wonders if the day will finally come when they can all go on a double date together, only to be immediately shut down by Yuuya, who firmly tells him to shut up. Kid tearfully begs Yuuya to save her from Akiho's teasing, but Yuuya flatly refuses to take her side and bluntly tells her that she is simply reaping exactly what she sowed. The scene shifts to a bustling cooking class where everyone is busy preparing various dishes at their respective stations, setting the stage for the group's culinary adventure. Akiho and Kid, a bright and cheerful moment as they prepare to get their cooking session started, both looking incredibly eager to show off their skills. Kid is suddenly caught off guard when she glances back and notices Yuuya and Shinji looking exceptionally pleased, their faces practically glowing with warmth as they watch the girls. Noticing his dazed expression, Kid playfully giggles and asks Yuuya what could possibly be wrong. Together with Akiho, she playfully teases him by asking if he has simply been completely enchanted by their stunning beauty. The atmosphere suddenly shifts when the girls turn to look at the boys with highly mischievous matching grins, leaving both Shinji and Yuuya to sweat profusely as their faces light up in deep, nervous blushes. Yuuya internally reflects on how Kid can be an absolute nuisance at times like this, noting that she tends to stare at him intensely until he answers and immediately gets teary-eyed and sulks when he stays silent out of pure embarrassment. Realizing he has no way out of this trap, he prepares to surrender. Attempting to throw up the white flag right away, Yuuya readily admits to the girls that they are right, explaining that they seem to be having so much fun on their bus ride that it was completely impossible to look away. This sudden betrayal catches Shinji completely off guard, leaving him frantically stammering as he desperately tries to deny the accusation. Shinji's eyes widen in absolute speechless shock as he is completely cornered by the sudden turn of events, his face burning with a deep blush under the intense scrutiny. The highly embarrassing topic immediately backfires on the girls, sending both Kid and Akiho into a massive bright red blush as they shyly look away in de-embarrassment. Regaining her composure with a dreamy smile, Kid softly giggles that Shinji's reaction is actually not bad at all. A deeply blushing Akiho eagerly chimes in, teasingly laughing that she had absolutely no idea Shin-kun possessed such an incredibly cute and sensitive side to his personality. Looking at Kid, Yuuya's heart completely skips a beat as he silently reflects that her happy blushing expression is completely different from her usual smile. He passionately reasons to himself that any man whose heart doesn't flutter at such a special private face would honestly have to be completely blind. Akiho turns to Kid in pure bewilderment, asking if Yuuya always speaks to her in such an incredibly sweet and affectionate way. Hearing her question, a deeply teary-eyed and overwhelmed Kid happily nods in agreement, confessing that she finally understands that Yuuya truly does care about her that much. Yuuya's ear violently twitches in irritation as he overhears Kid fondly explaining that he is actually a complete natural airhead who easily blurts out incredibly embarrassing things without a second thought. When a highly annoyed Yuuya glares from the background and demands to know exactly what she means by that, she simply laughs it off with a sweet smile. Sinking into deep embarrassment, Yuuya is completely caught off guard when Shinji suddenly steps in and reveals there is actually one more highly suspicious detail he has been incredibly curious about, directly demanding to know what Yuuya was wearing during their bus ride. With a happy but threatening smile, Shinji clenches his fist and tells Yuuya it is high time for him to shut up, sending a sudden jolt of terror through the teenager. Back in the kitchen, a sighing Yuuya mutters to himself about what on earth he did to deserve such treatment, while Kid and the others silently observe them from behind. The girls excitedly gush over how incredibly lucky Kid is, wishing they had a partner who could express his feelings so naturally and sincerely. Meanwhile, the guys are completely overwhelmed with second-hand embarrassment, agonizing over how they could never pull off such bold moves and marveling that the prettiest high school girl in the country fell for Yuuya. Even the elderly instructor warmly smiles and nods, teasing Yuuya about how wonderful it is to enjoy youth, like that leaving him standing in absolute blushing silence. As night falls and the grandfather clock ticks past 8, Yuuya collapses onto the couch in their cottage with a heavy sigh. Exhausted from the day's activities, Yuuya groans about wanting to take a bath, realizing he is somehow completely alone in the cottage. He recalls that Shinji ran off to flirt with Akiho while Motegi and Sakaguchi went to hang out in another cottage. He even tried talking to Kid, but she seemed to have plans of her own, leaving him entirely by himself. He reminds himself that tomorrow is the big day, though the decisive moment will actually take place during the star-gazing session soon after dinner, which will completely make or break him. He recalls Shinji teasingly asking him why he is even nervous about a fight he is completely guaranteed to win. Despite his friend's reassurance, Yuuya is still a nervous wreck, because this will be his very first time asking a girl out in person, sighing that he will never be able to sleep, only for a smiling Kid to suddenly appear behind him and playfully ask if he is feeling too lonely to sleep without her. Yuuya quietly admits that he would probably sleep much better with Kid right next to him, prompting her to warmly reply that she honestly cannot fall asleep without him by her side either. The cozy atmosphere is instantly disrupted when Kid suddenly makes a surprising move, catching an incredibly flustered Yuuya completely off guard as he frantically stammers her name in a panic. Completely bewildered by her unexpected presence, Yuuya frantically demands to know why she is even in his room in the first place, only for her to simply giggle and teasingly ask if her being there is really such a bad thing. Kid softly explains that she simply couldn't help herself and came over because she desperately wanted to see him, leaving a deeply blushing Yuuya completely speechless as he tries to process her words. She explains that since they will not be able to sleep in each other's arms tonight, she wants to get her absolute fill of his warmth, right now pulling him into a tight, affectionate embrace. Clutching him close as her heart beats rapidly, Kid softly confesses how incredibly calming his presence is, adding that she truly cannot end her day without holding him in her arms. Melting under her warmth, Yuuya softly agrees with her, hesitantly admitting that being held by her actually feels incredibly comforting, and that he really likes it too. Kid sweetly thanks him and shyly confesses that she absolutely loves holding him too, before laughing off her sudden wave of embarrassment now that they are both fully aware of how incredibly close they are. Kid playfully brings up his earlier mumbling, reminding him about the upcoming stargazing event tomorrow, and mischievously teasing him about whether he plans to surprise her with something special. While Kid cheerfully tells him she will just have to wait and see what happens tomorrow, a highly stressed Yuuya sweats in silence, internally panicking that there is absolutely no way he can let her know what he is actually thinking. Yuuya quietly resolves to officially ask Kid out under a blanket of stars tomorrow night. Externally, he calmly tells her that he understands and will eagerly look forward to her surprise tomorrow, turning away to hide his thoughts. However, his cool mental determination is instantly shattered when Kid suddenly pulls him close with a highly mischievous giggle, completely throwing him off balance. Kid wastes no time closing the distance between them, leaving Yuuya completely trapped as she leans in incredibly close. She completely blindsides him by planting a sudden kiss on his cheek, leaving a thoroughly shocked Yuuya completely frozen in absolute disbelief. Satisfied with her bold move, Kid cheerfully celebrates that she has officially refueled on Yuuya and can finally get a peaceful night's sleep. Meanwhile, a completely defeated Yuuya collapses in a blushing heap, his heart pounding uncontrollably from the unexpected contact. Kid brightly adds that she is also incredibly excited to go skiing tomorrow, before warmly bidding him a good night. Still completely red-faced Yuuya can only weakly stutter a good night back, left entirely flustered by her rapid-fire attacks. As Kid happily hums to herself and walks back to her room, Yuuya can only sigh in exhaustion, grumbling to himself that it is completely unfair of her to keep finding new ways to catch him off guard. The next day, Kid proudly presents herself in her ski gear, while Yuuya stands right next to her, looking down and blushing in sheer embarrassment. Kid giggles excitedly about how she can't wait to go skiing, happily offering to be Yuuya's personal instructor, since he is a complete beginner. The sudden suggestion jolts Yuuya, who can only offer a nervous agreement, while whispers begin to echo behind them. Classmates immediately start whispering among themselves, questioning if Kid and Yuuya are wearing matching ski outfits, which sends a wave of absolute embarrassment over Yuuya as his face turns bright red. Noticing his exhausted and stressed expression, Kid asks why he is looking so incredibly worried, teasingly wondering if he is simply terrified of skiing. Kid cheerfully reassures him that the snow is his best friend, prompting Yuuya to quickly plead with her not to use classic sports anime phrases and point out that falling on the ice is still terrifying. However, Kid simply giggles and playfully asks if she forgot to mention something important. Kid opens her arms wide and warmly promises to make sure she catches him even if he slips, boldly inviting him to fall safely straight into her embrace, and leaving a heavily blushing Yuuya to nervously gulp in silence. Blushing intensely as his eye twitches, Yuuya internally curses his own weakness for letting her sweet invitation get to him so easily. Seeing the incredibly sweet display, the jealous boys in their class immediately boil with rage, crying out that Yuuya is getting way too cocky and demanding to trade places with him, prompting a fiercely yelling Yuuya to tell them to shut up and declare that he is absolutely not backing down. Giggling softly, Kid playfully teases Yuuya about how he has been making all kinds of funny faces today, warmly noting that seeing him this flustered feels incredibly refreshing. Trying to play it cool as he moves along, a deeply blushing Yuuya insists that he is definitely not shy or angry and accuses her of imagining things, though Kid simply giggles back and says she will happily leave it at that. Fired up with sudden excitement, they eagerly rally each other to hurry up and head out, loudly declaring that the massive ski slopes are finally waiting for them. The group quietly rides the ski, lifts up the mountain, taking in the peaceful snow-covered landscape as they prepare to hit the trails. Up at the top, a highly anxious Yuuya's knees begin to shake uncontrollably, forcing Kid to gently step in with some comforting instruction, reminding him to slowly glide with his skis in an inverted V shape, and reassuring him that he will easily be able to stop properly if he just remembers what they practiced at the bottom. Sweating in panic, Yuuya frantically repeats her instructions in his mind, muttering that he just needs to glide in an inverted V shape and apply firm power to the inner edges when stopping, desperately psyching himself up that everything is going to be perfectly fine. Kid warmly reassures him that there is absolutely no need to be nervous, while another skier nearby casually advises him to simply fall backward from his hips if he gets too scared. Kid adds that the real key is to remain completely calm even when they start speeding up, prompting a determined Yuuya to nod along in agreement. Confidently pulling her goggles down, Kid readies her stance and smoothly slides forward onto the snow. To Yuuya's absolute surprise, Kid glides down the slope with incredible grace and speed, looking like a total pro, as she effortlessly executes her turns and leaves a starstruck Yuuya watching her in complete wide-eyed awe. Her flawless ski run instantly draws a massive crowd of admirers, with nearby skiers clapping enthusiastically and cheering in pure amazement at her stunning performance, while a sparkling Kid simply beams with happiness. Safely down at the bottom, Kid enthusiastically waves her ski poles and loudly shouts for her beloved Yuuya-kun to hurry up and slide down to join her. This public call instantly makes them the center of attention, with nearby onlookers curiously wondering if her friend is actually any good at skiing, which sends a sweating bright red Yuuya into a spiral of absolute agonizing embarrassment. Completely oblivious to his painful embarrassment, a cheerful Kid cups her hands around her mouth and loudly calls out to him again, playfully demanding to know what is taking so long and urging him to hurry up and make his way down. Yuuya is incredibly nervous about starting his ski run, his hands trembling with fear as he psychs himself up. But despite his deep terror, he resolves that he has to go and officially launches down the slope. He quickly begins to gain momentum as his skis glide smoothly across the fresh snow. As Yuuya picks up speed, he begins to panic over the sudden rush of momentum, but Kid loudly cheers him on and praises his natural talent to help him build some confidence. Thrilled by her encouragement, Yuuya eagerly asks his mentor if he is actually doing a good job, carefully repeating her technical advice on how to properly execute a turn by shifting his weight. Shifting his weight exactly as instructed, Yuuya executes a turn and is completely thrilled by how easily he did it, laughing happily as he calls out to Kid to celebrate his success, while she eagerly commands him to try turning left next. Feeling highly confident after his successful turns, Yuuya resolves to push himself further and speed up on his next run. Sensing the danger, a panicked Kid screams at him to stop, because speeding up is far too risky, but an overly confident Yuuya simply flashes a reassuring smile and insists he will be completely fine. His confidence immediately backfires as his skis wobble and jerk out of control, leaving a startled Yuuya to scream in panic as he helplessly slips and slides down the slope. Yuuya lets out a terrified scream of pure panic as he realizes he has completely lost control of his momentum. With a massive thud, Yuuya crashes heavily into the snow, prompting a frantic Kid to scream his name and run over to check on him. Though in pain, a sheepish Yuuya can only smile and weakly greet her as she arrives. While Yuuya is sitting on the snow, Kid suddenly leaps forward and falls straight toward him. The two of them collide and crash heavily into the deep snow with a soft thud. Kid ends up directly on top of him in a tight embrace as their hats fly off, sending Yuuya's heart into a frantic thumping frenzy as he stammers her name, only for a heavily blushing Kid to slowly sit up and lock eyes with him. Kid furiously scolds him for trying to speed up, tearfully demanding to know what he would have done if he had actually gotten hurt, prompting a sheepish Yuuya to apologize and admit he simply thought he would be fine. Overcome with emotion, Kid gently rests her head right against his chest. She softly calls him stupid while holding onto him tightly, leaving Yuuya to look down at her with a gentle, blushing gaze, completely oblivious to their classmates watching from afar as the girls squeal in absolute excitement and the boys fume with intense jealousy. Blushing furiously, Yuuya gently suggests that they need to get up before they cause a scene and bother other people, asking her to please give him some space, but a stubborn Kid flatly refuses to budge. Yuuya looks down at her with a soft and affectionate gaze, completely yielding to her stubbornness. Gently patting her head, Yuuya softly tells her not to act like a baby and promises never to take such reckless risks again, coaxing her to give him some space for now by promising to hug her as much as she wants once they finally get back home. Kid peeks up from her scarf and demands that he keep his word, making him promise to hug her and pat her head until she is fully satisfied once they get home, prompting them to lock pinkies to seal the deal as Yuuya agrees that a man is as good as his word. Blushing deeply, Kid sweetly makes a playful request to Yuuya, promising that if she ends up falling over, it will officially be his turn to wrap his arms entirely around her next. Kid cheerfully hums a melody and walks ahead, leaving an intensely flustered Yuuya behind. His face erupts in a bright red blush, forcing him to cover his eyes in pure agony as he internally screams over her devastatingly bold flirtation. Feeling completely cornered by her teasing, a highly competitive Yuuya silently vows to himself that he is absolutely going to find a way to pay her back for all this embarrassment later tonight. Later evening at the lodge, a satisfied Shinji happily gushes that despite his terrible skiing, the delicious steak they had for dinner completely made up for it. However, their classmate flatly counters that the only reason dinner was a struggle was because certain people spent the entire day creating a sickeningly sweet romantic atmosphere around them, prompting the surrounding group to glare intensely at a sweating Yuuya. Completely dumbfounded, Yuuya demands to know what on earth they are talking about, loudly questioning how he could have possibly created a sweet atmosphere when Kid spent the entire afternoon laughing at his pathetic skiing attempts. Nearby, Shinji quietly chimes in to add his own thoughts. Shinji firmly asserts that there is absolutely no room for doubt that Yuuya and Kid were completely in their own world on the ski slope, bluntly adding that they simply flirt way too much regardless of the occasion. Yuuya frantically argues that she was simply teasing him one-sidedly, like she always does. Shinji lets out a heavy sigh, dryly noting that is exactly what all lovebirds say before dropping a bombshell, by revealing that classmates even spotted the two of them looking completely wrapped up in their own cozy world on the chairlift. A highly embarrassed Yuuya internally groans, bitterly wondering why his friends didn't just say hello instead of creepily watching them from afar. Shinji passionately screams in protest, demanding to know how on earth anyone could possibly walk up and greet them when the intense romantic world they create around themselves acts like a giant barrier that completely keeps everyone else out. Shinji adds that Yuuya definitely would have gotten incredibly grumpy and glared at them as if they were majorly bothering him if they had actually tried to interrupt. Cornered by the undeniable logic, Yuuya can only weakly sigh and softly admit that he is completely guilty as charged, prompting a triumphant shout from his friend. As the rest of the guys start hilariously brainstorming embarrassing new nicknames for their relationship, ranging from jealous man generators to sugar overdose victims, a thoroughly exhausted Yuuya lets out a heavy sigh. Feeling completely overwhelmed by their relentless teasing, he quietly excuses himself to head outside and get some fresh air. Yuuya steps outside into the night and is immediately captivated by the breathtaking view of the starry sky, whispering in absolute awe of how amazing it looks. Looking up at the beautiful twinkling stars, Yuuya firmly resolves to finally muster his courage and confess his feelings to Kid under this perfect night sky. Yuuya tightly clenches his fist to steady his nerves, repeatedly reassuring himself that everything will go perfectly and there is absolutely nothing to worry about. However, his intense mental preparation is suddenly cut short when Kid softly calls out his name, noticing his strange behavior. Startled by her sudden voice, a wide-eyed Yuuya quickly turns around to face her, his heart skipping a beat as he calls out her name. Trying to act natural, Yuuya casually asks where Akiho and the rest of the group went, to which Kid explains that they stubbornly insisted on staying indoors to watch television until the very last minute. Kid brightly reveals that she came outside early because she was eager to see the stars, before curiously asking Yuuya why he isn't inside hanging out with Shinji and the others. A slightly sheepish Yuuya weakly replies that the boys were simply talking about completely random things. Yuuya candidly admits that he actually fled the room because he was sick of everyone constantly teasing and bullying him. Hearing his plight, Kid lets out a sympathetic pouting hum. Kid playfully asks what kind of terrible things they said to tease him, prompting a sweat-dropping Yuuya to quietly mumble that they called them wed wings. The bizarre term leaves Kid completely bewildered as she tilts her head and wonders what that could possibly mean. Yuuya explains that the strange nickname is a combination of wedding and wings, meant specifically for the two of them, sighing that their friends are endlessly inventing ridiculous new words that go way beyond just calling them lovebirds. Yuuya bitterly groans over being constantly labeled as lovebirds, when he has not even officially asked her out, yet determined to make them regret their teasing after his big confession tonight. Meanwhile, Kid quietly sighs, noting that Akiho has also repeatedly scolded her for flirting so casually in front of everyone. While walking, Kid casually dismisses whatever everyone else is saying and turns to address Yuuya directly as she reaches her hand out. She softly offers him her hand, waiting for him to take it. Smiling gently and blushing, Yuuya reaches out and warmly holds her hand in his. Kid giggles and remarks that while they won't be able to hide their hand holding without their winter coats, doing this every now and then is nice, as they walk side by side with warm, blushing faces. Looking up at the starry night sky above the manor house, Kid excitedly notes how much she is looking forward to the stargazing session, to which Yuuya quietly agrees. Yuuya silently hopes with all his heart that he will still be able to hold her hand even after tonight's events, gasping softly as her sweet reassurance that she isn't going anywhere echoes deeply in his mind. While Yuuya watches her with a nervous, breathless gaze, Kid simply looks ahead with a gentle, serene smile. Smiling warmly to himself, Yuuya walks hand in hand with her under the beautiful canopy of stars. Following a brief lecture at the manor house, the students are dismissed to view the stars from wherever they please, prompting their group of 4 to make their way to a nearby hill with a great view. Giving his friend a confident thumbs up, Shinji winks and throws his arm around a flustered Yuuya's shoulder, smoothly promising that he and Akiho will head off at the perfect moment, so the two lovebirds can finally be left completely alone. Akiho playfully reminds Kid that she was the one who originally suggested the term wed wings, teasingly explaining that she came up with it because the two of them act exactly like a pair of lovey-dovey newlyweds. Frustrated, Yuuya fiercely demands to know who Shinji is calling a married couple, angrily warning him not to throw a wet blanket on what is officially the absolute do-or-die moment of his entire life, and telling him to get lost. A smirking Shinji casually promises that a third wheel like him will make a quick exit, giving Yuuya a hearty pat on the back and wishing him good luck. Looking back, Yuuya exchanges a warm, silent gaze with Shinji, deeply appreciating his friend's genuine support and encouragement for his upcoming confession. Observing the girls from a distance, Shinji points out that Kid also seems to be incredibly restless and nervous, prompting Yuuya to realize that Akiho is actually doing her best to calm her friend's nerves in her own playful way. Shinji playfully sighs that the two of them are honestly quite a handful and teasingly blames Yuuya for all of Kid's nervousness. Yuuya bluntly tells him to shut up, but quietly agrees and suggests they head over to join the girls. Yuuya retorts that it is high time Shinji went over and flirted with Akiho too. Shinji warmly agrees, happily admitting that he also wants to enjoy the gorgeous starry sky while having some romantic time with his own girlfriend. The four friends reunite under the starry sky, but a tense, slightly awkward silence instantly settles over them as they look at one another. Shinji smoothly takes the initiative by suggesting they split up from here, gently taking Akiho's hand and inviting her to go with him. An overjoyed Akiho blushes brightly and happily agrees, eagerly declaring that she also wanted to enjoy the quiet night sky alone with him. As they walk away, Akiho mischievously calls back to ask Kid if she wants some private time with Yuya too. A completely flustered and heavily blushing Kid musters all her courage and loudly confesses that she indeed wants to see the starry sky alone with Yuya. With her heart beating rapidly, a highly nervous Kid softly looks up at Yuya and asks if it is really okay for them to be alone. Blushing just as intensely, Yuya warmly reassures her that it is indeed perfect, softly confessing that he also wanted to enjoy this beautiful moment alone with her without anyone around to interrupt them. Shinji and Akiho bid them farewell as they prepare to head out, prompting a softly blushing Kid to weakly agree as they part ways. While Shinji and Akiho happily walk off together, Yuya and Kid are left to walk side by side, both of their faces lighting up with a quiet blush. The two of them slowly stroll through the quiet evening under a spectacular glittering blanket of stars, sharing a highly romantic and peaceful moment together as the chapter officially comes to a close. Kid excitedly points the way, calling out to Yuya that their destination is just up ahead. She explains that she heard from a ski instructor that the hill directly in front of them is an absolutely spectacular spot for stargazing, and an eager Yuya quickly nods along. Beaming back at him with an incredibly sweet, happy smile, Kid warmly declares that it is definitely the absolute best spot on the mountain and enthusiastically urges him to hurry up so they can get there. Yuya grows deeply worried and warns her that running around in the pitch black is incredibly dangerous. Although a laughing Kid dismisses his worries and urges him to hurry up, she is instantly cut short when she suddenly loses her balance on the slippery snow, letting out a panicked shriek as she begins to fall. In a sudden split-second reaction, Yuya quickly lunges forward and catches her in a protective embrace before she can hit the ground. A highly flustered Yuya scolds her for being so careless, pointing out that her running around was absolutely not okay, while an intensely blushing Kid holds him close, her chest pounding furiously as she sleepily whispers her sincere gratitude. Kid holds on tightly to his clothes as a highly flustered Yuya nervously stammers that they won't have any time left for stargazing if they don't move quickly. However, Kid buries her face in his chest, softly whining that she wants to stay exactly like this for just a little bit longer, looking up at him with incredibly adorable teary eyes as she softly pleads with him to grant her single request. Completely defeated by her devastatingly cute appeal, Yuya's defenses entirely crumble as he surrenders to the moment in flustered silence. Kid suddenly halts and flatly refuses to go any further, sending a jolt of shock through Yuya. He tries to quickly play it cool, blushing as he gently coaxes her to keep moving forward. Yuya seriously tells her that he has something very important he wants to talk about. A blushing Kid listens, then softly mentions that once they are done talking, there is something she would like to do as well. She sweetly suggests that after their talk is over, they should pick up right where they left off with their previous intimate moment. Yuya tries to hide his massive blush, muttering that he is definitely looking forward to it. They pass a sign pointing toward the observation deck, which lies only 150 meters away, as Yuya mentally prepares himself to deliver his highly important confession. Suddenly, switching into high gear, a joyful Kid eagerly urges him to hurry up, because she is incredibly impatient to hear what he wants to say, leaving a completely bewildered Yuya sweating in her wake. Watching her rush ahead so cheerfully, a nervous Yuya can't help but wonder if she somehow already figured out that he is about to confess his feelings to her. Reaching the deck, Kid excitedly identifies the bright stars forming the winter triangle, specifically Betelgeuse, Sirius, and Procyon. Turning back to Yuya, she marvels at how incredibly beautiful the starry sky is compared to what they can see in the bright city. Staring deeply at her radiant smile, an incredibly flustered Yuya softly agrees with her, his heart skipping a beat. Kid softly expresses her deep joy over being able to such a breathtaking view of the starry sky with him. Looking at her warmly, Yuya confesses that he feels exceptionally happy too. Yuuya summons every ounce of his remaining courage, quietly resolving that this is finally the moment. As Keed turns to look at him, he softly whispers that he feels the exact same way about their time together. Yuuya shyly confesses to Keed that simply being together with her makes him incredibly happy, honestly admitting that he absolutely could not be happier in life. A completely stunned and emotional Keed looks back at him in sheer disbelief, softly asking if he genuinely feels that way about her. Standing under the beautiful starry night sky overlooking the city, Yuuya takes a deep breath and quietly asks Keed if she will hear him out, revealing that there is something major he has been hiding and unable to say until now. Without a moment of hesitation, Keed gently agrees, encouraging him to his true feelings and promising that she will listen closely to absolutely everything he has to say. Yuuya confidently declares that his mind is completely made up, even as he playfully laughs off his own dramatic tone, trying to ease the immense tension. Yuuya begins reflecting on how they suddenly ended up living under the same roof for nearly a month, due to an unexpected event, confessing that his attachment has grown so strong that the mere thought of her ever rejecting him completely drives him crazy. Recalling all the chaotic, sweet, and surprising moments they have, Yuuya passionately explains how getting to know all her different sides has caused his feelings to grow completely beyond his control. His vulnerable confession continues as he admits that the stronger his love grew, the more terrified he became, constantly fearing that she might eventually leave his side and go somewhere else. Yuuya explains that even though he knows she is not the type of person to ever abandon him, he still could not stop himself from constantly worrying about losing her. Admitting he never wants to go through being alone again, Yuuya declares that he can no longer bottle up his emotions because he likes her way too much to keep it hidden, leaving a deeply moved Keed to softly whisper his name in sheer awe. Standing beneath the stars, Yuuya softly admits that his feelings started out as simple admiration, but the more he learned about her, the more he truly fell for her. Taking a deep breath, Yuuya looks her straight in the eyes and passionately confesses that he is falling for her more than anyone else in the entire world. He boldly declares his deep love for Keed Hitotsuba, prompting a tearful Keed to clasp her hands together and softly whisper his name in pure emotional relief. Under the beautiful starry sky, Keed throws her arms around him, and they hold each other in a tight romantic embrace. Sobbing with joy, Keed confesses that she is incredibly happy to finally hear his true feelings at last, prompting Yuuya to softly apologize for keeping her waiting so long. Wiping her tears, Keed sweetly reassures him that it is perfectly fine because the wait was entirely worth it. Looking at him with a radiant, tearful smile, Keed officially returns his confession by proudly declaring that she loves Yuuya too and likes him more than anyone else. Yuuya gently reaches his hand out to wipe away the remaining tears of joy from her cheek. Keed affectionately closes her eyes and rubs her cheek against his warm hand. While holding his hand tightly, Keed mentions that she is incredibly happy whenever he hugs and pats her, but she suddenly pauses to ask if that is really all he plans to do, playfully teasing a totally bewildered Yuuya for being such a thickhead. Yuuya finishes explaining his honest feelings, clarifying that his long explanation is exactly what he meant all along. Completely overcome with emotion, Keed pulls him into a tight embrace, and they a deeply passionate first kiss under the starry night sky. The world around them seems to fade away completely as they hold each other close, officially sealing their true feelings for one another on the balcony. As they slowly pull apart, both of them are left completely breathless, their faces flushed bright red as they process the intense romantic moment. Smiling through her sheer happiness, Keed directly tells Yuuya that she loves him, prompting a deeply touched Yuuya to warmly reply that he loves her too. Clutching her hands together in pure joy, Keed sincerely thanks Yuuya, softly confessing that she is incredibly happy right now. Leaning gently against him, Keed suddenly drops a massive bombshell, softly whispering that she wants to sleep next to him tonight, and catching a startled Yuuya completely off guard. She mischievously proposes that since he is sharing a room with Shinji, and she is with Akiho, they should simply swap places in secret, cheerfully arguing that the arrangement would make everyone happy. Yuuya immediately voices his strong objection to the plan, prompting a disappointed Keed to wonder why he does not want to spend the night with her, leaving him to frantically explain that other classmates might easily walk in on them. Blushing furiously, Yuuya passionately confesses that he absolutely refuses to let any other guy see her wearing her cute, fluffy pajamas, boldly declaring that he is the only one who should ever see her like that, as a totally stunned Kid looks on. Apologizing for his previous behavior, a highly flustered Yuuya catches Kid completely off guard as she blushes and asks if he is actually just incredibly possessive. Yuuya nervously counters by asking if it isn't perfectly normal for a guy to want to be the absolute only one who knows how incredibly sweet her love is delivering a devastating romantic blow that instantly leaves Kid completely speechless. Quickly recovering from her blush, a determined Kid fully agrees with his logic. She softly admits that she also has absolutely no desire for other guys to ever see her in her pajamas, playfully adding that it is simply because she would be way too defenseless. The highly affectionate atmosphere between them grows incredibly warm and peaceful as they stroll side by side, both of them wearing soft, deeply contented smiles. Looking out over the beautifully lit resort town below, Kid shyly calls out his name and hesitates. Fidgeting nervously, she gathers her courage to make one final incredibly bold request, softly whispering that before they head back inside, she desperately wants him to give her a kiss. Meanwhile, Shinji and Akiho are slowly making their way down the exact same snowy path. Suddenly catching sight of the two lovers up ahead, Akiho completely freezes in wide-eyed absolute shock. Akiho loudly calls out to them, waving her arms in excitement as she enthusiastically shouts that she has finally found where they were hiding. The sudden loud interruption violently jolts both Yuuya and Kid out of their romantic bubble, sending the heavily sweating couple into a screaming state of pure panic. Behind them, a highly startled Akiho immediately realizes she just walked right into something incredibly private. Both Yuuya and Kid frantically turn away from each other with bright red faces, completely unable to look anyone in the eye. Meanwhile, a highly amused Shinji steps forward and sighs, teasingly noting that he only came out to find them because it was about time to head back, but never expected to walk right into such an incredibly spicy situation. Akiho playfully giggles and admits she never thought her friend could possibly be so incredibly bold. Hearing the tease, a highly irritated and teary-eyed Kid comically snaps back at Akiho, furiously demanding to know why she had to go and interrupt them right when things were finally getting so exciting. While Kid chases after a laughing Akiho in the background, Shinji turns directly to Yuuya with a warm, supportive smile. He happily notes that from the looks of things, Yuuya was finally able to find his courage and tell Kid exactly how he felt, leaving a sweating but quietly relieved Yuuya to listen in silence. Yuuya warmly claims that everything is completely thanks to his friend, prompting the other boy to smile in mild embarrassment, while Yuuya lightly scolds him to be a bit more mindful of the time and warns him never to interrupt at the absolute best part again. His friend can only offer a sheepish apology in return. Kid completely loses her mind, screaming in pure embarrassment and warning Yuuya that he definitely won't get away with being so incredibly casual, leaving him to simply offer a half-hearted apology. Yuuya gently comforts her, casually admitting that while it was certainly embarrassing that their friends almost caught them, he is actually far more disappointed that he didn't get to kiss her, sending her into a full-blown blushing meltdown. Watching the couple's sweet display, their completely drained friends can only deadpan and realize that they are absolutely no match for such a naturally smooth airhead. Deciding to leave the lovebirds to their own devices, their friends bid them farewell and head on back, first warning them not to be late. With their friends finally gone, Yuuya gently suggests they should make their way back as well, which Kid warmly agrees with. As they walk together under the night sky, Kid softly calls out Yuuya's name in a quiet voice. Kid playfully asks if she can actually sneak into his room tonight, prompting a flustered Yuuya to firmly tell her that she absolutely cannot. A quiet voice is heard whispering Yuuya's name in the darkness. Kid softly whispers for Yuuya to wake up, prompting a groggy Yuuya to slowly open his eyes and mumble in response. As Yuuya fully opens his eyes, he is greeted by a beautifully smiling Kid, wishing him a very good morning. Yuuya sleepily greets Kid, only for her to tease him about being quite a sleepyhead today. Surprised to realize how late it already is, Yuuya tries to shake off his grogginess. Yuuya's sleepiness instantly evaporates as he suddenly realizes that Kid is actually lying right next to him in bed, prompting him to shout in absolute shock, while she simply giggles mischievously. Looking warmly at her, Yuuya gently pats Kid on the head, softly admitting that he simply could not help himself since he felt lonely waking up alone while she was still fast asleep. Keed happily giggles, softly admitting that she absolutely loves it when he pats her head, though her sweet expression quickly shifts to a more pensive look as she trails off. Locking him in a deeply serious, intense stare, Keed quietly reveals that there is actually something else entirely she wants him to do for her in the morning, asking him if he already knows what it is. Keed dramatically accuses him of completely forgetting their daily promise to a kiss every single morning, and night, throwing a playful fit that quickly ends with her accidentally bumping herself, leaving a totally bewildered Yuuya to quietly wonder if they ever actually made such a promise. Yuuya casually tries to steer her back to reality, reminding her that they are going to be late for school if they do not hurry up and get ready, prompting a heavily sulking Keed to complain about how incredibly cruel he is being. Thoroughly stubborn Keed flatly refuses to get out of bed, childishly rolling around and threatening to go right back to sleep like Sleeping Beauty, unless he finally gives her a morning kiss, demanding to know if he is okay with that. Laying back down, Keed quietly steals a quick glance at him to gauge his reaction, while a highly exhausted Yuuya simply lets out a long, defeated sigh. Letting out a quiet groan of good grief, Yuuya finally gives in to her childish demands and moves closer as the bed creaks. Keed is completely caught off guard as Yuuya suddenly leans right over her, leaving her to frantically stammer his name in absolute wide-eyed shock at his sudden boldness. With their faces inches apart, Keed's heart begins to beat at a completely deafening pace, pounding furiously as Yuuya locks her in an incredibly intense and quiet stare. Yuuya casually asks Keed why her face is turning so bright red, only for her to poutily grumble that it is entirely his fault for suddenly kissing her. Keed aggressively demands that he take full responsibility and marry her, which a cooperative Yuuya cheerfully agrees to do, leaving him to quietly reflect on his sudden boldness. Yuuya mutters to himself that if anyone is the one getting taken in, it should definitely be him. The peaceful morning routine in the apartment is suddenly shattered as loud, hurried footsteps begin echoing from the hallway. A frantic Keed bursts in to ask if they still have enough time to get ready, and though Yuuya reassures her, he is instantly left completely flustered when she breathlessly thanks him for waiting. Yuuya's heart completely stops as he notices her school uniform is heavily disheveled from rushing, sending him into an absolute bright red panic. Quickly stepping in to fix her messy collar so she won't catch a cold, Yuuya ignores her playful comparison to a big brother, prompting her to happily declare her love, which he swiftly brushes off by shoving a toothbrush into her hand. As Yuuya starts brushing his teeth, Keed quietly sidles up right next to him, locking him in an incredibly close stare. The two of them stand side by side in front of the mirror, quietly brushing their teeth together in perfect domestic harmony. Despite the casual routine, Yuuya's heart begins to pound furiously in his chest as he is hit with the overwhelming realization of just how naturally they fit together. While brushing her teeth, Keed happily remarks that they feel exactly like newlyweds, prompting a slightly blushing Yuuya to agree in quiet confusion. Yuuya silently contemplates her words, repeating the idea of being newlyweds in his mind. Yuuya reflects on how his father fled overseas and left behind a massive debt that Keed's family took over, in exchange for which he must live with her and marry her in the future. He acknowledges that he is essentially being supported like a kept man, resolving firmly that he absolutely cannot continue living like this. While he has no idea what she truly thinks about school or their living expenses, he knows he does not want to depend on her for everything, desperately wishing to be reliable enough to support his precious family after seeing the devastation his father caused. He wonders what he can possibly do to make that happen, just as Keed happily walks out and cheers that they should do their absolute best today as always. Keed reminds him that their terminal exams are right around the corner, meaning they need to study incredibly hard, catching a surprised Yuuya completely off guard. Yuuya resolves that studying must come first, recalling that since he has been asked to succeed her father as the president of Hitotsuba Electric, he needs to graduate from a university, which means he must completely ace the upcoming terminal exams. Heavy rain begins to pour down outside as they head out. Under their umbrella, Keed tugs his sleeve and urgently begs him to lean in closer so his shoulder won't get wet in the pouring rain, leaving a flustered Yuuya stammering back in protest. When Yuuya points out that she should simply use her own umbrella, since she brought one, Keed flatly refuses, declaring that she has no intention of missing a perfect chance to legally cling to him, prompting a passing classmate to deadpan about what a ridiculous display they are putting on to start their day. On their way to school in the rain, Shinji playfully teases them about being such a hot couple that he thought they skipped spring completely, while an energetic Akiho loudly cheers Keed on for sharing an umbrella so early in the morning. When Akiho eagerly asks if she is as happy as ever, Keed enthusiastically confirms it, gushing about how glad she is to start her day by clinging to Yuuya, prompting Akiho to laughingly agree that it is great to see her friend so happy. Caught up in the highly romantic mood, Akiho suddenly clings to Shinji and happily declares that they should absolutely an umbrella too, catching the completely flustered boy off guard. While Shinji frantically tries to process how she jumped to that wild conclusion and begs her to stop walking into his umbrella, the sweet scene completely irritates their jealous classmates in the background who glare at them with pure annoyance. Akiho casually changes the subject to ask if they have started preparing for their upcoming terminal exams, prompting a highly confident Keed to explain that although the material is extensive, she is already completely on track. Shinji warmly praises Keed's impressive study habits as expected of the top student, while Yuuya quietly pipes up and hesitantly starts to propose a new plan to the group. Akiho enthusiastically cuts in to propose they all hold a study group together so she can get tutored by Keed, which Keed cheerfully agrees sounds like a wonderful idea. Completely ignoring Yuuya's frantic panic, Keed brightly invites everyone over to their apartment, claiming it is much quieter and better for focus. While an ecstatic Akiho celebrates a heavily sweating Yuuya, desperately tries to suggest studying at a restaurant, instead only to be completely shut down. As Akiho starts planning for the weekend and asks who else will join, Keed suggests inviting AI to complete their usual group of 5, though Yuuya confidently predicts that Nikaido will likely pass since she is already the second top student in their grade anyway. Keed firmly insists that they cannot know for sure until they try and argues that they absolutely should not exclude her, prompting Akiho to agree and promise to ask her later. Nikaido casually pipes up that the plan sounds absolutely great and cheerfully announces that she will be joining them too, leaving a completely shocked Yuuya staring in absolute disbelief. As Yuuya silently questions if she is actually being serious, she deadpans and asks what his problem is, bluntly wondering if she is simply not allowed to join their study group. Yuuya stammers back that it is not that, admitting he just assumed she would immediately decline since she always does, but she calmly explains that a study meeting actually sounds like fun and she has always wanted to try it at least once. While she explains she is highly interested in seeing what kind of massive luxury mansion Keed lives in, a heavily sweating Yuuya internally panics, realizing he has to strictly stick to the story that her mother let him stay there rent-free, so nobody discovers that the two of them are actually living all by themselves. She smoothly offers to help him study, pointing out that if the school's top-ranked student and she the second-ranked both teach him, even a completely average student like him is bound to skyrocket his grades. Yuuya dryly agrees that his grades would definitely shoot up under their tutelage, prompting her to warn him that she is incredibly strict, though she playfully teases that she might think about holding back if he begs her to go easy on him as his teacher. Taking her joke completely seriously, Yuuya immediately pleads for her mercy as his teacher, which completely catches her off guard and leaves her blushing furiously as she hides behind her notebook and quietly agrees to his request. While she frantically tries to shield her face from view, Yuuya is left looking completely bewildered by her sudden, intense reaction. Hiding behind her book as her face heats up, Nikaido can only blush in pure embarrassment as she quietly reflects on the fact that he just addressed her so directly by her name. The next school day officially gets underway with the students preparing for their scheduled physical education class. Although the classes were originally supposed to have a joint lesson where the boys played soccer outdoors and the girls played basketball in the gym, the plans are quickly derailed as heavy morning rain forces the boys to move inside, leaving them absolutely thrilled for the chance to play in the exact same gym as the girls. While pulling the cart of basketballs, Yuuya quietly observes the surrounding boys and dryly reflects to himself that they seem just as loud and predictable as they usually are. Spotting Nikaido nearby, Yuuya comments on how the guys are incredibly simple creatures who get easily hyped up whenever they see something they don't normally see. A highly amused Nikaido playfully corners him, asking if he was also excited to see her wearing gym clothes today, which a completely flustered Yuuya instantly dismisses as absolute nonsense. Nikaido pouts and dryly remarks that there is absolutely no way she would ever get excited over something like that. However, she quickly teases him, suggesting things would probably be completely different if those gym clothes belonged to Kid, before playfully calling him a closet pervert, as the girls in the background giggle at his obvious discomfort. Changing the subject, Nikaido notes that the guys are probably only this fired up because they finally have a perfect chance to show off and impress the watching girls. Watching their classmates scream in raw excitement, Nikaido deadpans that boys are honestly incredibly easy to read, though Yuuya silently reflects that there is a different reason driving his own motivation. Nikaido softly admits that she really isn't one to talk in this situation, quietly resolving that she plans to take their gym class activities a little more seriously today as well. This unexpected declaration leaves a highly puzzled Yuuya to ask what she means by that, though Nikaido simply dismisses it as nothing. Flashing a bright, playful wink, Nikaido directly commands Yuuya to watch her carefully and make sure he roots for her during her game, catching him completely off guard with her sudden enthusiasm. Yuuya smiles warmly as he watches her walk onto the basketball court, quietly cheering her on as the girls' high-energy game officially gets underway. After a gym class match, Yuuya relaxes and notes that although soccer is his main game, basketball is surprisingly fun too, while his defeated classmate dramatically rants in the background about missing his ultimate slam dunk moment. A classmate walks up to Yuuya to congratulate him on his great performance, warmly telling him good work on the court. The classmate admits she was surprised by how much better he played than she expected, prompting a humble Yuuya to claim he is absolutely nothing compared to the basketball team's true ace, even though he casually realized his opponent's movements were just highly repetitive during the game. With a slight smile, she notes that his play was truly impressive for someone who is not even a member of the official basketball team. She confidently adds that his stellar performance simply means she has to push herself to be even more impressive on the court as a real member of the team. As Yuuya watches her join her friends, a sudden realization starts to creep into his mind, making him desperately hope that she is not about to do what he thinks she is. Yuuya realizes with a sweat that she is actually planning on going completely all out during their casual gym class as a loud roar erupts across the gymnasium. The basketball effortlessly swishes straight through the net, demonstrating a flawless shot that completely stuns everyone in the gym. Amidst the deafening cheers of her classmates, she simply smiles to herself, casually resolving to sink another shot as she stays locked in her rhythm. She continues to dominate the court, aggressively dribbling past her opponents as the game rapidly heats up. Nikaido locks her eyes on the basket with intense focus and quietly resolves to go for it. With incredible speed and agility, she dribbles past every single defender on the court, leaving Yuuya to dryly sigh that he completely saw her absolute athletic dominance coming. Driving hard toward the basket, she leaps high into the air, determined to finish her spectacular play with a shot. An opponent scrambles to block her path, desperately trying to shut down Nikaido's offense. Determined to stop her at all costs, the defender aggressively reaches out, frantically screaming that Nikaido will only score over her dead body. The aggressive block leads to a disastrous collision as they both jump too high, resulting in a heavy crash on the gym floor. The sudden impact leaves the entire gym standing completely frozen in absolute shock, with Yuuya staring in wide-eyed panic. Both players hit the floor hard, with the opponent landing with a painful thud and crying out in sheer pain. While her classmate frantically rushes over to check on her, wincing, Nikaido clutches her ankle on the floor. Despite the obvious pain, Nikaido forces a strained smile and tells everyone not to worry, casually reassuring them that it is probably just a minor sprain. Yoshizumi tries her best to comfort a heavily trembling Nikaido, who is holding her hands together and apologizing profusely. Yoshizumi gently pats her head to soothe her anxiety and ease her guilt about what just happened. With a warm smile, Yoshizumi reassuringly tells Nikaido that she will be completely fine once she gets some ice and a bit of rest. She kindly begs her not to look so worried and asks if she can try to relax. Nikaido quietly agrees, but the lingering guilt of the basketball incident still weighs heavily on her as she softly apologizes once again. Yoshizumi approaches the gym teacher and asks for permission to head to the infirmary just to be safe. When the concerned teacher offers to find someone to accompany her, she politely declines with a cheerful smile, insisting she can manage the walk entirely on her own. As Yashizumi slowly limps out of the gymnasium, Yuuya silently watches her exit, his expression turning incredibly serious as he grows deeply concerned about her condition. Unable to just sit around and do nothing, Yuuya quickly tells his friend Shinji that he needs to slip away to the restroom for a quick moment. Yuuya casually asks Shinji to cover for him since he might take a little while, sending his poor friend into an absolute panic, because trying to lie to their terrifyingly strict teacher is a complete suicide mission. Meanwhile, back in the gym, someone checks in on a still shaken Nikaido to make sure she is holding up all right after the stressful incident. Yuuya searches the quiet school hallways and quickly catches up to Yashizumi, who looks back and blushes deeply upon seeing him unexpectedly show up. Yuuya immediately notices her pain and scolds her for trying to tough it out when she can barely even walk. He steps in to offer his shoulder to help her reach the infirmary, and a flustered Yashizumi shyly accepts his help, just as another sharp throb of pain shoots through her leg. While in their gym uniforms, Nikaido suddenly staggers and loses her balance, prompting Yuuya to quickly grab her arm to stabilize her, which shocks them both as they lock eyes in surprise. Pulling away in a fluster, a blushing Nikaido stammeringly apologizes while a heavily blushing Yuuya quickly turns his face away, explaining that he only held her because she lost her balance from the pain, and that was all. Nikaido looks down in embarrassment, softly apologizing for being a bother to him, while Yuuya looks back at her with quiet concern. Yuuya silently contemplates her situation, trying to figure out the best way to help her. Looking down at her throbbing ankle, Yuuya asks if she is truly okay to walk, telling her not to worry about being a bother. Although Nikaido insists she can manage if she tries, her ankle clearly hurts, prompting a determined Yuuya to step in and propose an alternative plan that leaves her completely bewildered. Crouching down right in front of her, Yuuya offers to carry her on his back to the infirmary, pointing out that no one is watching them right now and they should hurry. While a highly flustered Nikaido stammers in disbelief, she reluctantly leans on him and grips his shoulders. Bracing himself as her arms wrap around his shoulders, Yuuya quietly announces that they are ready to go. Standing up with Nikaido securely on his back, Yuuya firmly tells her to hold on tight, because they are going to hurry, warning her to grip him closely so she doesn't fall. Nikaido blushes furiously, burying her face on his shoulder as she softly apologizes and whispers her thanks, while Yuuya carries her down the long, empty school corridor. They successfully arrive at the infirmary, where the school nurse kneels to inspect Nikaido's injured ankle, while Yuuya stands by to make sure she is completely taken care of. As the school nurse prepares to gently examine Nikaido's injury and tells her to speak up if it hurts, Yuuya decides it is his cue to head back to the gym. Just as he is about to leave, Nikaido suddenly stops him, catching him completely off guard as she quietly pleads for him to stay by her side just a little longer. Looking deeply embarrassed, she directly begs him to stay, prompting the understanding nurse to reassure them that she will handle treating the sprain and gladly explain his absence to his teacher, so he can remain. Re-entering the room, a highly flustered Yuuya sits quietly nearby while the nurse tends to her injury, leaving Nikaido with a soft, deeply satisfied smile. After verifying that her bones seem perfectly fine, the nurse carefully treats the sprain and strictly advises her to see a doctor, reminding her that, as the basketball team's star ace, she absolutely needs to let her injury heal completely. The nurse suddenly turns to Yuuya and asks if he would be willing to help Nikaido get around for the time being, since moving will be tough, leaving a startled Yuuya to quickly agree. The nurse cheerfully commands him to protect their fragile princess, playfully giggling at Nikaido's flustered protests, before stepping outside to give the two of them some privacy. As the rain pours down outside the school, someone warmly asks Nikaido how her leg injury is holding up. Nikaido reassures her that while it still hurts slightly, she can walk fine and plans on visiting a doctor this weekend, prompting her friend to apologetically cancel their upcoming study meeting due to her injury. While the group playfully teases Nikaido for her incredibly brutal study plans, for Yuuya, Kid suddenly taps him on the shoulder and cheerfully tells him to rest easy. Kid enthusiastically promises to reward him with an abundance of exceptionally crunchy carrots, prompting an overjoyed response about how she is absolutely the greatest teacher ever. Nikaido warns Kid not to spoil him too much, pointing out that, Although he has been taking his classes seriously lately, he used to be quite different and will quickly slack off if she isn't strict with him. Keed quickly assures Nikaido that there is absolutely nothing to worry about. Keed proudly defends him, explaining that he already studies incredibly hard every single day, and she doubts he will slow down anytime soon, even confessing that she actually wants him to relax a bit more instead. Akiho excitedly proposes holding a study group in the classroom after school, since club activities are suspended during finals week, anyway, pointing out that even if they cannot meet over the weekend, studying together after school would be incredibly beneficial, and allow them to ask the teacher questions. When Yuuya starts seeing her in a whole new light, Akiho cheekily encourages him to shower her with even more praise, though she immediately ruins the moment by demanding a bottle of juice as a reward, prompting a flat rejection from a deeply regretful Yuuya. Yuuya deadpans at the interaction and mutters to Shinji that his girlfriend is a complete clown. Shinji happily agrees with the after-school study group idea, teasingly reminding Yuuya that he was actually the one who originally suggested the plan to study together in the classroom. As Keed and Yuuya happily agree to count on each other, even more Keed secretly rejoices that this setup will allow her to teach him both at school and at home. Akiho wonders why the two of them naturally create such a sweet strawberry-like romantic vibe together, though Shinji casually reassures her that there is absolutely no point in worrying about it. Shinji begins to playfully gossip about what Yuuya and Keed did during stargazing at the extracurricular camp, prompting a heavily sweating Yuuya to loudly shout his name and frantically order him to say absolutely no more. As Shinji complains about how hard it was to calm Keed down when she was trying to sneak into Yuuya's room, Keed weakly tries to defend herself by claiming there was a reason for her actions that is far deeper than the ocean itself. Completely overwhelmed and blushing, Nikaido shyly explains that she was simply experiencing a runner's high after finally sharing her feelings with Yuuya and having their very first kiss. The sheer shock of their romantic confession sends the entire group into a frenzy, with the classmates demanding more details, while Akiho frantically tries to stop her friend from sneakily recording the entire conversation on her phone. As the highly anticipated weekend finally arrives, the group enthusiastically gathers their study snacks, checking off chips, chocolates, and soda to prepare for the session. A high energy, Akiho cheerfully calls for everyone to help them make some actual progress in their studies, prompting her classmates to smile sheepishly. Shinji firmly warns Akiho that she is in serious trouble if she doesn't start taking things seriously, since she barely passed her last exams, with Keed chiming in to agree with his warning. Stepping into her role as their strict tutor, Keed sternly warns Akiho that she won't be getting any lunch or snacks unless she stays fully focused, leaving her friend to cry out in pure betrayal over her cruel rules. Akiho enthusiastically declares how much she is looking forward to Keed's cooking today. However, Keed quickly ruins her excitement by letting her know that today's lunch is actually Yuuya's homemade lasagna instead of her own. Keed drops a cold ultimatum, warning Akiho that she will gladly eat her portion of the lasagna as well if she does not actually focus on studying, a threat that instantly strikes absolute terror into Akiho's heart. Driven by her stomach, Akiho desperately vows to study as hard as possible just to get a taste of the lasagna, which Keed calmly accepts. Keed then promises to keep a close eye on Akiho so that Yuuya and his partner can focus on their own work without any distractions, kindly offering to help if they run into any tough questions. Shinji gratefully thanks Keed for looking after Akiho, while Akiho herself jokingly wishes she could have such a great teacher too. Seizing the moment, Keed playfully winks and teases Yuuya about giving him a highly exclusive special lesson of their own tonight, leaving him completely flustered and blushing from her sudden bold flirtation. Realizing the sheer mountain of schoolwork ahead of them, Akiho dramatically asks Shin if he is even still alive, admitting she might already be at her absolute limit. While Shin weakly tries to encourage them to stay strong together, Yuuya is completely energized and enthusiastically cheers them on to study as hard as they can. As the hours quickly fly by, the intense study session stretches long into the evening. Finally reaching her absolute breaking point, Akiho drops her pen and collapses face down onto the table in total defeat, while a completely drained Shinji mutters that he never expected the study material to be this brutal. In stark contrast, a perfectly refreshed Yuuya warmly praises their hard work and happily asks if they want to repeat the study session tomorrow, completely oblivious to their sheer exhaustion. Shinji humorously complains that he is already suffering from the sheer sweetness of the newlywed-like affection Yuya, and Kid constantly display joking that if any of them die young, it will definitely be from diabetes. His playful teasing is only proven right as Yuya and Kid naturally split up the chores, with Yuya washing the dishes, and Kid carefully wiping them dry in perfect domestic harmony, leaving Akiho completely stunned by their effortless teamwork. Shinji continues his teasing by pointing out that Kid did not actually do much studying herself, revealing that she spent the entire time staring intensely at Yuya, while he was busy solving his problems. This sudden call-out leaves a highly flustered Kid completely tongue-tied as she nervously fidgets and tries to stammer out an excuse for her constant staring. Unable to hide it any longer, Kid blushingly confesses that Yuya simply looked so incredibly cool and serious while studying that she found herself completely captivated and watched him in absolute fascination. Immediately embarrassed by her own honest admission, she hilariously throws a tantrum, slamming the table and loudly screaming that she had no other choice, while a startled Yuya watches her sudden outburst. With a sudden accusation, Kid points a finger and loudly calls out Akiho, arguing that her hands were completely idle too, because her eyes were glued straight onto Higure-kun. The sudden charge catches Akiho entirely off guard, leaving her to cry out in absolute shock. A deeply blushing Akiho desperately tries to stammer a denial, claiming she definitely was not staring at Shin-kun with a sweet, dreamy look. However, Kid refuses to let her off the hook, loudly teasing that she absolutely noticed the doting expression. Seeing the girls bickering, Shinji suggests they simply leave them alone, while Yuya sweatily wonders what they should do with the awkward situation. The boys suddenly check the time on a phone and realize it is already 8:10 in the evening. With the night getting late, Yuya points out that it is finally time for their guests to head home. Shinji quietly whispers to Yuya that they have absolutely no choice but to take immediate action, explaining that a sudden embrace is the only possible way to calm the bickering girls down. The two boys quickly steal their determination and agree to go for it. With sudden bold movements, both boys simultaneously pull their respective girls into sudden tight embraces. The overwhelming warmth of the unexpected double hug completely catches Kid and Akiho off guard, leaving both of them wide-eyed and blushing in absolute shock. Holding Akiho close, Shinji softly reassures her that he completely understands her feelings, gently telling her that they should leave it at that and get ready to head home. Meanwhile, a blushing Yuya thanks Kid and gently tells her that her feelings were more than clear enough, suggesting they officially call it a day. The direct show of affection instantly works like magic, disarming the bickering girls and transforming them into incredibly docile, blushing sweethearts with cute cat ears. Both Yuya and Shinji let out exhausted sighs, sweating over the sheer intensity of the embarrassed reactions they just had to navigate. After saying their cheerful goodbyes, Shinji and Akiho finally head out, leaving the luxury high-rise apartment building behind as they make their way home for the evening. With the chaotic double date finally over, Yuya collapses heavily onto the sofa in absolute exhaustion, letting out a massive sigh of relief as he reflects on just how incredibly tired he is after such an eventful day. Yuya casually asks what they should make for dinner, admitting he has not put any thought into it yet. Kid sweetly suggests reheating the leftover meat sauce Yuya made yesterday to have spaghetti again, which Yuya readily agrees to. However, before they can even start boiling the water, she begins rustling her clothes to get comfortable, first catching him completely off guard. Kid sits directly on Yuya's lap and teasingly tells him she wants to reward him for his hard work, catching him completely off guard. His heart immediately begins beating wildly, pounding with a heavy thump at her sudden closeness. Leaning in even closer to a highly flustered Yuya, Kid suggests a special kind of reward, driving his anxiety through the roof. Kid suddenly nips his neck, causing Yuya to let out a choked gasp and collapse onto the couch in a blushing mess while she giggles in amusement. Noticing his intense reaction, Kid admits she wants to tease him even more because he reacts so cutely, but she decides to head to the kitchen to prepare dinner and tells him to take a break. While Kid tries to fan her face and cool down after her bold display, a deeply rattled Yuya clutches his head frantically, worrying that he might lose his composure if she gives him another lesson like that. Staring after her, Yuya can only wonder if Kid is actually the real beast in their relationship instead of him. The scene shifts to the high school building under a clear daytime sky. At the doctor's office, AI-chan is told that her injury is minor, but she needs to avoid heavy exercise for a week, leaving her companion to ask what they should do next. As they head out, her companion kindly offers to drop her off and pick her up at school to make things easier, but a deeply embarrassed AI-chan quickly declines the ride to avoid any awkward attention. Her mother casually suggests asking a friend for help, instead playfully throwing out the idea of asking her first love. The sudden, highly targeted tease completely catches AI off guard, causing her to fumble in sheer panic. A heavily flustered AI immediately jumps to defend Yoshizumi, frantically insisting that he isn't like that at all. Her mother simply giggles in amusement, and cheekily points out that she never actually mentioned Yoshizumi by name, leaving a totally exposed AI to loudly demand how her mom even knows who he is. Her mother cheerfully reveals that her little brother Riku totally snitched, explaining how he caught his older sister grinning endlessly at a photo on her phone. A deeply blushing AI internally curses her brother for spilling the beans, suddenly recalling the exact moment he had previously asked if the guy in the picture was her boyfriend. Her mother giggles and promises to stop teasing her, smoothly pivoting to announce that she will personally drive AI to school starting next week. The playful mom excitedly adds that she might even get the chance to finally meet this mysterious Yoshizumi in person, leaving a heavily sweating AI to internally panic over the impending disaster. Staring at the school building, AI frantically realizes that her mother actually crossing paths with Yoshizumi would instantly trigger an absolute chaotic mess, firmly resolving that she needs to avoid that disastrous meeting at all costs. Meanwhile, Yuya casually takes a sip from his drink and sincerely apologizes to Kid for making her wake him up again that morning. A totally unbothered Kid immediately brushes off his apology, insisting that it was absolutely no trouble at all. Kid sweetly tells Yuya that she is always genuinely happy to wake him up, but she flashes a highly worried expression as she admits her deep concern that he is currently pushing himself way too hard. Yuya calmly reassures her that he fully intends to get a good rest before he reaches the point of collapsing, prompting Kid to softly beg him to just take things easy. Kid passionately declares that if anything bad ever happens to him, she will stubbornly stay by his side the entire time to look after him. However, she abruptly cuts her own sweet promise short and pauses, leaving Yuya completely bewildered as he wonders what just caught her attention. Kid points out a suspicious car parked right at the school gate, wondering aloud what it could be doing there. Nearby AI can be seen stubbornly stepping out of the vehicle, clearly annoyed as she loudly dismisses her mother's overbearing assistance. AI frustratedly tells her mother to just go home already, but her annoyance instantly transforms into pure shock when she turns around. She lets out a loud gasp, completely freezing up in absolute panic as she suddenly locks eyes with Yuya standing right in front of her. A sudden, highly energetic voice calls out as a warm and welcoming smile instantly sets a cheerful tone for the unexpected encounter. Hearing rumors about her daughter's friend Yoshizumi, a highly excited mother completely ignores Ai's frantic protests and slams the car door open, determined to introduce herself while ordering her daughter to head to school with Hitotsuba. The woman cheerfully introduces herself as AI Nikaido, Ai's mother, and warmly thanks Yuya for being such a great friend to her daughter, prompting a polite but slightly overwhelmed Yuya to introduce himself in return. While Yuya politely returns the greeting, a deeply mortified AI frantically yells at them to stop bowing so awkwardly right in the middle of the street. While her mother playfully defends Yuya's polite manners, her eyes quickly wander to the quiet girl standing right next to him, instantly wondering if she is his girlfriend. Kid steps forward to introduce herself as Ai's friend, before dropping a massive bombshell by boldly confirming that her relationship with Yuya is indeed exactly what the mother is currently imagining. Absolutely thrilled by the juicy revelation, AI happily giggles, with Kid thanking her for the kind explanation and expressing her sincere hope that she continues to get along wonderfully with AI. AI playfully teases her embarrassed daughter about having a highly formidable romantic rival, before turning back to Yuya to ask if she can one final request with him. Highlighting Ai's injury, AI explains that her daughter will likely struggle with daily tasks at school and asks Yuya if he would be willing to support her, a request that a helpful Yuya readily agrees to. Thrilled by his kind and reliable response, AI flashes a bright, happy smile and cheerfully leaves her daughter's well-being entirely in his hands before departing. As the car speeds away with her mother cheerfully yelling for her to take it easy, a completely exhausted AI lets out a heavy sigh. She immediately apologizes to Yuya and Kid for her mother bothering them so early in the morning, but Yuya quickly reassures her that there is absolutely nothing to worry about. Yuya casually remarks that Ai's mother is certainly unique and genuinely fun, noting that she is completely different from his own mom. This prompts AI to curiously ask Kid what her mother is like, admitting she simply cannot imagine the school idol's family dynamic. AI groans in deep frustration, complaining that it is incredibly depressing to think she has to deal with her overbearing mother every single day until her leg injury fully heals. While Yuya awkwardly attempts to comfort her, Kid warmly points out that having a parent who genuinely cares so much is actually a wonderful thing. Smoothly moving the conversation along, Yuya steps forward and casually offers to carry Ai's heavy school bag for her. Caught slightly off guard by the gentlemanly gesture, AI hands it over and softly thanks him for the help. Kid silently steps up to Yuya and aggressively squeezes his arm with a terrifyingly tight grip. When AI nervously points out just how strong her hold is, Kid cheerfully declares that it is time to head to class, completely ignoring Yuya's yelps of pain and flatly telling him that he is totally imagining things. As Kid mercilessly drags him down the crowded school hallway, Yuya frantically begs her to stop pulling so hard, since he is perfectly capable of walking by himself. He heavily sweats in panic, desperately complaining that causing such a massive scene in the middle of school is completely embarrassing. Trailing closely behind them on her crutches, AI silently watches the chaotic couple bicker, flashing a highly amused and knowing smile as she thoroughly enjoys their ridiculous morning antics. Back in the classroom, the quiet atmosphere is suddenly broken by a loud thud as notebooks and a pencil case are dropped onto a desk. Knowing that their very next class is scheduled in a completely different room, Yuya thoughtfully turns to a surprised AI and casually suggests that they head over there together. Although AI stubbornly insists that she can manage on her own, Yuya flatly calls her pride complete nonsense, firmly arguing that navigating the school stairs on crutches while carrying heavy textbooks is incredibly dangerous, leaving a heavily blushing and flustered AI completely unable to argue. When Yuya hands Nikaido a new pencil case, she quietly thanks him, but her polite gratitude quickly turns into absolute shock when she finally notices the cute otter design on it. Defensively trying to justify herself, Nikaido demands to know what his problem is, accusing him of thinking that cute stationery doesn't suit her personality at all. Nikaido aggressively asserts that there is absolutely nothing wrong with her using adorable things, and although Yuya insists he didn't say a single word, she sheepishly admits she only likes the otter because it is popular on social media, leaving him quite surprised. After Nikaido mentions that the official pop-up shop is opening soon, Yuya is completely amazed, though he immediately tells himself that he cannot afford to waste money when Kid takes such good care of him, prompting Nikaido to offer to buy it for him instead. Yuya politely declines her generous offer, but turns the tables by asking if there is anything she wants from the shop, catching Nikaido completely off guard before she confesses that she really wants a specific backpack. Yuya realizes that since Nikaido gave him Valentine's chocolate, he needs to find a proper return gift, and seeing that the backpack is reasonably priced, his sudden focus on her screen makes her incredibly flustered. Nikaido frantically insists she was only joking and tells him not to worry about it, but Yuya playfully teases her, pointing out that despite her words, she actually looks incredibly covetous. The loud ringing of the school bell suddenly cuts their conversation short, warning them both that class is about to begin. A beautifully wrapped bento box sits waiting on the desk, ready for the upcoming lunch break. Upon returning, Yuya is completely surprised to find Kid waiting for him right inside the classroom, prompting him to ask why she didn't just wait for him in the cafeteria instead. Sitting happily at Yuya's desk, Kid sweetly whispers that she has always wanted to sit in his place just to find out what his usual view looks like. Her cute confession leaves Yuya completely flustered, turning away in sheer embarrassment, while Kid simply smiles back at him with pure affection. The romantic moment is suddenly broken when Akiho slides open the door, teasingly apologizing for interrupting the two of them staring at each other, but warning that their lunch break will end if they do not hurry. When asked about her lunch box, Kid calmly mentions that she bought her food from a shop on her way to school. Yuuya quickly gets up and suggests they finally head out to get some lunch, casually addressing her by just her first name. Kid immediately stops and pouts, waiting expectantly for him to finish her name with the proper honorific, since they are currently at school. Before a sweating Yuuya can even correct himself, Kid suddenly hugs him from behind, catching him completely off guard and leaving him to scream in absolute surprise at the bold show of public affection. Yuuya frantically demands that she give him a break, arguing that doing such highly embarrassing things at school is completely out of line. However, a highly determined Kid fiercely fires back, passionately declaring that lunch break is her precious time to get her absolute fill of her beloved Yuuya-kun. Akiho can only watch in deep exasperation, letting out a heavy sigh as an energetic Kid happily drags Yuuya toward the cafeteria. As they make their way to the stairs, they suddenly spot Nikaido slowly making her way down using crutches, causing Kid to look on with a highly tense expression, while a concerned Yuuya immediately stops to look up at her. Yuuya quickly steps forward and kindly offers to carry Nikaido's crutches to help her down. As Nikaido quietly apologizes to Kid for holding them up, Kid stands in the background watching the helpful interaction unfold with a deeply complex and slightly conflicted expression. Nikaido AI walks alongside Yuuya, keeping a supportive eye on him as he carefully navigates the stairs using his crutch, though she seems unusually quiet and thoughtful during their descent. Yuuya suddenly turns around in surprise when he hears Kid calling out his name from behind. Kid cheerfully bids them farewell as she heads on down the stairs ahead of them, shouting back to remind the duo to take their time and descend safely. As Kid disappears down the hallway, Nikaido casually remarks that Hitotsuba-san is always incredibly straightforward with Yuuya, leaving him completely baffled as he asks her what she means by that. Nikaido quickly brushes it off as nothing before quietly adding that she simply feels like she has figured out the flawless girl's weakness despite her seemingly having absolutely everything. Yuuya remains completely skeptical, pointing out that Kid is a superwoman who dominates in looks, grades, and family status, making it hard to believe she has any weaknesses. But Nikaido simply tells him that they will see. Nikaido decides to drop the subject for now and keep her observations to herself, noting that she could easily just be imagining things anyway. During their study session, the high-achieving girls their secrets, with Kid explaining how daily prep and personalized notes keep her at the top of her grade, while Nikaido credits her second-place rank to consistent daily review. Nikaido further explains that actively summarizing class notes and textbooks is the key to mastering memorization-based subjects, leaving their listening classmates completely awestruck by her top-tier study habits. Yuuya kindly offers to bring his study notes for a classmate to use as references, prompting AI to admit that despite sitting next to him for a whole year, she never realized he was such an incredibly hard worker. AI praises Yuuya's memory and work ethic, telling him that she is sure he will get an amazing grade on their upcoming exam if he keeps this up, before playfully patting him on the head to cheer him on. Right on cue, a highly clingy Kid suddenly creeps into the picture, cooing weirdly at Yuuya and calling him a good boy, immediately putting everyone on high alert. To make matters worse, she has been acting incredibly possessive all day, aggressively demanding that Yuuya feed her during lunch, and even barging into his classroom to sit right on his lap during breaks. Trapped under the painful, glaring eyes of his classmates, a heavily sweating Yuuya internally panics over her heart-stopping antics, leading a giggling AI to suggest they wrap up their study session for the day to give them some space. When a downcast AI apologizes for causing them so much trouble with her injury, Yuuya gently pats her head and reassures her that she should never feel bad about seeking help, leaving her blushing deeply as she softly thanks him. The quiet, tender moment is instantly shattered when Kid catches sight of Yuuya patting Ai's head, leaving her completely frozen in absolute shock and silent fury. Sensing the sudden shift in the atmosphere, Yuuya's hand instantly freezes on her head as a heavy wave of pure dread washes over him. The entire room instantly plunges into a sub-zero freeze, as Kid unleashes an incredibly dark and terrifying aura, sending a literal chill down Yuuya's spine, while his friends watch in pure paralyzed horror. While a deeply flustered AI turns bright red under the lingering touch, a heavily jealous Kid aggressively pouts from the sidelines, fuming with absolute rage as she glares at the romantic display. Keed loudly shouts his name and frantically apologizes for her sudden outburst. She throws a fit of jealousy, loudly demanding that he give her head pats immediately since she wants to be pampered just as much. Keed aggressively insists on getting her head pats as soon as possible, leaving a completely overwhelmed Yuuya to quickly agree to her demands and give her the affection she wants. Akiho playfully tells them to put their flirting aside because it is finally time to head home, prompting Yuuya to agree as he realizes how late it has already gotten. Later that evening, the scene shifts back to the luxury high-rise apartment building where they live together. As Yuuya tries to study, Keed repeatedly interrupts him to suggest they take a bath so she can wash his back, even proposing they eat ice cream for refreshment since sugar is vital for his brain. Keed shamelessly suggests they feed each other, but Yuuya flatly rejects the offer, desperately pleading with her to let him focus on his schoolwork for just a minute. Refusing to back down, Keed throws a noisy tantrum and aggressively demands that he feed her, whining that it will only take a tiny bit of his time. Yuuya desperately tries to calm her down and suggests she go take a bath first to give him some quiet time, but she vigorously refuses the suggestion and insists on waiting a little longer. Keed screams in protest and boldly declares that she wants to take a bath together with him, leaving a deeply defeated Yuuya to finally sigh and surrender to her overwhelming demands. Yuuya firmly tells Keed that he really needs to focus on his studies and asks her to be a little quieter for the evening. The sudden request completely shocks Keed, freezing her in her tracks as her face goes entirely pale. Barely managing to process his words, Keed tightly clenches her fist in a quiet tremor as she softly whispers that she completely understands his request. Keed dramatically stumbles away, dejectedly declaring that she will remain quiet and just take a lonely bath all by herself. Although a highly nervous Yuuya weakly tells her to enjoy a nice relaxing soak, she simply mutters another dejected farewell as she slinks out of the room. Yuuya locks the door behind her, confidently assuring himself that she will feel much better after her bath, before resolutely deciding to dedicate his entire night to studying. However, as the night progresses, Yuuya quickly finds his focus slipping as he grows increasingly worried about Keed, prompting him to nervously peek out of his room to check on her. To his dismay, Yuuya realizes Keed exited her bath completely soul-crushed and immediately climbed under her covers to fall asleep. With the ice cream they were supposed to left untouched in the freezer, Yuuya is left with no choice but to study alone in his room until the next morning. The next morning, both Yuuya and Keed are completely exhausted, yawning as they start their day together. As they walk, Keed apologizes for oversleeping and forcing Yuuya to do all the household chores in her place, though he casually shrugs it off. Keed laments her inability to wake up early just because she has started studying seriously, calling herself completely pathetic, while Yuuya listens to her complaints. Yuuya quietly reflects on their daily life, realizing that he has learned so many new things about Keed ever since they officially started living together. Yuuya reflects on how surprisingly difficult it is to manage daily household needs all on his own, noting how hectic it is to balance cooking and housework on top of his regular studies and soccer club activities. Despite the constant struggle, he remains absolutely determined, resolving that since he wants to live with Keed forever, he absolutely cannot afford to give up over a little hard work. Pumping himself up, a highly motivated Yuuya silently resolves to do his absolute best, while Keed quietly observes his sudden burst of intense determination with a soft, thoughtful gaze. His internal monologue is suddenly interrupted when he feels a gentle tug on his sleeve, catching him completely off guard as he turns to see who it is. Keed hesitantly calls out his name, gently advising him not to stress himself out too much because she has noticed that he has been acting a bit overwhelmed lately. However, her sweet words are abruptly cut off by a sudden deafening engine sound roaring from the street. Both Yuuya and Keed freeze in absolute wide-eyed shock as a car suddenly comes out of nowhere, screeching to a dramatic and aggressive halt right on the road beside them. As the car horn loudly blares, a completely bewildered Yuuya wonders what on earth is going on, only to be warmly greeted by a cheerful woman in the driver's seat who happily bids him morning and asks him to look after AI-chan just like he always does. Completely mortified by the grand entrance, a red-faced AI furiously slams the door and screams at her mother for unnecessarily honking the horn, while Yuuya and Keed watch the chaotic family drama in stunned silence. The mother simply laughs it off and teasingly tells her to head straight home, once she is done with her business, prompting an incredibly embarrassed AI to angrily shout back that she was already planning to do that anyway. As her mother drives off, a heavily sighing AI groans that she absolutely cannot stand her life anymore, lamenting that the whole ordeal was so deeply embarrassing. She does not even want to show her face at school. Attempting to comfort her, Yuya gently points out that her mother's enthusiastic behavior is simply proof of how much she truly cares about her. Yuya encourages the group to shake off the awkwardness, lift their spirits, and keep moving towards school. His positive attitude does the trick, prompting a much calmer AI to softly thank him as they continue their walk. Turning his attention to Kid, Yuya thoughtfully notes that she has been unusually quiet today, admitting he fully expected her to be teasingly dragging him along like she normally does. As he looks at her in curiosity, a highly pensive Kid quietly hesitates, searching for the right words to explain her sudden change in mood. Yuya reflects on having a lot on his mind from the previous day, but realizes that for now, they have to adjust to Nikado's slower pace. Kid notices the situation and asks Yuya if she should help by carrying the heavy crutch for them. Yuya warmly thanks her but insists on holding it himself so she doesn't have to worry, while Kid notes how heavy it is and Nikado quietly agrees. When the morning bell unexpectedly rings, Yuya urges Kid to head to her class first, since he and Nikado the same classroom, and can easily make an excuse for being late, a suggestion Nikado agrees with to avoid causing Kid any more trouble. An unspoken wave of quiet frustration and sadness washes over Kid as she listens to them distance themselves from her. Kid reluctantly agrees to go ahead, bidding them both goodbye until the school break, which Yuya gently promises to do as they part ways. As they slowly make their way down the quiet school corridor, Nikado casually strikes up a conversation with Yuya. Nikado points out that Kid seemed unusually off today and asks if the two of them had some sort of fight, though Yuya quickly clarifies that nothing like that actually happened. Nikado gently advises him that they should definitely talk things out, emphasizing that certain feelings can only be truly communicated through honest words, leaving Yuya to quietly reflect and agree with her. Sometime later, the school clock indicates that the afternoon is quickly passing by as they go about their day. After the hectic events, the classroom finally settles down as the students focus on their quiet study session. Staring out the window, Yuya notes that Kid and the others are running quite late, admitting that while it is a bit disturbing, there is nothing they can do about it. AI suddenly breaks the silence by pointing out that Yuya has really changed lately, catching him completely off guard as he wonders if that is actually true. AI playfully explains that people always say someone changes once they get a sweetheart, calling him the perfect example of that. Yuya happily agrees, confessing that he simply wants to work as hard as possible so he can confidently stand by Kid's side. When AI asks what he means, she reminds him of Kid's incredible status as a president's daughter, the prettiest girl in Japan, and the top student in their grade, admitting that she would feel completely overwhelmed if she were in his position. Yuya asks if AI feels the same pressure, but she quickly brushes it off, prompting Yuya to agree that dating someone as perfect as Kid is indeed incredibly challenging in many different ways. Their quiet conversation is suddenly interrupted when a loud clattering sound echoes right from the doorway, instantly catching Yuya's attention. Yuya peers out into the hallway to check if someone was spying on them, but with the corridor completely empty, a calm AI simply shrugs it off, leaving them to wonder who could have made the noise. Though Yuya initially gets excited to continue their chat, he quickly dials it back, checking his phone to see if Kid has sent him any updates on her whereabouts. Yuya discovers a message from Kid explaining that she decided to head home early to prepare dinner, prompting him to wrap things up so he can head back to the apartment to join her. Yuya remains completely silent, lost in thought, as he struggles to figure out his next move. Deciding to wrap up their study session early, Yuya apologizes to Nikado, who kindly encourages him to go home and talk things through with Kid. After saying his goodbyes, Yuya quickly heads back to the luxury apartment, announcing his return as he opens the front door. Kid warmly welcomes him back with a bright, cheerful smile, looking incredibly happy that he has finally returned home. Upon hearing that a delicious dinner is already waiting for him, Yuya warmly thanks Kid. She admits she was pleasantly surprised by his early return, and proudly declares that she used every single ounce of her cooking skills to prepare this special meal, prompting Yuya to quickly agree to dig in as soon as he changes out of his school uniform. As they sit down to eat, Keed serves up her beautifully prepared Hamburg steak dinner, watching him with sparkling expectant eyes as she waits for him to take his first delicious bite. While they are chatting, Yuuya hesitatingly speaks up to point out that she left her school uniform scattered all over the bed again, gently scolding her that she really needs to get her act together and keep things tidy. A deeply embarrassed Keed frantically apologizes, explaining that she fully intended to clean up after dinner. However, Yuuya warmly reassures her not to worry at all, calmly revealing that he already took care of it and put everything away for her. While Yuuya gently warns her that her clothes will wrinkle if she continues to leave them lying around, a heavily blushing and sulking Keed can only nod quietly in mild embarrassment. Suddenly remembering their morning interaction, Yuuya kindly asks Keed what she wanted to tell him earlier, hoping she will finally whatever was on her mind. Although Keed hesitates for a brief moment, she quickly brushes it off as nothing important, sweetly claiming she simply wanted to praise how incredibly hard he has been studying lately and enthusiastically encouraging both of them to give their absolute best for their upcoming final exams. Later that day at school, the students find themselves back in the classroom as the afternoon classes begin. Shinji breaks Yuuya out of his deep thoughts by calling out his name and asking if he is doing all right, catching the distracted teenager completely off guard. Shinji eagerly explains his concern, frantically asking if Yuuya and Keed had some sort of fight, because he noticed they weren't even holding hands this morning, despite normally flirting arm in arm and being completely insufferable with their daily sweetness. Yuuya defensively retorts that Shinji and Akiho do not exactly spend every single day clinging to each other either, only for a panicked Shinji to quickly deny the comparison and argue that their dynamic is completely different from Yuuya and Keed's level of affection. Realizing he should probably drop the subject, Shinji politely promises to stop prying and instead points out that Yuuya has been putting an incredible amount of effort into his vocabulary studies lately. When jokingly asked if all this academic hustle is just to impress Keed, Yuuya explains his practical motivation, stating that he needs to get into college so he can live independently in the future, with his sights set on a national university to keep his tuition as low as possible. While Shinji shudders at the brutal difficulty of getting into a public national university, Nikaido casually joins the conversation to warn Yuuya that he will have to study every single subject thoroughly, making his goal an incredibly tough challenge to pull off. Yuuya acknowledges that he is aiming incredibly high, but remains fully resolved because he would feel absolutely terrible if his mother had to pay for his college tuition on top of his father's outstanding debts. He firmly believes the absolute best thing he can do is boost his academic scores to secure a spot at a national university, allowing him to save on costs or land a helpful scholarship. Nikaido playfully challenges him to push himself even harder, boldly declaring that he needs to aim for at least the top 5 spots in the upcoming exams. Groaning at the massive academic target, Yuuya jokingly begs his self-appointed tutor to cut him some slack. Calling an end to their brief study break, the group resolves to get right back to the grind and stick to their preparation with renewed focus. Time quickly flies by, and on March 31st, the final day of exams officially arrives, prompting a completely exhausted Yuuya to collapse onto his desk in pure relief now that the grueling finals are over. Fortunately, Nikaido's injury heals remarkably fast, freeing her from her crutches and allowing her to walk normally again. As she warmly praises Yuuya for his hard work on the exams, he notes that she actually seems far happier about escaping her mother's constant rides than anything else. Their after-school study sessions continue all the way until the day before the finals, and while Keed occasionally joins them, she never stays until the very end, leaving early most of the time. Furthermore, Yuuya realizes that he has been walking to school with Keed much less, and they even speak far less whenever they eat dinner together at home. Now that the finals are officially over, he firmly resolves to sit down and talk things out with her. Suddenly, Keed and their classmate approach Yuuya, excitedly announcing that they have been invited to go to karaoke with the rest of the class. They eagerly ask him if he is joining them, with Keed happily adding that she is desperate to hear him sing. However, Yuuya politely declines the invitation and apologizes to Keed, explaining that he actually has other plans scheduled for after school, which instantly catches her completely off guard and leaves her utterly stunned. Keed staggers backward in sheer disbelief, her face turning pale, as she frantically asks him to repeat what he just said, prompting a slightly awkward Yuuya to reiterate that he simply cannot go because of his other plans. Bursting into a full-blown panic, Keed desperately pleads that she wants to tag along wherever he is going. When Yuuya explains that it is a highly personal matter and adds that the person he is meeting probably does not get along well with her anyway, Keed freezes in absolute shock. In a sudden surge of panicked energy, Keed aggressively grabs Yuuya's collar and begins shaking him violently back and forth, frantically demanding to know exactly who on earth he means by that person. With tears streaming down her face and her eyes spinning in full panic, Keed frantically screams at him to answer her, desperately demanding to know if this mystery person is someone she already knows, while a struggling Yuuya can only gasp that she is hurting him. Yuuya is struck by a sudden shock as a wave of alarm runs through him, prompting him to call out to Keed in a panic. When Yuuya abruptly announces that he is leaving to go see Taka-san, Keed looks extremely worried and tearful, while their classmate asks if she has ever met him before. Keed is struck by a sudden wave of realization as she recalls the intimidating bodyguard who used to watch over her, her past memories finally clicking into place. Yuuya explains that Taka-san had unexpectedly called him last night out of the blue, flashing back to when he answered the surprise phone call while relaxing on his apartment sofa. On the other end of the line, Taka-san warmly greets him and asks how his life has been, to which Yuuya politely replies that he is doing quite well, before asking how the bodyguard himself has been holding up. Taka-san admits that he is getting by well enough, though he quickly apologizes for the sudden call, before shifting the conversation to the actual reason behind his unexpected reach out. Yuuya is completely taken aback when Taka-san reveals that a little girl named Rika has been asking to see him again, leaving the teenager surprised by the sudden news. Taka-san politely asks if Yuuya could come visit them sometime soon, since Rika has been genuinely worried about him, which instantly causes the little girl herself to perk up at the mention of his name. The adorable little girl is filled with immense joy and excitement, eagerly calling out for her beloved older brother figure as the chapter draws to a highly anticipation-filled close. A sharp ring of the doorbell echoes through the house, signaling the arrival of an unexpected guest. Yuuya quickly makes his way to the front door, his footsteps echoing down the hallway before he turns the lock and opens it to find a surprise visitor waiting outside. Before he can even process who is standing there, the energetic little Rika-chan excitedly shouts his name and leaps directly into his arms, catching a startled Yuuya completely off guard. Instantly recognizing her, Yuuya warmly greets Rika-chan and affectionately asks if she has been doing well lately, to which she happily chirps a bright confirmation while clinging tightly to him. The sweet reunion is instantly derailed when the highly protective Taka-san furiously barges in, aggressively declaring that he will never allow Yuuya to marry his precious Rika. Fixing the teenager with a terrifying close-up glare, Taka-san intensely warns him that if he actually wants her as his wife, he will have to defeat him first. A thoroughly exhausted Yuuya desperately tries to talk some sense into him, pointing out the ridiculous age difference between himself and a little girl, only for Taka-san to take it as a personal insult to Rika's cuteness. Despite the chaotic misunderstanding, Taka-san confidently assures him that he will eventually understand this overwhelming fatherly protectiveness once he gets married and has children of his own. Rika-chan gently tugs on Yuuya's shirt, looking up at him with big, tearful eyes, as she hesitantly asks him if he is actually getting married. Rika-chan sweetens the mood by boldly declaring that she wants to marry Yuuya instead, prompting a highly flattered Yuuya to bashfully laugh it off, only to immediately freeze up in a cold sweat under Taka-san's murderous dark glare. The rising tension is completely diffused when the elegant Harumi-san steps into the room, warmly waving and greeting Yuuya after a long time. She kindly asks how he has been doing, prompting a happily surprised Yuuya to warmly return the greeting and compliment her on looking so well. Harumi-san warmly invites Yuuya inside, suggesting that, although he must be exhausted after his exams, she hopes he will spend some time hanging out with Rika, which he politely agrees to do. Before heading further inside, Yuuya mentions that there is something important he wants to ask her, and Harumi-san happily encourages him to follow her, promising to help as best as she can. Harumi-san is completely taken by surprise when Yuuya admits he needs advice on choosing a proper White Day return gift. A quiet pause settles over their conversation as she takes a moment to fully process his unexpected question. Harumi-san asks if he has never had any experience with White Day return gifts before suddenly gasping in realization, as she wonders why he would ask about this now of all times. Harumi-san suddenly puts two and two together, excitedly asking if the return gift is meant for the girl he is currently living with, which a flustered Yuuya quietly admits is indeed the case. Realizing the high stakes, Harumi-san declares that he must choose extremely wisely, immediately beginning to brainstorm some ideas, before suddenly asking Yuuya if he still has some free time today. Harumi-san enthusiastically proposes that if he doesn't mind, she would be more than happy to accompany him to the stores and help him select the perfect present. Yuuya is incredibly relieved and grateful for her generous offer, while Harumi-san warmly reassures him that it is simply her way of returning his usual kindness. As Yuuya sincerely thanks her, Harumi-san happily heads off to get ready for their shopping trip, but his thoughts are suddenly interrupted when someone quietly tries to get his attention. A young girl eagerly asks Yuuya if he is already heading out with her mother when he has only just arrived, pointing out her defeated father slumped in the background and inviting Yuuya to play a game with her instead. Yuuya readily agrees to the invitation, warmly reminding her that he promised to hang out with her anyway, which instantly fills the little girl with pure excitement. The energetic girl cheerfully suggests they completely defeat her dad in their game before she has to leave, loudly proclaiming her love for her favorite big brother as their playful shouts echo from the building. Later on, Yuuya finds himself in a store, absolutely mesmerized by the massive, beautifully decorated holiday displays prepared for White Day. Staring at the endless rows of gift options, Yuuya marvels at the overwhelming selection, while Kid agrees that she would easily end up getting completely distracted by all the choices herself. Turning to him, Kid casually asks what kind of girl he plans to buy a gift for, completely catching Yuuya off guard as he nervously tries to think of a clever answer. Yuuya internally lists off all the incredibly adorable and endearing traits of the girl he likes, only for Kid to cutely thank him for the indirect confession and tease him about how deeply in love he truly is. Trying to get their shopping back on track, Yuuya suggests that a nice watch might actually make a wonderful gift option. Kid warmly agrees, noting that wearing a watch would constantly remind the girl of him and make her feel like they are always together, while Yuuya secretly reflects that he would be absolutely thrilled to receive such a thoughtful gift from Kid himself. Enthusiastically agreeing that a watch is the absolute perfect choice, Kid cheerfully declares that they should launch their search for the perfect gift with maximum energy and excitement. Humming a happy tune, a highly cheerful Kid strolls along carrying shopping bags after a successful day out with her friend. Akiho happily remarks how wonderful it is to go shopping with just the girls for a change, pointing out that there are plenty of interesting things they cannot fully check out whenever Shinji and Yuuya are trailing along, to which Kid warmly agrees. Suddenly, Akiho turns to Kid and gently advises her that she should really speak her mind directly, pointing out that certain deep feelings can only be truly communicated through honest words, leaving a surprised Kid to wonder what she means. Kid sadly reflects on how Yuuya started studying incredibly hard every single day, until late at night, ever since they returned from their extracurricular camp, leaving him so overwrought that he frequently oversleeps in the morning. When Kid quietly confesses that she has been constantly wondering why Yuuya suddenly started studying so intensely, Akiho looks back in silence, before teasingly admitting that she can actually guess the reason for the most part, sending a startled Kid into a state of pure panic. Completely losing her composure, a panicked Kid frantically grabs Akiho and shakes her back and forth, desperately begging her to reveal the reason, though a struggling Akiho insists that she should simply ask Yuuya directly. Akiho suddenly spots a cute knit dress nearby and quickly runs off to check it out, instantly diffusing the tense conversation and leaving a sighing Kid behind in the store. Watching her friend walk away, a sorrowful Kid silently admits to herself that as much as she truly wants to ask him, she is simply too terrified of discovering how Yuuya actually feels about her. The scene shifts back to the school hallway where classmates walk past, while casually gossiping about Kid and how incredibly intimidating she is to approach. Peeking from behind the classroom door, Kid and Akiho overhear the classmates inside discussing how incredibly difficult and intimidating It must be to date a girl like Keed, pointing out that she is a president's daughter, voted the prettiest girl in Japan, and is always at the top of her grade. Eavesdropping on their conversation, Keed's heart heavily pounds with sadness as she hears Yuya's voice confirm what they were saying. Yuya's harsh-sounding words continue to echo painfully in her mind, repeating how incredibly difficult it is to go out with her in so many different ways. Utterly devastated by what she just heard, Keed stands frozen in complete shock before tears well up in her eyes, prompting her to turn around and run away down the empty corridor. As she sprints away, Keed internally weeps, desperately questioning why on earth it is so hard for him to simply be by her side. Sinking deeper into despair, she tearfully wonders if he actually hates her now, realizing that his distant and unwelcoming behavior lately finally seems to make sense. Back inside the high-rise apartment, a heartbroken Keed tries to distract herself by preparing dinner, but she is completely unable to hold back her tears as they silently splash onto her hand. Completely breaking down, she wipes her tear-streaked face in pure misery, entirely overwhelmed by the painful thought of losing him. As the holiday season approaches, the bustling shops are decorated with festive displays, signaling that it is time for the girls to do some shopping. While out shopping, Keed opens up to her friend about her deep insecurities, admitting that she is absolutely terrified of being rejected and hesitates to even ask him about his true feelings. Her friend gently reassures her as they browse through clothes, advising her that it is always better to push past her fears and directly ask him so she can finally get the proper closure she needs. Keed ponders in quiet concern, convinced that there has to be a deeper, untold story behind Yuya's sudden departure and hidden secrets. Akiho brightly reassures Keed, pointing out that Yuya always looks incredibly happy when they are together, meaning there must be a very good reason why he found it so difficult to officially date her. Akiho firmly advises Keed to have an honest talk with Yuya about his past the moment she gets back home, which Keed softly promises to do. Shifting the mood, Akiho suddenly remembers that the mall they are visiting has a highly popular donut shop, eagerly suggesting they go check it out. Before they can head over, Akiho suddenly freezes in absolute shock as she spots something completely unexpected nearby. Akiho quietly gasps out Yuya's name in surprise, leaving a highly confused Keed to turn around and ask what exactly is going on. Looking over, Keed spots Yuya in the distance, standing alongside another woman as they browse through a luxury watch display. The two of them appear to be chatting incredibly happily with each other, sharing a warm and light-hearted moment together. Keed's heart completely drops as she stares at the scene in absolute wide-eyed disbelief. Mortified, Keed can only whisper Yuya's name as the painful reality that he is out spending his time with another woman sinks in her heart, completely breaking as she tries to process the shock. Out of nowhere, Keed experiences a sudden sweating jolt of absolute shock as she catches sight of something she never expected to see in public. Himari is completely in denial, desperately arguing that there is no way Yoshi would ever do something so suspicious, but she quickly changes her tune and eagerly suggests they get a bit closer to investigate the situation for themselves. The two girls cautiously shadow their targets, keeping their distance as they navigate the busy levels of the spacious shopping mall. The tense stakes of the stealth mission hang heavy in the air as Himari nervously whispers Keed's name to make sure she is keeping her head. Meanwhile, a deeply relieved sigh escapes as the shopping trip officially wraps up with the late afternoon clock signaling it is finally time to call it a day. Grinning with absolute delight, Yuya's elegant companion proudly brags about how she ended up buying a massive haul of goods, leaving a tired but polite Yuya to simply smile beside her. She happily gushes about her sheer luck in stumbling upon an exclusive otter pop-up shop, thanking Yuya for letting her drag him along, since both she and her daughter are massive fans of the cute mascot. Yuya warmly admits that he actually has a classmate who loves otters as well, explaining that since she gifted him some obligatory Valentine's chocolate, he is incredibly glad he could find the perfect return gift to show his appreciation. The pleasant atmosphere instantly takes a tense turn when she notes how late it has already gotten, casually asking Yuya about his plans while he nervously clenches his fist in a sudden wave of panic. Yuya quickly offers his polite apologies and explains that he needs to head straight home for the day, prompting her to warmly wish him a safe trip back as they finally part ways. While walking down the street, Yuya suddenly hears his phone ping with an incoming notification, and upon realizing it is a message from Kid, he curiously opens it up only to be instantly frozen in pure shock. The message from Kid bluntly asks him to allow her to return to her parents' house, leaving him completely paralyzed with disbelief. His heart instantly begins to pound at a deafening pace, and as he gasps for air in a state of absolute sweating panic, he desperately wonders what on earth could have happened to make her suddenly send such a devastating message. Yuya's heart completely stops when he receives a sudden shocking text message from Kid requesting to return to her parents' house. He is left in a state of absolute shock, desperately staring at the screen in pure disbelief, and trying to make sense of the sudden message while Kid quietly sits alone in deep, unspoken sadness. Trying to shake off his sheer panic, Yuya desperately tells himself to stay calm and take a deep breath to steady his racing thoughts before he completely loses his composure. Deeply shaken by the devastating news, Yuya struggles to regain his focus as he anxiously prepares to make his next move. A sudden realization hits Yuya like a bolt of lightning, leaving him wide-eyed and sweating as he panics over the massive misunderstanding that just occurred. Knowing he needs to explain himself immediately, Yuya frantically pulls out his phone to call Kid, but his calls go completely unanswered as the phone simply rings endlessly on the empty sofa back at their apartment. Gritting his teeth as the automated voicemail cuts him off, Yuya desperately clutches his face in pure agony and tries to think of anyone else who might be able to help him reach her. Realizing Akiho might know where she is, Yuya quickly dials her number, only to be immediately jolted when she picks up the call and sharply barks that he is incredibly late. Before Yuya can even apologize, Akiho aggressively demands to know what on earth he has been up to, before dropping a massive bombshell by quietly revealing that both she and Kid saw everything. Akiho directly accuses him of shopping with another woman in a watch store, sending a horrified Yuya into a state of absolute shock, as he instantly realizes Kid saw him with Harumi-san and completely misunderstood the situation. Clutching his fist in intense anxiety, Yuya desperately tries to explain himself, as Akiho firmly asks him to tell her exactly what he was doing with another woman. With his heart pounding under the open sky, Yuya prepares to reveal the absolute truth about his shopping trip. Hearing his explanation, Akiho suddenly shrieks in absolute realization, happily piecing together that he was simply shopping for a surprise gift for Kid, since tomorrow is White Day, prompting a sheepish Yuya to quietly confirm her suspicion. A relieved Yuya warmly chuckles and praises Akiho for seeing right through his plans, while Akiho proudly boasts that she knows everything about Kid since they are best friends who have spent the entire year sharing every single secret and boyfriend problem. While on the phone with Yuya, Atsuki-san gently reminds him that his relationship with Kid is still in its infancy, emphasizing that the actual amount of time he has spent with her is still far too short. Yuya silently reflects on their whirlwind romance, realizing that it has not even been 3 months since they started dating, and though they quickly grew intimate while living together, he may have jumped to conclusions about fully understanding her. Yuya quietly admits to himself that their fast-paced intimacy made him foolishly assume they could understand each other without any words, while Atsuki-san reassures him that despite not knowing the full details of what transpired, things can still be repaired. Atsuki-san warmly encourages him, expressing her confidence that Kid will absolutely understand his feelings once he explains everything to her properly, giving a grateful Yuya the final boost of courage he desperately needed. Sincerely thanking Atsuki-san for her invaluable advice, Yuya hangs up the phone as he stares up at the sky. However, the immediate reality of his situation quickly sinks in, leaving a troubled Yuya at a complete loss on how to proceed, since he cannot reach her phone and has absolutely no idea where her parents' house is actually located. Just as his despair begins to take over, his phone suddenly begins to ring loudly from his pocket, catching him completely off guard. Answering the call from a completely unknown number, Yuya is startled when a polite female voice on the other end greets him by name. The caller introduces herself as Sakurako, immediately leaving a stunned Yuya to stammer in surprise, as he frantically confirms that it is indeed a perfectly fine time to talk. Sakurako casually tells him there is absolutely no need to be so incredibly formal with her, before calmly revealing that Kid has already told her everything about what happened. Deeply shocked after receiving a terribly depressed phone call from Kid, Yuya calls her older sister Sakurako, to frantically apologize, blaming himself entirely for the reckless behavior that caused the whole misunderstanding. Sakurako gently points out that Kid simply jumped to conclusions due to her massive excessive love for him. She bluntly adds that such misunderstandings are completely typical for brand new couples. Sakurako explains that their current crisis is simply a classic lack of communication, warning him that they have just gotten off on the wrong foot and need to handle it properly. She advises Yuuya to sit knee to knee with Kid and properly communicate his true feelings, prompting a determined Yuuya to resolve to do exactly that. Urging him to completely pour out all of his thoughts, Sakurako reminds him that whether they are living together, married, or not, they are all ultimately human, prompting a deeply grateful Yuuya to clench his fist in determination. Sakurako reassures Yuuya that she is completely confident they will get through this together, urging him to hurry back home since Kid is already waiting for him. Confidently thanking Sakurako for her invaluable advice, Yuuya hangs up the call with a determined look in his eyes, fully resolved to fix their relationship. Sprinting back home as fast as his legs can carry him, Yuuya finally realizes exactly what they have been lacking and what they desperately need to do to fix their situation. Steeling his nerves and catching his breath, Yuuya resolves that his very first step must be to face Kid head-on. Arriving back at the apartment, Yuuya stands resolutely in front of the door, determined to talk to Kid properly and finally deliver his true careful feelings to her. As the chapter draws to a close, terrified by her sudden message, Yuuya sprints all the way back to their high-rise apartment, calling out Kid's name in sheer panic as he bursts through the door. His eyes widen in absolute dread as he frantically looks around, desperately searching for any sign of her inside the silent home. Stepping inside, Yuuya is met with absolute silence as he stares down the empty, quietly lit hallway of the apartment. He cautiously walks further into the home, his anxiety building with every step as the heavy, ominous quiet hangs thick in the air. With his heart throbbing painfully in his chest, Yuuya stops in his tracks as he notices Kid's school shoes placed neatly at the entrance, confirming that she is indeed home. Peering around the corner, he finds Kid sitting dejectedly on the floor, hugging her knees, and as she slowly looks up to notice him, she softly murmurs his name. Yuuya looks down at her with a deeply worried and tense expression, while a sorrowful Kid keeps her head bowed in heavy silence, completely unable to meet his eyes. Yuuya gently reminds Kid to stay warm so she doesn't catch a cold, to which she quietly offers her thanks as the two sit awkwardly on the ground together. An incredibly heavy silence fills the space between them, with the nervous pounding of their hearts echoing loudly as neither of them knows how to break the ice. Gathering his resolve, Yuuya finally opens his mouth to say Kid's name. Yuuya quickly stops himself, realizing he needs to let Kid speak first, just as she quietly calls out his name and prompts a highly startled response. Looking down, Kid hesitatingly asks if she is somehow a nuisance to him. Yuuya is completely struck with shock as Kid continues, tearfully asking if it is hard for him to be with her and if she is simply a massive burden in his life. Kid looks at him with tear-filled eyes, her vulnerable expression completely laid bare as she awaits his response. Yuuya listens intently, quietly murmuring in understanding as the weight of her deep-seated insecurities finally becomes clear to him. Kid admits that she had overheard him talking to Nikaido, confessing that seeing him show such kindness to the injured girl left her feeling incredibly lonely, even though she logically understood it was only natural to help someone in need. Kid tearfully confesses that despite knowing it was the right thing to do, she absolutely hates herself for feeling so incredibly jealous. Kid explains that she desperately tried to cheer Yuuya on and support his hard work, despite feeling lonely, which Yuuya can only solemnly acknowledge in response. Kid sadly admits she had hoped Yuuya would finally pay more attention to her once Nikaido recovered from her injury, and their stressful finals were officially over. Yuuya is completely blindsided and panics when Kid suddenly accuses him of continuing to treat her unwelcomingly, leaving him stammering in absolute confusion. Yuuya desperately tries to defend himself by explaining he never meant to act cold, but Kid quickly cuts him off and tearfully points out that he simply hasn't spent any quality time with her lately. Kid pouts and rants about how his intense studying completely ruined their sweet routine, bitterly recalling how they used to cuddle under the covers and cozy goodnight wishes before falling asleep. Laying all her cards on the table, Kid looks at him with teary eyes and passionately confesses that she wants to spend the absolute rest of her life with him. Keed goes on to map out their entire future, dreamily explaining how she wants to get married right after high school and have a proper wedding and honeymoon once they graduate university. Softening his expression, Yuuya warmly thanks Keed for her immense devotion and sincerely admits he is incredibly happy she feels that way about him. However, Yuuya's tone suddenly turns incredibly serious as he firmly states that if they are actually going to seize that wonderful future together, he cannot continue living like this. His sudden and intense declaration completely catches Keed off guard, leaving her utterly stunned and blinking in pure confusion. Feeling deeply insecure, Yuuya sadly admits to Keed that he has absolutely nothing to offer, comparing himself to a flimsy piece of paper, and explaining that he is just the child of terrible parents who left behind massive debt and caused endless trouble for others. When Yuuya asks if she could truly want to be with someone who has nothing, Keed instantly cuts him off with a passionate denial, reminding him how incredibly hard he always works at his soccer practice and even his studies. Yuuya humbly counters her praise, insisting that there are countless people who are far better at soccer than he is, and pointing out that his academic achievements are nowhere near her level or Nikado's. Yuuya firmly states that although he has no intentions of becoming a professional athlete or the absolute best in his grade, his real goal is to continuously push himself to climb as high as he possibly can. He confesses that, while he hates the idea of making her feel lonely, he deeply wishes for her to understand and recognize the sheer amount of effort he is pouring into his life. As Yuuya gently asks her not to say that she is sad and lonely, a deeply touched Keed looks down with a soft blush, whispering how heavily his sincere words affect her. Admitting to his own weakness, Yuuya confesses that if she continues to say she is lonely, he will lose his focus and end up making her his absolute top priority over everything else, which he knows would not be good for either of them. Looking up at her with complete sincerity, Yuuya begs Keed to bear with the loneliness, pleading that if she truly wishes to stay by his side, she needs to understand his current path. With deep intensity, he reiterates that he desperately needs her to see and believe in the tireless efforts he is making every single day. He reminds her of the very first time their paths crossed, when she quietly watched him practicing soccer all by himself on the empty field, hoping she can find that same faith in him once again. Standing inside the entryway, Yuuya bows deeply to Keed to apologize, while Keed watches him in silent surprise. The heavy silence stretches between them as Yuuya nervously prepares to speak, a single bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. Breaking the silence with a soft sigh, Keed admits that she was simply so caught up in her own head that she completely failed to consider his feelings. Recalling the intense happiness she felt when they hugged, she shyly confesses that her deep desire to have him look only at her made her wish he would express his love more often. She beams happily, realizing that while she was only focusing on the immediate present, Yuuya was thoughtfully looking ahead toward their future. Keed admits she had no idea how incredibly hard he was working to change for her sake, confessing she was simply lonely and desperate for his attention and affection, which leaves a deeply moved Yuuya calling out her name. Reflecting on his intense studying, Keed warmly explains that it was his single-minded dedication that attracted her to him in the first place, even if he is currently trying to climb an incredibly long, steep path. When a concerned Yuuya desperately asks what he can possibly do to make things better, Keed gently shakes her head. Clasping his hand tightly, a deeply blushing Keed warmly declares that she simply wants to continue to walk right alongside him and support him every step of the way. While Yuuya blushes deeply, Keed expresses how incredibly happy she is that he is working so hard for their future, but she begs him to never carry the entire burden all on his own. Yuuya vows to make his voice heard loud and clear from now on, while a smiling Keed tenderly asks him to let her hear his voice too. Blushing deeply, Yuuya offers a bright, heartfelt agreement. Keed sweetly proposes that they make a completely fresh start from this day forward, and a beaming Yuuya happily agrees as they both look forward to what lies ahead. They a warm, joyful laugh together, the heavy tension completely vanishing as they bask in their newfound closeness. Keed's sweet mood suddenly shifts as she leans in close and curiously asks Yuuya what exactly he was doing at the mall with that other woman, sending a heavily sweating Yuuya into a sudden panic as he stammers to find his words. Yuuya quickly explains that he was actually with Harumi Santaka-san's wife, who was kindly helping him pick out a special item, completely relieving a surprised Keed, as he pulls out a beautifully wrapped package to hand over to her. Kid takes the package in confusion while Yuuya casually asks her what tomorrow's date is, leading a puzzled Kid to calculate that today is the 13th, before she suddenly gasps in absolute realization. Yuuya sheepishly admits that while it is a bit early, he wanted to present her with her White Day gift, handing over the package with a gentle smile. Kid holds the precious gift close in absolute awe, softly asking if she can open it right away. With Yuuya's nervous permission, she carefully unwraps the package, while Yuuya's heart pounds in anticipation until her eyes go wide with wonder. Kid is completely blown away as she looks down at the gorgeous cat-eared wristwatch, happily celebrating that he bought her a beautiful new watch. Kid proudly presents a kitty watch, cheerfully pointing out how incredibly cute it is and explaining she picked it out because she noticed he never wears one. She playfully adds that she hoped giving him a watch would make him think of her every single time he checked the time, quickly brushing it off as a joke, while a heavily blushing Yuuya completely panics. Calling out his name, softly Kid grabs his attention, prompting a highly startled Yuuya to nervously shout in response. Holding the delicate watch tightly in her hands, Kid prepares to make her next bold move. With a deeply flushed face, Kid shyly asks if Yuuya would do her the massive favor of putting the watch on her wrist himself. Yuuya nervously agrees and kneels down to carefully fasten the strap, internally freezing as a completely wild thought suddenly crosses his racing mind. As he carefully secures the watch onto her wrist, a heavily sweating Yuuya realizes the highly intimate gesture feels exactly like he is putting a wedding ring on her finger. Yuuya quickly announces that he is finally done, and a deeply pleased Kid softly thanks him for the sweet gesture. Giggling happily to herself, a blushing Kid sweetly confesses that wearing the new watch makes her feel as if he is standing right there next to her. A highly flustered Yuuya awkwardly stammers that he is genuinely glad she likes it, completely caught off guard as she suddenly grabs his shirt and forcefully pulls him in. Closing the distance entirely, Kid wraps her arms tightly around his neck and pulls him straight into a deeply passionate kiss. Leaning in incredibly close to him, Kid softly whispers that she wants to close the final distance between them, catching a heavily sweating Yuuya completely off guard. Her gaze filled with absolute devotion, Kid warmly confesses that she wants to melt completely into him like this. While blushing furiously from her intense closeness, Yuuya sits upright and passionately declares that they will take that final step only after he works hard and becomes an independent, successful man who is truly worthy of her. Overjoyed by his sincere, determined resolution, a giggling Kid sweetly replies that she is completely willing to wait for him forever. Sometime later at school, a highly nervous Yuuya loudly gulps as he anxiously clutches his freshly returned exam papers. Looking down at the test sheets, he realizes all his intense studying finally paid off, yielding fantastic scores of 80, 86, and 88. Filled with immense relief and teary-eyed joy, Yuuya clenches his fist in victory while his classmates warmly congratulate him on securing such a great exam result. Nikaido AI is warmly praised by her classmates for her own outstanding academic performance, with others pointing out that if she keeps this up, she could easily secure a spot in the top 5 or 10 in their grade, while a quiet Yuuya remains deeply pensive. While casually chatting, Yuuya reflects on just how tough their school's outstanding academic standards are, prompting Nikaido to agree that surviving without averaging in the high 80s is practically impossible. Yuuya proudly reveals that he actually managed to score a personal record high on his latest exams, warmly declaring that it is entirely thanks to the immense help from both her and Kid. His sincere gratitude catches Nikaido completely off guard, leaving her to softly offer a quiet thank you, quickly becoming highly flustered and blushing. Playfully capitalizing on the sweet moment, Nikaido cheekily suggests that if he is truly grateful, he should start showing his appreciation with some real physical sincerity, rather than just empty words, which only makes Yuuya giggle sheepishly. To her absolute surprise, Yuuya smoothly reveals that he was already well prepared, presenting her with a cute mascot shopping bag as a genuine token of his appreciation. Nikaido's eyes light up with pure wonder as Yuuya explains that he stumbled upon the exclusive otter merchandise while out shopping, presenting it to her as a slightly delayed White Day return gift for her Valentine's Day chocolate. Yuuya apologizes that it isn't the backpack she might have wanted, but Nikaido quickly and firmly assures him that she doesn't mind at all as she discovers the gift is an adorable otter-themed mug. Gazing at the cute mug with a soft, genuinely touched smile, Nikaido warmly thanks Yuuya by his last name and promises that she will absolutely cherish the thoughtful present forever. Teasingly laughing, Nikaido playfully proposes that she should probably start tutoring him before every single exam from now on just to guarantee she gets more adorable otter merch, prompting a sweating Yuuya to desperately beg her to give him a break. Their cozy classroom banter is suddenly cut short as the loud school bells ring out across the campus, signaling that the next period is officially starting. Right after the exam, Akiho slams her hands onto a desk in absolute distress, frantically screaming to Shinji that they are facing a major, terrible crisis. While Shinji tries to calm her down by explaining that he is just packing up his things to leave, an incredibly impatient Akiho yells that she absolutely cannot wait another second to vent. Akiho dramatically explains that ever since that morning, Kid has been completely absorbed in staring at her watch and smiling happily, while stroking it, looking entirely lost in her own romantic world. Glaring at Yuuya, Akiho complains that Kid's sweet behavior is practically making her feel sick, prompting Shinji to casually chew on some snacks and ask if the watch was actually a White Day gift from Yuuya. Shinji teases Yuuya about skipping their post-exam karaoke session just to spend time with Kid, declaring that Yuuya is clearly head over heels in love. While a blushing Yuuya tells him to shut up, Shinji quickly turns his attention to his own relationship, asking what his friend ended up giving Atsuki-san for the holiday. Shinji proudly reveals that he chose some fancy hand cream and a sweet room fragrance that is absolutely perfect for Akiho, earning him some playful teasing about being unexpectedly sophisticated. Shinji casually mentions that he even bought some matching perfume for himself, prompting a highly confused Yuuya to ask why he would do that, while Akiho reacts with a sudden yell of pure embarrassment. Shinji smoothly reasons that wearing the perfume makes him feel like Akiho is always with him, cheekily winking that unlike a certain secret couple, they do not live under the same roof, sending a blushing Akiho into a panic, while Yuuya quietly sweats in the background. Furious and deeply embarrassed, Akiho violently shakes a laughing Shinji, frantically yelling that their living situation was supposed to remain an absolute secret. Suddenly turning her fury on Yuuya, Akiho aggressively points her finger and declares that Kid's emotional state is entirely his fault, reminding him that Kid was practically in tears when she called her in distress just a few days ago, leaving Yuuya completely startled. Realizing that Yuuya sounded incredibly close to tears during his plea, Nikaido silently reflects on his emotional words while watching him frantically try to talk things out with Akiho. She sadly concludes that the only possible reason Yuuya could be so incredibly desperate is because of his deep, undeniable feelings for Kid. Letting out a quiet sigh, Nikaido admits to herself that she genuinely envies Kid for having someone who cares about her that deeply. Deciding she has seen and heard enough, Nikaido gathers her things and calmly announces she is heading home, first leaving Yuuya to casually bid her farewell. Offering one last look back, Nikaido softly bids him farewell until tomorrow before officially heading out of the room. Akiho silently watches Nikaido walk away down the empty hallway, her expression falling into a deeply pensive and concerned state as she senses the heavy emotions in the room. Suddenly coming up with a quick excuse, Akiho claims she needs to head down to the staff room, immediately dramatically apologizing to Shinji, while casually telling Yuuya he is free to leave as soon as Kid arrives, so they can have the classroom entirely to themselves. When a smiling Shinji warmly replies that he will gladly wait around until she is completely finished with her business, Akiho is entirely overcome with joy, blushing furiously as she praises her beloved boyfriend's sweet thoughtfulness. Bidding them a hasty farewell, the overly excited Akiho clumsily tumbles straight out of the classroom, leaving an absolutely speechless Yuuya to watch her chaotic exit in stunned silence. While Yuuya sweatily sighs to himself that Akiho is honestly just like a sudden chaotic tornado, Shinji simply smiles, reflecting that her wild energy is exactly why his life is always so incredibly fun. High up above the quiet campus, a lonely figure stands at the rooftop railing, gazing out into the sprawling horizon. Lost in her own deep, melancholy thoughts, AI leans forward in deep contemplation, only to suddenly startle as a familiar voice calls out her name. AI turns around to find her close friend Akiho joining her, looking incredibly concerned. Gazing back at her friend, a surprised AI softly mutters Akiho's name, wondering why she has suddenly appeared. On the right, Akiho curiously asks what she is still doing there, noting she assumed AI had already gone home alongside Yuuya and Shinji. On the left, Akiho quietly notes that using his formal last name suggests things might be quite serious. On the right, AI awkwardly mutters that she was simply taking a brief moment to herself, but on the left, Akiho warmly cuts in to reveal that she was actually just incredibly worried about her catching AI completely off guard. Akiho gently continues, pointing out that even if AI herself didn't fully realize that her behavior was giving away more than she thought. On the right, Akiho explains that AI looked incredibly sad when she left the classroom earlier, which made it completely impossible for Akiho to just sit still. On the left, a heavy-hearted AI turns away, quietly insisting that she really wasn't sad at all. AI falls into a heavy contemplative silence as she watches the sunset over the sprawling city. On the right, Akiho breaks the quiet atmosphere with a soft, gentle call, taking a few slow, supportive steps closer to her friend on the left. Leaning against the rooftop railing, Akiho directly asks AI if she actually has feelings for Yuuya, catching the quiet girl completely off guard. AI stands frozen in place, her face heating up as she quickly turns her head away in an attempt to hide her intense embarrassment. Noticing her highly flustered reaction, a highly amused Akiho simply giggles, thoroughly enjoying how easily she managed to tease her friend. Akiho points out that Ai's face has turned completely bright red, leaving the deeply blushing girl to look down in absolute silent defeat. AI frantically stammers that she definitely does not have romantic feelings for him, desperately arguing that she simply enjoys spending time with him. Clutching the railing tightly, she quietly insists that she has absolutely no desire to become his girlfriend or anything of the sort. Akiho leans in closer with a highly mischievous smile, playfully questioning if AI has ever wished she could hang out with him completely alone together, pressing her to admit if she has ever had that exact thought. AI quietly confesses that she actually does think about things like that, sometimes admitting that she occasionally imagines going on a date with him at the zoo and wonders how he would react to seeing her in such high spirits. AI suddenly freezes as she realizes she just blurted out her most private, embarrassing daydream entirely out loud. Waving her hands in a total bright red panic, AI frantically screams at her to completely ignore and forget everything she just said, while an amused Akiho points out that her daydream was incredibly specific. Standing together under the open sky, Akiho suddenly drops a massive, highly direct question, directly asking Nikaido why she and Yuuya are not actually a couple. A completely stunned Nikaido can only utter a confused gasp, while Akiho explains that they have always looked like absolute best friends who transcended gender boundaries, after sitting right next to each other in class for a whole year. Looking out over the sprawling city, Nikaido quietens down and softly prepares to explain the bittersweet truth behind their relationship. Nikaido sadly confesses that she simply realized her true feelings far too late to ever take a step forward, explaining that their comfortable routine of laughing, teasing, and talking about silly things had completely satisfied her back then. She admits that her deep fear of completely ruining the precious bond they kept her from ever speaking up. Hearing her heartfelt explanation, a sympathetic Akiho can only nod softly, quietly absorbing the bittersweet weight of Nikaido's confession. Reflecting on the two girls, Akiho silently notes that while Nikaido hesitated, because she was simply enjoying her peaceful daily life, too much Kid fearlessly stepped forward to claim her happiness, which is the ultimate difference that set their fates apart. Acknowledging her bittersweet reality, Nikaido sadly admits that while seeing Yuuya look so incredibly happy with Kid is deeply painful, she still desperately wishes she could find a way to stay by his side. Warmly comforting her friend, Akiho listens with deep sympathy, her heart completely breaking for her. Akiho softly comforts her, pointing out that her intense pain simply proves just how deeply she loves Yuuya, prompting a tearful Nikaido to offer a bittersweet smile and quietly agree with her. Standing on the rooftop, AI openly confesses her love for Yuuya, but immediately squeezes her chest in pain, admitting she needs to get rid of these feelings quickly before she ends up hurting him. Recognizing Yuuya's absolute loyalty, They note that even if AI confessed, Yuuya would always prioritize Kid, though his kind nature means he would still sweat bullets worrying about how to reject AI without hurting her feelings. Staring out over the city, AI sadly agrees that she has absolutely no desire to put Yuuya through that kind of painful, awkward situation. However, Akiho warmly steps in and gently reassures AI that she shouldn't force herself to suppress her true emotions like that, catching her completely off guard. With a warm, supportive smile, Akiho explains that falling in love is a beautiful, wonderful experience where even just being near the person makes your heart race and the hours slip by unnoticed. When Akiho teasingly asks if she has experienced that sweet heart-fluttering feeling herself, a deeply blushing AI silently nods in complete agreement. Beaming at her friend's adorable honesty, Akiho softly points out that it is completely impossible to resist those deep feelings once you fall in love. Staring out at the sky together, Akiho gently advises AI to never keep her true feelings bottled up inside her heart. She warmly suggests that AI doesn't need to try so hard to force a change, advising her to simply let things take their natural course, leaving a deeply touched AI to whisper her name in gratitude. Akiho admits that the road ahead is bound to be incredibly difficult and painful, but she gently encourages AI to take all the time she needs to slowly sort through her complicated feelings. Akiho gently reassures AI, pointing out that she might meet someone in the future whom she will love even more than Yoshi, or find something else she can become completely absorbed in. AI quietly realizes that she doesn't need to struggle so hard to bottle up her heavy emotions. Still, she playfully sighs that it is quite surprising for Akiho to say such a cruel thing, teasingly complaining that spending her time dealing with love is honestly just too harsh. Akiho beams warmly and sweetly promises that she is always available to talk or hang out whenever AI is feeling lonely, prompting a deeply touched AI to softly agree. With the heavy burden finally lifted from her shoulders, a deeply grateful AI quietly whispers her thanks to Akiho. To celebrate officially finishing their grueling final exams, Yuuya and Kid clink their glasses together in a joyful toast and eagerly gulp down their drinks. Letting out a massive sigh of relief, Yuuya excitedly cheers about finally enjoying a sweet taste of freedom, expressing pure gratitude that the stressful ordeal is officially over, while Kid quietly observes him. Kid fixes him with a deeply mysterious look and asks him what on earth he is talking about, leaving a completely confused Yuuya to stammer in absolute bewilderment. With a deeply loaded and mischievous gaze, Kid slyly licks her lips, signaling that she has something far more exciting planned now that his study distraction is out of the way. She softly whispers that their real fun is only just beginning, instantly sending his anxiety into absolute overdrive. Yuuya's heart begins to pound at a completely deafening pace as Kid boldly advances on him, teasingly asking what is wrong, while a heavily sweating and panicking Yuuya can only desperately wonder what on earth she is about to do to him. Finding himself in a highly unexpected situation in the bathroom, a completely bewildered Yuuya cries out in absolute confusion, desperately demanding to know what on earth is going on. While Kid lets out an exasperated sigh, Yuuya quickly jumps in to defend himself, insisting that he has already explained his side of the story countless times. Suddenly stepping into the room wearing a classic school swimsuit, Kid boldly announces that she is going to reward him for his incredibly hard work on the final exams by giving him a soothing massage. A deeply flustered and heavily gulping Yuuya frantically asks what is up with her sudden choice of clothing, only for Kid to cheerfully explain that it is actually her old swimsuit from middle school. Leaning in with a sweet blush, Kid tentatively asks if the old outfit actually suits her, prompting a heavily sweating Yuuya to quietly mutter that it obviously does. Absolutely thrilled by his positive reaction, Kid lets out a massive sigh of relief and mentally resolves to thank Miyamoto-san for recommending the swimsuit to please her darling, leaving a defeated Yuuya to internally curse their meddling friend. Without wasting another second, Kid happily offers to wash his back for him, leaving a completely flustered Yuuya to nervously stammer his agreement. As they finally get started, Kid begins gently washing his back with the warm water, leaving Yuuya to sit in absolute red-faced tension under her close contact. As the warm water sprays, Kid sweetly asks if the water temperature is too hot for him, prompting Yuuya to quietly reassure her that it is actually just right and feels absolutely wonderful. Overjoyed to hear he is comfortable, Kid prepares the soap suds and happily announces she is finally ready to start scrubbing his back. While enjoying his bath, Yuya suddenly feels a soapy hand rubbing his back, immediately catching him off guard. Spinning around in pure shock, Yuya frantically demands to know what she is doing, only to let out a panicked scream as he discovers Kid has joined him in her swimsuit. Clinging to him tightly, a giggling Kid completely ignores his frantic stuttering as he desperately begs her to stop before things go way too far. Wrapped in her tight, wet embrace, Yuya's brain entirely short-circuits as his face turns bright red from the intense physical contact. Pressing her body flat against his back, Kid locks him in a tight squeeze and boldly whispers her scandalous plan to use her own body to scrub him clean. To push him completely over the edge, she suddenly leans in and playfully nibbles on his ear, causing a highly flustered Yuya to let out a muffled shriek of pure panic. Continuing to press her chest firmly against his back, she softly asks him if the treatment feels good, prompting a defeated Yuya to blushingly confess that it actually does. Overjoyed by his honest confession, a heavily blushing Kid happily whispers how glad she is to hear that, encouraging him to thoroughly enjoy her special service as much as possible. With the squeaking sounds continuing, a totally exhausted and dazed Yuya simply lets out a hot puff of steam, completely surrendering to her overwhelming affection. Giggling at how adorable and dazed he looks, Kid playfully teases him before sliding her soapy hands around to his chest, cheerfully announcing that she is going to wash the front of his body next. Kid aggressively and thoroughly scrubs down Yuya's entire body, washing his chest and even his feet with pure, focused determination. Kid cheerfully declares that she is finally all finished with her thorough work, leaving a heavily blushing and deeply exhausted Yuya to let out a massive sigh of relief. Kid sweetly tells Yuya to go ahead and get into the hot bath first while she quickly washes herself off, but Yuya suddenly stops her, firmly reminding her that this definitely wasn't what they had originally promised. A completely flustered Kid gasps in absolute shock, her eyes wide as she nervously asks if he is actually planning on washing her in return. Blushing but highly determined, Yuya holds up his washcloth and boldly confirms that she has guessed his intentions exactly. Yuya boldly declares that it is finally his turn to return the favor and thoroughly wash her back. Kid frantically screams out her loud protests, desperately declining the offer, but Yuya simply teases her by casually claiming that he cannot hear her at all. Yuya passionately argues that it is completely unfair that he is always the only one left, feeling incredibly nervous and flustered, strictly ordering her to be a good girl and sit down so he can begin, which leaves Kid shivering in pure blushing panic. Defeated by his unexpected assertiveness, a heavily blushing Kid reluctantly sits down while a determined Yuya prepares to wash her back. After prepping the soap, Kid suddenly fires herself up with intense determination and loudly declares that they should just get on with it, completely catching a sweating and bewildered Yuya off guard as he panics over her sudden change in attitude. Yuya completely panics in the shower, internally screaming that there is absolutely no way he can wash her when she is still wearing her swimsuit. Kid giggles mischievously at his reaction, playfully pointing out that he obviously cannot wash her properly while she is covered up like that. With her heart thumping loudly, Kid pulls down her swimsuit to expose her back, playfully announcing that he is now free to start washing her. An incredibly flustered Yuya stands completely frozen in shock, while Kid teasingly asks what is wrong and wonders if he is going to refuse to return the favor after she lovingly washed him from head to toe. With her heart thumping even faster in the steamy bathroom, Kid gets bolder and directly asks him if he does not actually want to touch her. Gripping his towel tightly, a blushing Yuya finally accepts defeat and agrees to do it, while Kid blushes furiously and shyly confesses that she really wants him to touch her. Gathering his resolve, Yuya finally announces to her that he is going to begin washing her now. The moment he starts, a highly flustered Kid can only gasp out his name in a breathless whisper. As they sit close together, a blushing Kid playfully complains that he is focusing far too much on her upper arm. Kid squeals and giggles that his touch tickles, leaving a heavily blushing Yuya frantically trying to ignore his furiously thumping heart as he tries to keep his composure. Yuya tries his best to stay focused as he helps Kid wash her back and legs, but the close physical contact quickly leaves Kid blushing in deep embarrassment. Yuya is not doing much better, sweating profusely as he desperately tries to maintain his composure during the highly intimate task. After finishing her back, Yuya lets out a sigh of relief and tells himself that everything is going smoothly so far while a highly nervous Keed quietly anticipates what comes next. The sudden realization of what he has to do next hits Yuuya, immediately causing him to gulp in sheer nervousness as his heart starts racing. Stealing his resolve, Yuuya hesitantly announces that he is ready to move on to washing her front, and a shy Keed quietly thanks him. The moment Yuuya gently touches her side, Keed suddenly twitches and squeals in surprise, her heart pounding rapidly under his touch. Keed frantically protests that her flank does not need any thorough cleaning and only requires a quick wipe, but her highly reactive response only succeeds in bringing a mischievous grin to Yuuya's face. Taking advantage of her obvious weakness, Yuuya playfully pokes her side again, eliciting another sudden squeal of protest. Keed squirms frantically and threatens to get genuinely angry if he does not stop tickling her sensitive flank, but Yuuya simply feigns complete ignorance with a playful shrug. Yuuya playfully challenges her by asking if she plans to retaliate by tickling him back, confidently bragging that he has absolutely no ticklish spots and is guaranteed to win their little game. Keed vehemently rejects his previous idea with a furious blush, loudly declaring that she absolutely will not do that, before swiftly pivoting to propose a completely different plan instead. Sending a bath stool clattering to the wet floor, she boldly announces her next move, leaving Yuuya completely unprepared for whatever wild idea she just cooked up. Launching herself forward, Keed tightly wraps her arms and legs around Yuuya in a desperate full-body cling, totally abandoning any sense of personal space, right in the middle of the shower. The sudden intense pressure of her soft assets squeezing tightly against his chest sends an absolute shockwave straight through Yuuya's brain, leaving him totally paralyzed in speechless panic. A deeply blushing Keed completely blames him for the highly compromising situation, pointing out that he relentlessly kept tickling her even after she explicitly told him to stop. A heavily sweating Yuuya quickly admits fault for getting carried away and desperately begs her to back off in exchange for a sincere apology. Stubbornly refusing his plea, Keed playfully bites his shoulder and argues that the second she lets go, he will just start tickling her all over again, totally ignoring his frantic promises to behave. She doubles down on her stubborn refusal by pointing out that he hasn't even finished thoroughly washing her yet, prompting Yuuya to nervously reach for the soap in a panicked bid to wrap things up. Taking matters entirely into her own hands, Keed grabs the bottle and casually squirts a massive dollop of body wash directly onto her bare chest, sending a completely horrified Yuuya into a screaming frenzy as he realizes her dangerous intent. Yuuya internally spirals, agonizing that while being trapped in the shower together is already disastrous enough, this new development crosses a massive line. An entirely unbothered Keed simply wonders why lathering up and rubbing the soap directly against him wouldn't be the most efficient way to get clean. As she enthusiastically prepares to body wash him, a fully terrified Yuuya screams an absolute zero-tolerance rejection and frantically tries to spin away from the slippery assault, completely overwhelmed by her dangerously bold bathing methods. Yuuya begins washing Keed's back, generating a massive thick cloud of rich soap foam that leaves her completely startled. As the washing begins, Keed nervously clenches the wet towel tightly in her hands to cope with her rapidly escalating tension. Yuuya gently and rhythmically scrubs her back with the soapy towel, causing Keed to let out a quiet squeak of sheer embarrassment while she shivers and blushes under his warm touch. A sudden splash of warm water rinses her off completely, as Yuuya cheerfully announces that the job is finally all done, leaving a startled Keed soaking in the tub in absolute bewilderment. Still processing her intense embarrassment, Keed turns away with a deeply blushing pout, huffing in quiet indignation over how flustered he just made her. She partially submerges her face into the warm water, blowing grumpy bubbles, while softly complaining that Yuuya is honestly a massive meanie. While sitting comfortably in the relaxing bath, Yuuya gently calls out her name to break the heavy silence. Yuuya curiously asks why she chose to squeeze right next to him, even though they have a massive, spacious tub to enjoy. Keed happily and boldly declares that her behavior is completely natural, because she desperately wants him to wrap his arms around her and hug her from behind, teasingly asking if that is really so bad, while Yuuya instantly breaks into a nervous sweat. With his heart beating rapidly, Yuuya finally gives in to her adorable request, gently wrapping his arms around her from behind to pull her into a warm, quiet embrace. Snuggled tightly together in the warm bath, Keed lets out a soft, happy giggle, completely melting in Yuuya's comforting embrace. Kid sweetly confesses that she wants to take a bath with him every single day, because it makes her so incredibly happy, playfully asking what type of swimsuit he wants to see next. A flustered Yuuya begs her to dial it back, admitting he won't be able to hold back his feelings if they keep this up. Sometime later in the night, the peaceful quiet of the high-rise apartment is suddenly interrupted by the loud, persistent ringing of a telephone. Picking up the call, Yuuya is greeted by a man wearing sunglasses asking if he is free, prompting Yuuya to instantly joke that it must be a phone scam and playfully threaten to call the police. Panicking over Yuuya's blunt joke, the man on the other end frantically screams for him to hold on a second. The caller complains that Yuuya should have known who it was immediately, since his number is already saved, prompting a laughing Yuuya to relax on the couch and admit it was just his usual joke. When Yuuya asks why he is calling so late at night, the caller apologizes for the suddenness and asks if Yuuya can look after Rika-chan for 3 days starting tomorrow, catching Yuuya completely off guard. The caller explains that it is his special wedding anniversary with Harumi-san, and one of the only times they can travel together, prompting a helpful Yuuya to readily agree to watch over Rika-chan so they can enjoy their special trip. When asked why he cannot simply leave his daughter with Harumi-san's parents, as usual, the frantic man on the other end of the line reacts with sheer panic. He quickly explains that because the little girl did not get enough playtime recently, she is now throwing a massive tantrum and stubbornly demanding to stay at Yuuya's place instead. While the overprotective father grumbles about his reluctance to leave his precious daughter, their Yuuya calmly replies that he does not mind hosting her, but must check with Kid first. Yuuya quickly hangs up the phone call to go find Kid and discuss the sudden babysitting request. He knocks on the bathroom door and politely asks Kid if she has a brief moment to talk, apologizing for interrupting her relaxing bath. The sudden knock startles Kid, who immediately slams against the door and wildly accuses a panicking Yuuya of trying to peek on her. Kid playfully teases him to go ahead and be her guest, only to immediately laugh and remind him that the locked door is not going to budge anyway, leaving Yuuya completely baffled by her antics. Sighing in relief at her playful teasing, Yuuya gets straight to the point and announces that he just got an unexpected phone call from Taka-san. Kid listens in complete surprise as Yuuya explains that Taka-san is looking to leave his daughter with them. Yuuya explains that Taka-san is heading out on a 3-day anniversary trip tomorrow and usually drops Rika-chan off with his in-laws, but the little girl stubbornly insisted on staying with them instead. A highly flustered Yuuya is left completely speechless when Kid suddenly calls out his name from behind to ask for his opinion. Yuuya casually asks if Rika-chan is Omichi-san's daughter and wonders how old she is now, only to be completely startled when Kid reveals the child is already a first grader. Realizing the little girl is 6 years old, Kid suddenly proposes they treat this as a trial run for having a baby of their own, before warning a sweating Yuuya that the young girl probably dreams of becoming his bride. With her mind completely made up, Kid quietly signals her understanding of the situation. Kid dramatically announces that after a lot of intense deliberation, she has officially decided to take on the challenge, leaving a highly confused Yuuya to nervously stammer his thanks. Yuuya wraps up a phone call with Taka-san, who enthusiastically thanks him and promises to return the favor, though Yuuya humbly tells him he is exaggerating before bidding him goodbye. Yuuya apologizes for keeping Kid waiting and asks if she is ready to head to bed, only to be met with her silent, heavy sulking. Completely catching Yuuya off guard, a deeply blushing Kid suddenly reaches her arms out and softly begs him to give her a hug. Yuuya is left completely bewildered by her sudden affection, sweating as he frantically tries to understand why she was even sulking in the first place. The next day finally arrives, kicking off with a sudden burst of high energy. Yuuya and Kid are completely caught off guard as they return home to find a very familiar, energetic visitor waiting for them. An absolutely ecstatic Rika-chan wildly celebrates her sleepover, cheering that she is staying at Yuuya's place and eagerly begging her favorite Oni-chan to play with her as much as possible. With a warm, happy smile, Yuuya immediately agrees and welcomes her inside. Yuuya's playful mood is instantly vaporized when he notices Kid standing nearby, casting a terrifyingly dark, jealous glare right at him, which sends him into a state of pure cold sweat. Harumi-san apologetically bows and sincerely thanks Yuuya for agreeing to Rika's selfish sleepover request, while Taka-san stands right behind her looking slightly embarrassed as he tells Yuuya to take good care of his daughter. They pass over a large travel bag filled with Rika's clothes and emergency supplies, advising Yuuya to call them immediately if anything goes wrong, before they turn their polite attention to introduce themselves to Kid. Harumi-san warmly flatters Kid, mentioning how Yuuya has spoken highly of her, and noting she is even more charming than expected, before apologizing for intruding on their cozy romantic life, and asking her to help look after Rika, which leaves a deeply blushing Kid to stammer back a polite reply. Leaning in close, Harumi-san cheekily whispers to Kid to ask if she has already put the special wristwatch gift from Yuuya to good use yet. A beaming Kid enthusiastically confirms that she has, proudly declaring the watch to be her absolute greatest treasure, which makes Harumi-san giggle in pure delight. When Harumi-san playfully starts teasing him about how much effort Yuuya put into picking out the perfect watch, a completely flustered Yuuya frantically tries to shut down the highly embarrassing topic, while Kid watches them with a warm, knowing smile. Taka-san and Harumi-san wave goodbye and head out for their trip, leaving their daughter behind, as a loud crash suddenly echoes from beneath the table. It does not take long for Kid and Rika-chan to fire up a console and dive into an intense action-packed video game session together. Kid is quickly pushed to her limits, crying out in shock at Rika-chan's impressive dodging skills, and lamenting that her own usual strategies are completely failing to land a hit. Rika-chan matches her high energy, shouting that Kid is playing surprisingly well too, and playfully teasing her about whether she has actually been out of practice for as long as she claims. Watching the two of them scream and shout side by side as they battle on screen, Yuuya sits back in mild exhaustion, quietly reflecting on how incredibly invested they have both become in the match. Refusing to hold back, Kid locks in with a highly determined glare, warning Rika-chan that while she has done an impressive job surviving this far, her luck is about to run out. With her focus entirely dialed in, Kid aggressively mashes the buttons on her controller to unleash a massive, relentless final attack. A massive explosion on screen signals the official end of the match, bringing a decisive game set that completely obliterates her young opponent. Kid cheers in pure triumph over her hard-earned victory, leaving a defeated Rika-chan to cry in frustration, while Yuuya watches in absolute disbelief that his girlfriend went completely ruthless against a little child. Kid eagerly turns to Yuuya to celebrate her win, only to freeze in embarrassment when he gently scolds her, and asks if she realizes how wrong it is to show absolutely no mercy to a young guest. Without a single warning, Kid suddenly slides over and happily plops herself straight onto Yuuya's lap as they sit together on the couch. Yuuya is left completely speechless, and shell-shocked, his brain entirely short-circuiting at her unexpectedly bold move. Kid victoriously giggles and boasts that since she officially won their game, she earned the absolute right to claim his lap, leaving a crying Rika to wail in complete defeat while clutching her controller. When Yuuya dryly asks if she just hijacked his lap without even asking for permission, Kid casually waves off his concerns and tells him to just forget the minor details for now. Leaning back against him, Kid softly whispers for him to do what he always does and hug her tightly, sending a heavily sweating and blushing Yuuya into a state of sheer panic. The incredibly close contact instantly sends both of their hearts into overdrive, with their chests pounding uncontrollably under the sudden tension. An angry Rika furiously points at them and screams that Kid is being completely unfair, though Kid smugly retorts that this exclusive privilege belongs solely to the winner, while Yuuya sweats in pure exhaustion. While Rika throws a massive tantrum and someone calls Kid out for her childish behavior, Yuuya decides to take matters into his own hands, suddenly reaching out to grab Kid from behind. Though Kid is initially thrilled by his sudden close hug, she quickly blushes in utter confusion and asks him why he is actually reaching around her to grab her game controller. Kid shrieks in absolute horror as the television screen suddenly locks in a terrifying, massive heavyweight character, realizing Yuuya hijacked her controls and forced her into using a fighter she has absolutely zero experience with. Determined to shake things up, Yuuya confidently challenges Rika-chan to a high-stakes rematch, boldly promising her that she can claim his lap as her prize if she wins. Fired up by the ultimate reward, an excited Rika-chan enthusiastically accepts the challenge without a single second of hesitation. While Rika-chan confidently promises to give the game her absolute all, Kid can only cry out in absolute despair, dramatically complaining about how incredibly cruel the whole arrangement is. The virtual showdown immediately heats up as the characters on screen trade intense hits and punches, with one of them letting out a painful groan after taking a direct blow. Kid desperately tries to stay focused on her serious match, but her composure instantly shatters when Yuuya catches her completely off guard with a sudden tight hug from behind, leaving her squealing in a flustered panic. Though Kid tries to talk tough and insists his distraction tactics are not enough to shake her focus, her resistance entirely melts away when he playfully blows on her ear, sending her into a shivering, blushing frenzy of pure embarrassment. As their intense video game match reaches its explosive climax, Rika lands the final hit to finish the game with a bang, leaving Kid crying out in sudden defeat. Celebrating her quick victory, an excited Rika aggressively bumps Kid out of the way to claim her hard-won prize, loudly declaring that Yuuya's lap belongs entirely to her now. Happily settling into her spot, Rika giggles with pure delight as she plays her game, while a deeply bewildered Yuuya can only stare in silence at how naturally she has made herself at home. Amused by the adorable sight, Yuuya lets out a cheerful grin, which instantly catches the attention of a highly displeased Kid as she looks back with a jealous pout. Completely fed up with being left out of the fun, a heavily sulking Kid aggressively slams her hand down to halt the piece, loudly demanding that everyone hold on for just a moment. Kid throws a major gaming tantrum, loudly protesting that their previous match was completely unfair and demanding an immediate rematch, so she can win back her rightful spot on Yuuya's lap. However, she faces instant resistance from her rival, who loudly whines and claims dibs, first refusing to let Kid take him back so easily. Sighing at their constant bickering, Yuuya finally agrees to the rematch, but sets a very clear condition. He confidently warns them both that if he wins this round, they are absolutely required to put their rivalry aside and finally start getting along. The girls immediately lock in, with Kid declaring she won't make things easy for him, while her opponent determinedly vows to keep her away from his lap. Yuuya just smiles confidently, playfully asking if they honestly believe they have what it takes to defeat him. With a massive battle cry from both sides, the rematch officially kicks off at full throttle as everyone prepares to give this digital showdown their absolute all. The match concludes in total devastation, as Yuuya completely crushes his competition, leaving both girls utterly defeated, soul drained, and slumped over the couch in absolute shock. Sorely accepting their defeat, Kid mutters that Yuuya is far too merciless, while her crying opponent admits she knew he was strong from their past encounters, but had no idea his gaming skills were this ridiculously overpowered. Yuuya proudly huffs and boasts that he never takes it easy on any opponent, no matter who they are. His highly prideful victory stance only earns him a collective exasperated sigh from the defeated girls, who find his competitive attitude incredibly childish. Because little Rika-chan enthusiastically declares that she wants to see a movie, they quickly decide to take her out for a fun day of entertainment. To grant her wish, they head straight over to the massive shopping mall to find a theater. Upon arriving at the cinema lobby, a highly excited Rika-chan immediately points out the exact movie she wants to watch. Rika-chan points excitedly at a heroic action poster, shouting that she wants to see this one, prompting an amused Yuuya to laugh and comment that her taste is clearly her father's influence, since Taka-san's home is completely packed with action hero toys and collectible belts. While they are out at the theater, Kid instructs the two of them to go ahead and buy the drinks while she goes to pick up their reserved movie tickets. But as they part ways, Yuuya notices Rika-chan wearing an unusually serious expression and curiously asks what is troubling her. Rika-chan thoughtfully wonders if Kid really meant it when she said she only wanted a drink, questioning if she truly didn't want any popcorn, prompting Yuuya to casually propose that he can simply order a medium size for them too, while Rika-chan gets a small one all to herself. The realization of Kid's hidden scheme suddenly hits Rika-chan like a physical shock, causing her eyes to go completely wide. When Yuuya suddenly decides that he doesn't need popcorn, either a startled Rika-chan abruptly declines as well, leaning in close to desperately whisper a top-secret plan directly into his ear. The intense standoff is instantly visualized as both a combative Rika-chan and a smugly smiling Kid stand off over a giant bucket of popcorn. Their ultimate choice is dramatically decided as a massive, large-size bucket of popcorn is officially presented. Yuuya is left completely baffled as he holds the heavy concession tray, desperately trying to figure out what on earth is happening between the two girls, while Keed simply giggles to herself in amusement. Keed smugly praises Rika-chan for being incredibly perceptive, which the little girl proudly accepts with absolute confidence. Rika-chan boldly exposes Keed's secret plan, accusing her of trying to use sharing the popcorn as a sneaky excuse to keep Yuuya all to herself in the theater seats, fiercely declaring that she refuses to ever let that happen. Yuuya completely panics upon hearing Keed's casual confession, while Rika-chan immediately demands to know how they are going to decide their seating arrangements, prompting Keed to rustle through her wallet to smoothly propose a solution. Keed happily hands Yuuya his movie ticket, before turning her attention to the remaining two, mischievously shuffling them to set up a game of chance. Keed presents the options to a highly nervous Rika, laying down the high-stakes rule that drawing the winning ticket secures the coveted seat next to Yuuya, while the loser will have to sit elsewhere. Determined to claim the seat next to her beloved Onii-chan, a highly focused Rika psychs herself up for the draw while Yuuya watches the intense display with growing confusion. Summoning all her competitive spirit, Rika aggressively snatches a ticket from Keed's hand, fully confident that she has secured her victory. As the movie begins, Yuuya finds himself trapped awkwardly in the middle seat, wondering how the seating arrangement ended up this way, while Rika celebrates her spot on his other side. Yuuya silently shakes his head at the ridiculous situation, internally calling out Keed for teasing Rika in such a childish manner. Sitting side by side in the quiet theater, Keed quietly turns her focus toward Yuuya, her attention completely drifting away from the screen. Yuuya suddenly turns his head and locks eyes with Keed, who catches him completely off guard with a soft, deeply affectionate smile. Both of them quickly look away in extreme embarrassment, blushing furiously, as Keed softly admits that the quiet setting is making her heart race in a completely unexpected way. Keed quietly asks if he is experiencing the exact same thrilling excitement, leaving a deeply flustered Yuuya to softly mumble his agreement. A super tense and romantic atmosphere takes over as hands slowly interlock, sending Yuuya's heart into a complete panic as he blushes furiously under the sudden, intimate physical contact. It turns out they are sitting in a dark movie theater, completely unaware that their blonde companion is sitting right behind them, keeping a highly watchful eye on their cozy seating arrangement. The blonde rival is left absolutely boiling with jealousy, furiously pouting in the background, as she watches the two of them get way too close for comfort. Recalling how she looks up to both of them, she sighs in deep frustration, feeling completely left out as they continue to their own private world right in front of her. She aggressively confronts them afterward, demanding to know if they have anything to say for themselves, while they attempt to play it completely dumb. She passionately argues that while even married parents might hold hands at the movies, their behavior was on a completely different level. She furiously screams that normal couples definitely do not link arms and affectionately rest their heads on each other's shoulders, bringing up the exact cozy display she witnessed and leaving the embarrassed couple sweating bullets under her intense lecture. Instead of apologizing, a heavily pouting Keed boldly defends herself, arguing that she simply wanted to be as close to Yuuya as possible. This shameless admission catches Yuuya completely off guard, leaving him to scream in utter panic. The blonde rival starts to tremble violently with pure rage, her frustration reaching an absolute boiling point as she lets out a low, menacing growl. Completely snapping from jealousy, she screams at the top of her lungs and launches herself through the air in a sudden wild jump, heading straight for them as a terrified Yuuya looks on in absolute shock. She lands with a heavy thud and aggressively clings to Yuuya, squeezing his clothes in a tight grip as she releases all of her bottled-up frustration. An incredibly panicked Keed rushes forward, desperately begging Rika-chan to let Yuuya go since he looks like he is in pain, but the stubborn little girl flatly refuses to budge. Rika-chan fiercely declares that she knows Keed would just try to hog him all to herself the second she lets go, proudly proclaiming that she won't be tricked so easily, while Yuuya watches the drama unfold in silent disbelief. When Yuuya notices Keed awkwardly looking away and fiddling with her fingers, he calls her out on her highly suspicious reaction, before turning back to gently ask Rika-chan if she can please let go for just a brief second, only to be met with a stubborn immediate refusal. Rika-chan sadly explains that if she lets go, Yuuya won't hold her hand anymore, expressing her deep jealousy that he will just end up holding Keed's hand forever instead. The sweet complaint completely melts Keed's heart, leaving her deeply blushing as she realizes that she actually desperately wants to hold hands as well. Keed agrees with Rika-chan's points and warmly announces that she has a wonderful, clever proposal that might satisfy everyone's wishes. Still clenching tightly, a highly curious Rika-chan blushes and softly asks what exactly the proposal is. Keed leans down to gently whisper her brilliant suggestion straight into Rika-chan's ear, which instantly brings a bright, happy smile to the little girl's face. Rika-chan finally releases her tight grip and bows deeply to Yuuya, sincerely apologizing for being so incredibly selfish, while a pleasantly surprised Yuuya simply chuckles and warmly extends his hand to invite her to hold hands as they walk. An ecstatic Rika-chan happily holds his hand and warmly thanks her favorite Oni-chan, leaving Yuuya to quietly look back and wonder if a silent Keed is secretly sulking beside them. As they walk along together, Yuuya and Keed suddenly feel little Rika tightly squeeze their hands on both sides, making them feel like a sweet, cozy family. When a surprised Yuuya looks her way, Keed softly confesses that she used to hold her own parents' hands exactly like this when she was a little girl, so she thought it would be incredibly nice to do the same with him. Flashing a highly playful wink, Keed warmly tells him to consider this sweet hand holding as perfect practice for their own future family, leaving a blushing Yuuya to look at her with quiet affection. Little Rika heavily pouts and loudly demands that the two of them stop acting so incredibly lovey-dovey right in front of her, prompting a nervous chuckle from Yuuya, while Keed simply giggles. Seeking a distraction, the trio soon makes their way over to a highly popular local crepe shop to grab some delicious sweet treats together. Yuuya offers to go line up and asks what flavors they want, prompting an ecstatic Rika to scream for chocolate banana and whipped cream, while Keed happily requests a mixed berry and custard crepe. While wandering over to place the order, Yuuya suddenly spots someone familiar in the distance and gasps in absolute shock. Yuuya is completely flabbergasted by the massive line waiting at the counter, sighing to himself that a huge crowd makes sense on a spring break weekend, before suddenly realizing a massive problem. Looking around at the other people waiting in the queue, Yuuya realizes that the crowd consists entirely of chatting groups of girls and happy couples. Yuuya descends into a state of pure panic upon realizing he is literally the only single guy standing in the entire line, desperately praying to buy the crepes quickly so he can escape the intense embarrassment. While spending some time at the bustling shopping mall, Yuuya finally receives their delicious order of crepes from the food counter. Carrying all 3 heavy crepes back by himself, Yuuya is left looking completely drained and exhausted from dealing with the hectic mall trip. Yuuya walks back with the crepes, letting out a tired sigh and wondering if he kept the girls waiting for too long, when he is suddenly interrupted by his phone vibrating rapidly inside his pocket. Realizing it is an incoming phone call, Yuuya reluctantly decides to ignore it, silently apologizing since his hands are completely full of treats, and resolving to just check it once he gets back to their table. As he makes his way back through the multi-level mall, Yuuya suddenly stops in his tracks as a highly confusing sight catches his attention, prompting him to gasp in surprise. Finding their designated meeting spot completely empty, a bewildered Yuuya looks around and wonders where on earth Keed and Rika-chan could have gone, only to be startled when a panicked Keed suddenly screams out his name from behind. A heavily panting and out-of-breath Keed runs right up to him, and while a highly concerned Yuuya asks why she is in such an absolute panic, a tearful Keed can only stammer out Rika-chan's name over and over in pure distress. Yuuya stands completely frozen in absolute shock as Keed frantically reveals the terrifying news that she has completely lost track of Rika-chan and cannot find her anywhere in the massive mall. A sudden wave of panic sweeps through the theater lobby as both Yuuya and Keed frantically call out for Rika-chan in a desperate bid to locate her. Keed frantically gasps that she has searched everywhere, but absolutely cannot find her, sending Yuuya into a state of absolute wide-eyed shock as the terrifying realization of Rika-chan being completely lost fully hits him. Standing in the middle of the massive mall corridor, Keed desperately scans the crowd, deeply worried about where exactly Rika-chan could have run off to. Heavily panting from her frantic search, Keed explains that the little girl was already completely gone by the time she returned from using the restroom, expressing deep regret for mistakenly thinking she could trust Rika-chan to stay put by herself. As Keed spirals into a full panic, desperately worrying if Rika-chan has been kidnapped, Yuya gently steps in to calm her down, encouraging her to stay composed so they can search logically. To help her settle down, Yuya hands Keed her crepe, prompting her to take a bite, as he warmly reassures her that Rika-chan likely just got bored of waiting and wandered off to play, promising they will locate her very soon. Yuya instructs Keed to wait there while he heads over to the general help counter to request a lost child announcement, but their plan is suddenly cut short when an unfamiliar voice calls out to them. A nearby mother politely approaches them, asking if they are looking for the grade school girl who was previously sitting nearby. Upon hearing that the woman likely knows where she went, a highly startled Keed immediately bombards her with desperate questions. Yuya quickly steps in to apologize for Keed's overwhelming reaction and gently coaxes her to relax, before politely asking the helpful mother if she can point them in the right direction. The helpful woman calmly explains that she is quite certain the little girl headed straight toward the movie theater. While Yuya puzzles over why Rika-chan would head back to the theater, they just left, the woman's young child chimes in to excitedly reveal that a cute character mascot had just passed right through that area. The mother explains that a live promotional photo shoot is currently being held for the new movie, deducing that Rika-chan must have noticed the parading mascot and eagerly followed him back to the theater. Resolved to track her down, Yuya immediately decides to search near the theater entrance, warmly thanking a helpful staff member who sincerely appreciates his quick action. Yuya tells Keed to wait behind while he checks the theater area, but a highly distressed Keed immediately grabs his sleeve and firmly refuses to stay behind. With tears glistening in her eyes, Keed passionately insists that she must go along with him to find their lost guest. Yuya notes her trembling hands, realizing just how incredibly terrified and worried she truly is. Softening his expression, Yuya immediately yields and warmly agrees to search together, prompting them to instantly dash off in a full sprint. The two of them sprint side by side through the spacious hallways of the shopping center, desperate to cover as much ground as possible. Panting heavily from the intense sprint, a highly worried Keed desperately calls out Rika-chan's name over and over again. Even in the midst of their frantic sprint, Yuya keeps a close eye on an increasingly exhausted Keed, deeply worried about her physical limits. Yuya turns his focused gaze toward the bustling cinema lobby ahead, hoping to find any trace of the lost little girl. While a panting Keed continues her frantic search elsewhere, Yuya suddenly pauses as his attention is drawn to a massive crowd gathered around a giant adorable mascot posing for photos in the center of the lobby. Yuya frantically scans the crowded movie theater lobby, but to his growing dread, he quickly confirms that Rika-chan is absolutely nowhere to be found in the immediate area. Sweat pouring down his face, a deeply worried Yuya wonders where on earth she could have wandered off to, while Keed stands by his side, anxiously looking around the massive crowd. Suddenly, a staff member's loud voice rings out across the lobby, asking if anyone is currently accompanying a lost girl named Rika Omichi-chan, instantly catching a completely stunned Yuya off guard. Yuya's eyes go wide in absolute disbelief as the sudden announcement registers, realizing they have finally located her. Keed immediately sprints forward, screaming Rika-chan's name, prompting the relieved little girl to look up in pure excitement as she finally spots her big sister. Overcome with pure relief, Keed rushes forward and pulls Rika-chan into a sudden, incredibly tight embrace, holding onto her as if she will never let her go. Completely oblivious to the panic she just caused, a cheerful Rika-chan excitedly points toward the mascot and suggests they go take a photo together, only to pause in confusion when she notices how strangely her sister is reacting. Rika-chan looks up in pure surprise, softly asking if her big sister is actually crying, as tears begin to silently pour down Keed's blushing face. Attempting to address the situation, Yuya gently scolds Rika-chan, asking why she couldn't just wait for one of them to return from the restroom, while the pouting little girl looks down in mild guilt. Rika-chan hesitantly explains that she simply couldn't help herself, admitting her body just moved on its own because she was terrified she might never get to see her favorite mascot again. Smiling gently at her adorable reasoning, Yuya admits it makes perfect sense, though he still starts to advise her to be more careful next time. After Rika wandered off on her own, Yuya and Keed explain how incredibly terrified they were that they might never see her again. Yuya gently reassures Rika and suggests that they should all stick close together from now on so she doesn't get lost again. Overcome with regret, sobbing, Rika sincerely apologizes to both Kid and Yuuya for running off on her own and causing them so much worry. Kid warmly forgives her, reminding her that they are just incredibly happy to have found her, before encouraging her to cheer up so they can finally go get their photos taken before the event ends. After politely thanking the staff member for all her help during the frantic search, Yuuya, Kid, and Rika prepare to head over to the event. Kid and Rika walk ahead together, happily chatting and laughing as their earlier anxiety completely melts away. Yuuya watches them walk ahead with a gentle, relieved smile on his face until they suddenly call out to him from the distance. Kid and Rika eagerly call out to him, urging Yuuya to hurry up before the photo shoot event officially comes to a close. Yuuya beams warmly, happily agreeing to catch up with them. Yuuya confidently walks up to join them, calling out that he is on his way. The 3 days spent babysitting Rika-chan have flown by in a complete flash, and they now find themselves on their very third and final night together in the apartment. As they wait for Taka-san and Harumi-san to arrive and pick the little girl up, they decide to pass the remaining time by lounging on the couch and playing video games. The digital battle gets incredibly chaotic, with Rika-chan whining that Yuuya is far too strong and begging him to hold back, while a heavily sweating Kid protests his unfair tactic of using a bomb while invincible. Completely unbothered, Yuuya just laughs and playfully declares they are going down together as he launches his attack. Completely fed up with their chaotic gameplay, Rika-chan lets out a loud, frustrated scream. A massive virtual explosion goes off in-game as Rika-chan furiously commands them to stop blatantly flirting while they are gaming, leaving the startled couple screaming in absolute panic at her sudden outburst. Their gaming session is suddenly interrupted when the loud chime of the doorbell echoes through the apartment. Rika-chan's overprotective dad Taka-san aggressively bursts through the front door in a storm of emotion, loudly proclaiming to the heavens that daddy is finally back. As Taka-san confidently strides inside, he is instantly met with a highly hostile reaction from his own daughter, who completely ignores his dramatic arrival and hides behind Yuuya while hissing like a furious cat. While they warmly welcome the man back, the eccentric father desperately tries to act cool, quietly muttering to his daughter that he has returned. Harumi-san sweetly hands Kid a souvenir bag as a thank you gift, warmly asking if her daughter behaved herself. Kid happily reassures her that Rika-chan was an absolute angel who didn't cause any trouble, completely ignoring the background chaos of the little girl continuing to hiss at her weeping father. Smiling brightly as she clutches a gift bag, Kid warmly reflects on their wonderful time together, expressing that the past 3 days have been an absolute pleasure. Standing outside the luxury high-rise apartment, little Rika happily waves her hand and calls out a highly energetic goodbye to her beloved older sibling figures. Kid warmly waves back, reassuring the little girl that she is welcome to visit their home anytime and eagerly promising that they will play together again soon. Rika cheerfully declares that Kid can officially borrow her big brother figure until their next playdate, a bold parting comment that instantly shocks and panics the blushing couple as they watch her drive away. Kid softly admits she is already going to miss her, prompting a smiling Yuuya to agree and express how happy he is that she bonded so well with Rika-chan, right before her phone suddenly vibrates with an incoming call. After Yuuya thoughtfully offers to hold her shopping bag so she can answer the call, Kid happily greets her mother, only to suddenly freeze in silent shock at what she hears on the line. Quietly hanging up the phone, Kid turns to Yuuya with a deeply shadowed and incredibly serious expression, softly calling out his name. Kid reveals that they are suddenly scheduled to go on an overnight trip to a hot spring in just 2 days, prompting an incredibly startled Yuuya to ask why. A heavy silence stretches between them as Kid struggles to deliver the rest of the message under immense pressure. Kid delivers the ultimate bombshell that her father specifically requested to see him, sending a heavily sweating and completely terrified Yuuya into a state of absolute wide-eyed panic over the gravity of what this meeting actually means. As the bullet train speeds down the tracks, Yuuya and Kid travel together to visit her family home. Yuuya is suddenly overcome with a wave of pure chest-constricting dread, completely overwhelmed by the crushing anxiety of the upcoming family visit. Yuuya heavily sighs that his life is officially ending today, while a highly amused Kid giggles next to him on the train, and playfully tells him that he is making a ridiculously big deal out of nothing. Keed cheerfully urges him to just take it easy and relax, but a stressed Yuuya counters that his skin isn't nearly as thick as hers, prompting Keed to reassure him that her mother will absolutely support him. Keed proudly mentions that she has never once seen her father get angry at home, leaving a deeply skeptical Yuuya to wonder if that fact is actually supposed to make him feel any better. Yuuya points out that her father's usual calm demeanor probably won't apply to him, especially since Keed is the beloved only daughter of the prestigious Hitotsuba family. Yuuya internally panics over how Keed's parents will react to the news that their precious daughter is living with a male classmate who is a total stranger, admitting that the mere thought of it absolutely terrifies him. Meanwhile, Keed gently urges him to calm down. Keed gently reminds him of what she told him before explaining that when she first selfishly asked to live with him, her parents were actually completely overjoyed. Yuuya quietly admits to himself that she is absolutely right, reflecting on the chaotic chain of events that brought them together in the first place. Yuuya recalls that his current life with Keed only began because his father accumulated massive debts and begged his old friend Sakurako-san, who also happens to be Keed's mother, for financial help. Recalling the chain of events that led to their current situation, Yuuya remembers how Keed was the one who managed to convince Sakurako to help when she originally had no plans to do so. He was ultimately saved by her parents, who rejoiced at their daughter's very first selfish request, and before he knew it, he was living together with her. As they travel together, Keed confidently reassures Yuuya that she highly doubts her parents will object to him now, suggesting that they might actually be completely supportive of the situation. Keed fiercely declares that she would strongly protest if her parents had anything negative to say, telling him to rest assured. Her passionate support completely touches Yuuya, leaving him staring at her with sparkling tears of deep appreciation. Grateful for his response, Keed warmly clasps his hands and confidently resolves to do her absolute best as well. Keed playfully tells him not to worry because at worst, he would only get punched once and be completely fine, prompting a sweating Yuuya to quietly plead for her to spare him from any actual pain. They finally arrive at their destination, taking in the beautiful traditional streets, while Keed looks forward with absolute excitement, and a slightly nervous Yuuya follows close behind. After stepping inside the traditional inn, Yuuya hesitantly calls out Keed's name as they approach the front desk. Yuuya nervously adjusts his clothes and wonders if his outfit looks strange, admitting that it might be a bit late to ask, which only causes a highly amused Keed to giggle softly at his self-consciousness. Keed cheerfully assures him that his outfit looks fantastic and suits him perfectly. She boldly adds that he looks so incredible, she actually wants to get pinned down by him, leaving a completely flustered Yuuya to stammer in confusion while she gently pats his chest and tells him not to worry. Gazing at him with a blushing face and sparkling eyes, Keed warmly declares that he looks more stylish than ever today. A nervous Yuuya frantically double-checks if his hair looks presentable, but Keed quickly reassures him that he looks completely perfect, just as a familiar face suddenly greets them. Keed excitedly calls out to her mother, who flashes a warm, stylish smile as she welcomes them both back. Her mother playfully wonders if Keed has been causing any trouble lately, prompting an offended Keed to whine about her being mean, before proudly declaring that she has been reflecting on her behavior. Leading the way, Keed's mother tells Yuuya to follow her so she can finally introduce him to someone. Yuuya's heart begins to pound in absolute shock as he is suddenly confronted by Keed's father, Kazuhiro Hitotsuba, who politely introduces himself and extends a hand. Reacting on pure instinct, a highly nervous Yuuya aggressively accepts the handshake and loudly introduces himself, declaring it an absolute pleasure to meet him. Sweating profusely under the intense pressure, Yuuya blinks nervously as he tries to keep his composure. Yuuya finds himself completely frozen as he stares back at the intimidatingly stoic man. With their hearts thumping loudly in the heavy silence, Keed's father fixes Yuuya with an incredibly stern, piercing glare, prompting a weary Keed's mother to sigh and call out her husband's name. Keed's mother scolds her husband for looking so incredibly stern, telling him to act normally, since they are not at work, leaving the flustered father to sweat and admit that is actually a tough request. Arriving at a traditional hot spring inn, Keed's parents suggest they first finish checking in, noting that their dinner will be ready to serve very soon. Walking behind them down the quiet corridor, a highly anxious Yuya sweats with absolute tension only to be surprised when Kid gently takes his hand and warmly tells him not to worry. Looking back at him with a warm smile, Kid softly reassures him that she is right by his side, helping him take a deep breath and find his composure. Finding comfort in her sweet reassurance, Yuya softly agrees as they prepare to head inside. Everyone sits down as a magnificent traditional multi-course feast is laid out beautifully across the dining table. Welcoming him warmly, Kid's mother encourages Yuya to eat as much as he likes and thoroughly enjoy the feast. Kid playfully teases Yuya by asking if he wants her to feed him like she usually does, which her mother highly approves of. This shamelessly cozy banter prompts her father to let out a highly uncomfortable cough, locking Yuya in a dead, serious, terrifying glare as he quietly calls out his name. Locking him in an intense stare, Kid's father seriously announces that he has a question for him, leaving a startled Yuya to nervously stammer his agreement. Instead of giving a harsh lecture, the father calmly explains that he deeply trusts Kid and knows how incredibly responsible she is. He warmly declares that if Yuya is the man his daughter chose, then he trusts him completely too, leaving Kid looking deeply touched. Walking ahead down the corridor, the father softly admits that even in this brief meeting, he can easily tell how wonderfully they get along, warmly declaring that, as her dad, he is truly overjoyed by their relationship. Kid's father sits across from Yuya with a highly stern and serious expression. He explains that despite any reservations, that is precisely the reason why he must daringly ask him a very important question, leaving a nervous Yuya to anxiously wonder what is coming. With Yuya's heart heavily thumping in his chest, Kid's father gets straight to the point and directly asks him what exactly he thinks about Kid catching the teenager completely off guard. As a heavy silence fills the room and the tense cliffhanger sets in, Kid's father locks him in a dead, serious, silent stare, waiting intently for his honest response.